away or going below the horizon.
And you're doing it again.
No, I'm not.
Go ahead. Tell us what Taylor understands.
No, I'm telling you what I think Taylor understands. There's a subtle difference. Anyway, I can't remember where I were before Glory decided it was interrupty time.
It was with Snooze. It was with Snooze mentioning the per degree geometry doesn't work on FE, and that's where it spiraled down from there.
And we know that the dip, if it was a flat plane and it was just descending because it was getting further and further away, as has been pointed out, it would diminish in size considerably. Can't maintain its size under that paradigm, can it? It just can't. It just can't behave that way. Nothing else. Everyone says perspective, but no one can give any example of anything maintaining its visual size in perspective as it drops to the vanishing point. Not one person.
I like John's image that he posted back up the chatty.
If you find what I'm saying yawnsome, you say something.
That thing that John posted, is that a linear expression or is it curving? How does it look to you guys?
What's that? The sun there.
Well, what Terry just said, yeah, the sun there. Is that a linear or is it curving?
What's linear? There's two pictures of a sun. So the one on the left is a composite of snapshot from a single perspective of the sun as it sets, and the one on the right is not what we see. It's a contrivance. But the one on the right is a mechanic of perspective for a near object, isn't it?
What you see, is that a linear? Is the sun moving in a linear fashion or is it curving?
Well, in the small portion you can see there, it looks linear.
Okay. Because when I saw that, it reminded me of the Montreal surveyor that I talked to recently. And when he told me about proof of a globe, he pointed to a plane. And he said, look, that's proof. You see on a plane? And I'm like, what? You're a surveyor and you're talking about planes?
Yeah. Okay. Who's it now? So you met a surveyor who thinks it's a flat Earth?
Well, the surveyor told me that a canal, 5 miles long, first he told me there was a hump in the middle. Then after thinking about it, when he saw me again, he goes, can you please explain to me the canal thing you were saying? And I explained it to him. And he goes, oh, no, it's flat. It's level all the way down. And he pointed to a slab, a concrete slab. He pointed to that, and I go, like that, flat? And he said, yes, this is a Montreal surveyor. So obviously you guys know more than him, right, about what level is?
Well, he did come back to you and ask you, he did change his mind and come back to you. I mean, he hardly sounds like a luminary.
He sounds like what?
He changed his mind between two conversations with you about something as fundamental as the shape of the Earth. He hardly sounds like a luminary.
What is that supposed to mean? He sounds like a luminary. Well, what is that exactly supposed to mean?
Okay, someone who has a profound, deep and solid and profound understanding of something. Someone who's on the forefront of conceptualization.
You mean a guy that's been doing surveying for 30 years, that all he does is level stuff all day long for 30 years? That kind of a guy?
Yeah, someone who's leveling stuff up, working in a local observational framework.
So who knows more about level, you or him? Who do you think knows more about level?
Who knows more? How much do you think he knows about geodetics if he's just working on a planar survey?
Oh, geodetics now. So you mean a guy that's been doing leveling all his life, that's all he does?
Yeah.
He doesn't know about geodetics.
A guy can be a potter all his life, but he doesn't know about clay mining.
So you're gonna take a guy that does leveling all his
Is
life
there-
from point A to point B.
Yeah,
he understands it very well, and you're gonna teach him how that doesn't work on this mythical geoid of yours. You see what you're doing here? You're
What if
Do
he
taking.
doesn't?
local and geodetic
If he,
surveyors need different certificates and trainings?
yeah, if he, that's what I'm saying. If
Are
he's
you
if he's
sure?
working in a if he's working in a specific realm, and it doesn't involve actually having to utilize the geodetic or working in some substantive, discipline that requires you to evaluate the surface with curvature as part of it, then what use is he to the conversation?
So you're
Don't
saying
take
a
it the
man
same
that's been
don't
doing
take it the
leveling
same
all his
license.
Let Taylor, let him finish. Yeah, for God's sake, let him keep
No,
going round and round and round.
Go. Let go ahead,
Okay.
Taylor.
I was just asking about the trainings and how different they were.
I don't know how different they are. Do you?
I thought they're pretty similar.
They can't be exactly the same, can they?
I'm not sure.
But they must be different because not all surveyors have to, during their day-to-day working, have to have some sort of corrective mechanism or some fundamental underpinning of their working model that requires the curve to be there, or at least manifestly compensated for. Not all of them do they? Planar surveys don't necessarily need to do that. They're working at a resolution in which it doesn't really come into play.
Tell us.
God, he's
Well,
back
hold
again.
on. Don't the geoid boys? Don't they consider the surveyors? Don't they consider the Earth flat up to 100 square miles? I believe there's no curve up to 100 square miles. Isn't that a thing?
Yep,
100
which is only 10
square.
miles which is only 10 miles in one direction.
Yeah.
So there you
If I
go. So
can-
10 miles, there's no curve.
5 miles.
They didn't say there's
5
no
miles.
curve. They say they don't have to. They don't tell you there's no curve. They tell you they don't have to compensate. They don't have to take the curve into consideration. None of them are saying there's no curve. That's something you just bolted on yourself.
Oh, so you're saying they don't have to take the curve into consideration up to 10 miles?
No.
Is that what you just claimed?
No.
5
Are they
miles.
making are they
Hold
making
on,
buildings
B-ball.
are they making buildings 10 miles long? I don't think
That's not
so.
what I asked. He just said that up to 10 miles, they consider it. They don't take the curve into consideration. Is that what you said?
You just said that, didn't you?
I asked, and you confirmed it. Did you
You
not?
can consider it. Yes, you can consider it up to 10 miles. Yes. After that you have to take it into account.
You can
Why would they
consider.
have to
Okay,
do-
everybody heard
why
that.
would
Now
they-
watch how they're gonna walk this back. Now watch this.
No. Why?
Watch
Okay, here's the
Let me
question.
finish.
What back?
Hold on, here's the
No one's
question. Here's the question.
anything back.
Essie, here's
Well, you
the
didn't hear
question
what I
now.
said. How do you
Why
know if
would
you're gonna
they-
walk it back or not?
Hold on. Essie, why would they have to take it into account after that distance? If it's not
Don't
there.
ask me why. I asked you a question, and you
I
said
know, I asked
that.
you. I asked you a question now. Why would they have to take it into consideration after that distance if it's not there?
Because it's supposed to be there.
I know.
They
Why
assume
would they
it's
have
there.
to if it's not there? Why would they have to though if it's not there?
No, the
'Cause
question
they're
is this. Now
assuming that
watch
it's
how they're
there.
gonna walk this back, Taylor. You heard him
No,
say there's no.
Okay,
Stop
so
talking,
Essie's not going to
people,
answer the
please, man.
Essie's
Don't
not
Let
going to
us
answer the
finish what he
question.
was
Don't
saying.
interrupt me. I'll let you speak after, right? Now, watch this, Taylor. They said 10 miles, they don't have to account for it. Now, watch when I ask him this question, how they're going to walk it back. So, B-ball, how about LIGO? 2.5
Yeah,
miles. Did they take it into account there?
You still didn't answer my question.
Did you hear that,
didn't answer
Taylor?
my question.
You hear
You're
that?
diverting. We're going
Oh,
one
no.
question at a time. I
No,
think
he
he
didn't
didn't
answer
ask
my
his
question.
question first. See Montreal.
Yeah. Why? I'll ask it again. Why would they
I think
have
see
to take it
Montreal
into
asked his
account?
question before you asked that one now.
No.
Answer my question.
No. I asked my question. You didn't answer. You asked
Yeah,
another
but
question.
I think he asked his first though, right?
No, he didn't.
I asked first.
No,
Okay,
No, you didn't.
so hang on. This is getting nowhere. Montreal, SE. The first question you asked me was about surveyors. Now you're talking about LIGO. Two completely separate disciplines, two completely separate things. That's your answer. No one's walking anything back
You
as
see?
usual.
I knew it. You see,
You knew what?
You guys are so easy, man. It's too easy.
It's LIGO planar surveying. It isn't, is it? So why are you talking about two separate things and pretending we walked something back, you fool?
The reason why he's doing that is because he's saying, oh, they took it into account in what, 2 kilometers? They took it into account, but they don't take into account in 10 miles after 10 miles. That's what he's trying to get at, some sort of gotcha.
Yeah.
It's a double speak. You say they don't take it account in 10 miles. Then I give you an example of LIGO. And I knew you were going to walk back. I knew it. And I know you're going to interrupt me when I say this because it's devastating to you.
No, it's not. Here, let's explain it. Let's explain it, right? So how long is LIGO at SC Montreal? How long?
2.5 miles.
Okay. So they built one solid facility 2.5 miles long, right?
Did they take the curvature into account? You said no after 10 miles, right?
No. In this building, right? Because it's this long. Hold on. Because it's this long, they had to take it into account because the entire building is one facility that they had to take into account in that facility, right? Any other building that is that distance and then to that precision, they're going to have to take it into account, right? Do you agree?
I looked
What are
up
you
about the
talking about?
surveying.
Hold on, SE. Do you agree? If one facility is that long, and they have to build it precisely to the specification that they need it, they would have to take it into account, right, SE?
No,
Wouldn't they have
wrong.
to take
You
into
said
account
up to
under
10
10
miles,
miles
they don't
too?
have to. So you're double speaking.
Under 10 miles, they should have to as well. And that with that logic.
Exactly.
Okay, let's talk about the precision that they had to build this building at.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. You just said that they don't have to take into account.
Let's not gloss over that, SC Montreal.
There's no globe under 10 miles.
So what precision did they have to build it to? To what precision do they have to build it to?
Bro, this is a double speak. It's either one thing or another.
He will not answer the question. See, he doesn't want to answer the question because he knows they had to build that building to very, very precisely in order to get it to where they needed to be. So they had to take it into account in that distance.
What?
You see?
Like, but under 10 miles, they don't? It doesn't curve?
Yes. See, you guys are forgetting something, right? If they're so most buildings, right, are not that long, right? So if you're making a building, I don't know, 30 or 40 feet long or 100 feet long, no, you're not going to take the curvature of the earth into account. But a building that's that long, all one piece, they're going to have to take into account because of the precision that the building had to be built at.
What about
You
a 10-mile
understand?
bridge?
If it has to be dead straight and level, then yes, they're going to have to take it into account.
I thought 10 miles was the mark. I thought under 10 miles.
So again, you're going to have to read up on these topics because I think what you're trying to do is that then this short building didn't have to take it into account, but everyone says at 10 miles they have to take it into account. If they were building, hold on. If they were making a building 1.5 miles long that had to be perfectly level, right, with no curve, then they would have to take it into account, right? Even if it was a mile and a half.
Dude, land your plane.
Go ahead.
There was a 23-mile bridge that didn't take into account. And see, Montreal, how big was that canal, by the way?
Which bridge was it?
Lake Pontchartrain?
5 miles. 5 miles.
Okay. And then, by the way, in terms of the surveying licensures, you get the certificate, the fundamentals of surveying certificate by the NCEES, and then the principles and practice of surveying. This is from the NCEES as well. And so let me see the analogy.
To talk about.
But I'm not finished. Hold on. And then to get a geodetic, there's no required certificate for practice for geodetic surveying. They do have a certificate for geodetic surveying, but that's given by the associates for geodetic surveying. It's not given by the licenses, community, the licenses companies that you need to go through in order to get professionally licensed. And so the geodetic certificate is a recognition of competence and not licensure. So it's not like a license that you need to practice geodetic surveying. So if you're a surveyor to practice surveying, you don't need to like, get this extra like certificate of competence for geodesity. It's not required to practice any type of surveying.
So when you speak to an actual geodetic surveyor and not a plane surveyor, they're going to tell you that they have to take the curvature of the Earth into account.
Dude, what is a well, okay, is there a license just for geodetic surveying? Because I don't see one. You're saying a geodetic surveyor as if there's some sort of licensing you need to have.
There's a difference, right? One takes the curvature of the Earth into account, and one doesn't.
Do you need a geodetic surveying license in order to practice geodetic surveying?
It doesn't matter. It's like, okay.
The answer is no.
Like, okay, it's like, listen, you have a nurse, right? Then you have a doctor, right? They can both
require
shots,
their
right?
own licenses. Geodetic surveying has no license that you need to practice.
It's almost like you got one guy holding a sign, and then you have the foreman, the guy that has more experience. Do you understand the difference?
Taylor, you're completely defaulting to the US. There are different countries where you need to have a license to practice a job. Unfortunately, the US, every dumbass can be an electrician, for example, but there are other countries where this is not allowed. So don't default, make your US default system. For example, Germany.
Germany.
First of all, I'd like to ask, the question I was asking earlier that no one wanted to answer is, why exactly would they have to take it into account after that distance if it's actually not there?
Why would they take it? Why would they not have to take it into account if it is there below the distance?
Because it is there below the distance. It depends on what type of building you're building.
Then why aren't they taking into account? They didn't even take it into account for a 23-mile bridge.
Okay,
they didn't mention anywhere the curvature of the Earth on the as-built plans for the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge. Apparently, they should have had to have, according to your statement. But where in any building project are they taking curvature into account?
Okay, do you understand why they didn't?
In any public building projects where we can have the documents and files for, where did they take curvature into account?
I'm asking you, do you understand why they didn't? No. Okay. So for one, they built the bridges the same height above the water the entire way. If they wanted to keep the bridge dead straight, then they would have to take the curvature of the Earth into account. It would get higher.
Okay, this is just going against kind of what you said earlier. You said, why did they have to take it into account? Well, show me where they are taking into account. That's a publicly accessible document.
Because I just told you, right? The bridge was the same height above the water the entire way.
Yeah, and the bridge would be curving like 284 feet, but they didn't even mention that. And they didn't even mention that in the structural components.
Check it out.
That they pre-assembled before they put the bridge together.
Oh, okay, great. And guess what? When you look at the bridge end on, you can see a curve, can't you?
This is a deflection. You said after 10 miles they have to take curvature into account to build buildings.
Why would they have to?
Give an example.
I guess we just talked about LIGO.
Huh?
There's one.
That's not publicly accessible. I can't get their documents. Who else? I said publicly accessible.
Yes, Blue Marble Science went over those documents.
I did. I reached out to LIGO. And they do not mandate. They are not a public entity. The government.
Oh my goodness!
Would you like me to get it for you, Tyler? I can actually find it for you in a few minutes.
He went over those documents extensively and made several videos on them.
Any building, pretty much any building anywhere, like you're gonna have to, you can get the as-built plans, especially for bridges. Bridges or anything funding it. But I want to know any sort of wait, hold on, dude. You just keep constantly talking and your mic's really bad too. So I really can't hear you. But let me finish. I'm gonna be done in 5 seconds. Just find any building, any public building where we can get access to the as-built plans and see if they actually do incorporate curvature, as you just mentioned earlier, into building plans, or things over time.
Okay. So when we provide those to you, then what are you going to say? Oh shit! I was wrong.
I want them to be provided to me. I want them to be publicly accessible as well, and I want them to be an as-built plan. Yeah.
Okay. Before we jump through this hoop and provide you with the documents, I want you to at least tell us okay, when you provide me those documents and they do show that they're curved, that they show curvature, oh, then you know I'm going to take back everything I said.
I mean, I didn't necessarily say they don't exist. I said I want to see them. I said, where are they?
And like I said, when we provide them to you, what are you going to say?
I'll say, okay, here they are. Thank you for providing those. I'll check them out.
And then what? The Earth won't be flat anymore, or is it going to be some other hand wave dismissal of? Oh no, it's just built in there to make it look like it's curvy. It's actually just a lie. They're
well, how about we
it.
stop appealing to the possibility that you can actually provide these documents and you provide them, and we go from there.
Okay.
Yeah, already done.
Yeah. He just posted them.
Fine, as built.
It literally says on the on the website they had to take the curvature of the Earth into account. But I guess
Do you guys know what
buildings
as
or structures or plans have done that?
They're just lying about it. Yep. Anytime they build tunnels that have to meet in the middle, they always have to take the curvature of the Earth into account. But I guess they're just lying about that too.
Yeah, just
every time, and then whenever you go to school to be a surveyor, you know, when they teach you that you have to take curvature of the Earth into account after a certain distance, or you're going to get an error due to curvature, they're just lying about that too.
Just show the structures that they built and the as-built plans.
Okay.
I think God made it round, and 2,000 years ago, a load of educated people didn't write it down properly.
Round like a pizza? Round is in
like
a shape.
Round like a sphere.
Oh, is English your first language?
See, the problem is once we provide them, then we're going to have to walk her through it and show her exactly where the curvature is. Because you're probably not going to be able to understand what you're looking at. So that's why I think it's kind of pointless. You're asking for these documents.
I want to see the documents.
Round and round we go. Round and round.
Look, you guys have to face the facts that when you believe in your model, you have to say crazy things that somebody's vertical could be somebody's horizontal, somebody's up could be somebody's down. See, these are the things you have to say out loud in public.
Yeah, the rest of the world understands that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, context, SE context. It's a bit like when you said they, when you talk about LIGO and plane surfers. The they you're talking about is more than one set of people with a different discipline, a different resolution regime. But you want to clump them all together as a they. They're not you, they're they. Some of them use it, some of them don't. Can you hear them walking it back? It's pointless. Round and round, SE. Round and round we go.
Well, thanks for making my point for me. Much appreciated.
Well, the point that they, when you mean everybody in the world, has different requirements of things. Well done, Essie. Aren't you clever?
Well, no, you guys just contradicted yourselves. You said geodetic surveyors treat the Earth as flat up to 10 miles, and then I brought a counter argument, and I told you you're going to double speak, and I brought up LIGO, and that's exactly what happened.
Because LIGO is not the same they as surveyors, is it, SE Montreal?
So a different they. That's your counter argument, bro? Come on, you can do better than that.
There is a difference in a need of precision. If you do surveying and you don't need that amount of precision, or if you're creating a 2-mile long precision instrument that definitely needs that precision. It's also so that a normal carpenter can use a normal ruler or meter stick, while, for example, a mechanical engineer that do some kind of metal engineering or a high precision machine needs to have some nanometer measurement tools. So there is different requirements in precision.
That will confuse SE because he thinks they are the same.
Let me ask you, do they think that horizontal slope, or how about you guys? Do you agree with that horizontal slope? I'm curious.
It's a waste of time. We talked to you, SE, about that. Yeah, no.
You won't answer that one.
Oh, you've got us.
Hold on.
SE, you've got us, SE. You got us.
I know I got you. That's why you're doing what you're doing. Two horizontal slope.
They don't like the word.
That's to Paza, Sir Paza of Nottingham. Two horizontal slope.
No.
They don't?
Horizontals. A horizontal datum has no slope to it.
A horizontal datum? What do you mean by that? You mean a single point?
No, a horizontal.
Exactly.
So a horizontal doesn't slope, but a couple of your brethren.
Does everybody share the same horizontal?
No. You're saying now, you're stating unequivocally, Paza, that horizontals don't slope.
My horizontal is not necessarily someone else's horizontal, is it?
But SE horizontal is always only on a single point. There you can apply a horizontal. Someone else's horizontal is not my horizontal. So horizontal cannot slope because horizontal is always where I am, absolutely flat and horizontal.
You see what he just did, Paza?
Yeah, of course you predicted it. You're a genius, SE. You're a genius.
Single point geometry,
like
bro.
Magic world.
Come on, guys. Come on, like, seriously.
Write this down, SE, in percentage of the world.
It's the same thing like a point of view, SE.
I beg
Your
you to.
point of view is not my point of view. You can see
but I'm making an argument. You guys are ad homing me. Like, why? I mean, why don't you just address the argument?
I'm not ad homing. I'm begging you to take yourself and your opinions to a wider audience. I'm begging you to, SE.
You see what I mean? Yeah. I told you I talked to a surveyor, a Montreal surveyor that he does it 30 years, and he told me the same thing I'm telling you.
A guy standing on the side of the road measuring elevation. Okay, yep.
A guy standing, you see that? A guy standing at the side of the road. Yeah, 30 years experience working for the city of Montreal. Yes, not just anybody.
Measuring elevation. That's pretty much all they're doing.
Montreal is a shithole. Quebec is a shithole anyways. Nobody cares about Quebec.
See, another ad hoc.
You guys don't want to be a part of Canada anyways.
You see what I mean? Not addressing,
how many
the subject.
How many people in Quebec don't even want to be a part of Canada? Yeah,
well, we can talk about that if you like, but that's politics. We're talking about level, horizontal. Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody cares about Montreal.
So the as-built documents are in the chat, Taylor, for you. I also provided videos that kind of explain it. So there you go.
A video?
There's two videos. Well, actually, there's I think there's there's
I want
two
the
videos.
documents, please.
And the videos kind of explain the documents because you're probably not going to be able to understand them. So I provided two sets of documents. Yep, the as-built plans are right there. 11:54 past the hour.
Document. You can email me the document.
54 minutes past the hour.
You click on a Word doc in the chat.
Yes, it's in the chat. It's 54 minutes past the hour.
Oh, the document is a PDF or Word format?
Document. It's just click on the link.
These documents, they're as-built?
Yes, they're as-built from Caltech.
Earth is like, you're sounding like...
Caltech.edu.
Are these as-built plans?
Yes, they are as-built plans.
Tell us what as-built plans are. Tell us what as-builts are.
As-built. As-built.
And what structure is this for?
Tell me how do they get these as-built plans?
Is there anything besides LIGO? Because I try to ask LIGO personally, and they're not public.
As-built refers to the final drawing.
LIGO. Look. It says LIGO Laboratory.
No, that's not correct, bro.
Wait, is that the only one that you have? I'm just wondering. Is there any?
Oh my God! You asked. Okay, so here we go. You asked me to provide you the document. These are the as-built drawings. Now, are we going to hand wave dismiss them?
I already said earlier that I didn't want LIGOs because because I could not personally retrieve them from him.
Taylor, can I ask these guys a question?
Okay.
Go ahead.
But I'm just wondering if LIGO's all you have. Just curious.
You asked for the
services taken into account for geodetic surveying and things of that nature that you mentioned earlier.
Jesus
There would be a lot of
Christ.
examples.
Did you not ask for these?
Do you remember whenever I said I literally brought up other than LIGO, right?
Well, I'm sorry that you couldn't get the documents, but someone else did, and I just provided them to you.
I know, but in my request, I think I stated other than LIGO.
Not originally, Taylor. Not originally.
No, I think you can. I would like to rewind the tape because.
Okay.
Yes,
Well, you
other
can.
than
I've got a good.
hold on. I also requested in the public domain. But yeah, that's private, and so technically that would not fit my request that I made.
Oh,
but
goodness.
I'll still look at it. But it doesn't. That's not. That would be against what I asked for specifically in my request.
So you're gonna ask me for something that I probably can't provide, right?
Well, I would think that pretty much any bridge or any long building or any tunnel or any canal, if there are these long structures, would mention curvature, as that's what you were stating earlier.
Hey, people, what about the GPS status that Sly and all that did?
No, we're not diverting away from the curvature and as-bills.
Okay, what else would you like?
I'm just wondering if LIGO is the only one you can find.
Would you like the tow tanks where they test ships, where the building has to be built to the curvature of the earth? Would that be enough?
Yeah,
would
sure.
you need the as-built? Would you like the as-built for that? Because I don't have those.
I like the as-built for any structure.
Oh, I just gave you one, and you didn't want it.
I didn't want what? I still want it.
You didn't want LIGO.
I didn't, but I'll still take it. I'll still look at it either way.
Well, okay, well, it's there. When I gave you 2 videos that kind of explain what you're looking at, also.
Can you also DM it to me so I have it for future references?
I sure will.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's just flat earthers. You've been a flat earth for the last 5 to 10 years. Just admit it. That is when it did the internet explosion. Why? Straight out of the entertainment industry complex. That's it. You're caught up in a fandom. Fandoms are like religions. That's all it is. Right? They found something that feels right. The earth is not moving. I don't feel it moving. And it looks flat as far as the eyes can see. The entertainment industry complex seized on that and has caught you in it. Because you don't know science. You didn't study science 5 to 10 years ago. You just got introduced to it. And then when we came into the picture to show you the truth, you started to learn science. That is when you're like, yo, I didn't know all of this. But the entertainment industry complex snagged you. So you hang on to the very basic thing that the earth looks flat and it does not feel like it's moving. So when you learn from us the truth, you simply just deny it. And then use it against us. Hey, I know the globe model better than you. That's what you say all the time to us. And you start to spew nonsense about gravity and angular size and arc length.
Is Rob preaching again?
Okay, spare us the commentary, bro. Yeah.
You start to spew that. You start to spew it, dude.
Calm down, dude.
Yeah, no one else was talking, so he just, no one else was talking, so why not?
Exactly. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, dog. You know what I mean? That's simply it. You're learning.
Okay, Robert, do horizontal slope. There's a horizontal slope.
Right? So, well, it depends. Are you perpendicular on it?
It depends.
It depends.
Yeah, it depends. It depends. So if a slope,
It depends on if you want it to slope or not.
If you are
just imagine it sloping, and then you're good.
If you are perpendicular on that slope, from your perspective, it is horizontal. Absolutely.
Yeah, you're out of breath talking about bendy horizontals, dude.
Yes. If you are perpendicular to a line, right? That line is either vertical or horizontal.
I might be wrong on this, but isn't the horizontal defined to be straight by definition?
No, not straight. We didn't say straight. We said, listen, a line is horizontal to another line that is perpendicular to it.
You're not making sense.
Or it can be called vertical to another line that is perpendicular to it. That's just a fact.
Yeah, a horizontal could be sloped to someone else.
Yes, absolutely.
Slope. I thought you meant curved. My bad. Yeah, using the word slope, it needs to have an orientation.
Yeah, if I'm looking at a table, right, the table is horizontal. But if someone else is looking at the table while they're laying on their side, now the table to them is vertical.
Oh, you're kidding me, bro. That's
actually super incorrect.
That is perfect.
So the thing is, to their orientation, the table looks vertical.
So now vertical is no longer the vector of gravity.
Depends on how you're looking at it. Depends on how you're looking at it.
No, horizontal is perpendicular to the vector of gravity. This is what you guys say every single day.
Look it out. If I took a picture of a line, on a wall, right, I can orient that line horizontally. I can orient it as a slope. I can orient it as vertical. It doesn't matter. It depends on how you're looking at it.
What is vertical?
So yes, a horizontal can slope depending on how you're looking at it.
What is vertical?
Perpendicular to horizontal.
No. That's circular. What is vertical?
No, we just told you. That's what it is.
Okay.
No, that's not what vertical is.
Straight up and down. There you go. Straight up and down.
Yeah, why? Why is
perpendicular to plumb?
Why? What is plumb?
But we use horizontal and vertical in math.
Hold
right?
on, Earth is life is
why do we go through these redundant little questions that everyone always?
Dude, because every single day there's going to be a slope that says that vertical and horizontal is perpendicular to the vector of gravity.
It depends.
Why aren't you saying that right now?
It depends.
If I lay on a couch and I orient myself so horizontal isn't horizontal, that doesn't change the vector of gravity. What are you talking about?
If you're looking at the picture, are you worried about gravity? No, you're just worried about the orientation of the picture.
So you disagree with the definition that all these globers say every single day that vertical is the vector of gravity? Yes, you do.
No, vertical can be perpendicular to plumb. Yes.
No, vertical is not perpendicular to plumb. It is the vector of plumb.
Okay, but I can still orient a picture in a different orientation and make something that was horizontal. I can make it vertical.
You just said vertical is perpendicular to plumb. That's wrong.
Listen. I can take a picture of something that is vertical and I can orient it horizontally.
It's no longer vertical.
Do you agree, Electric?
Oh my god.
Come on, Electric.
Why do you guys fight about the silliest things?
No, we're not fighting. You're the one that is confused and you don't learn and you don't know basic. You don't know any basic things.
Shut up, Rob.
Orientation, you can orient the orientation of the line, big man. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about gravity and plumb. We're talking about a slope.
But you should be.
Really? We were the one leading the conversation.
Yeah, what is plumb?
You
plumb
just sit back, sit in the back of the class.
Is vertical.
We are leading the conversation. Sit in the back of the class.
You shouldn't because you're misrepresenting what vertical means.
We are talking about lines.
You're misrepresenting what vertical means, so I'm correcting you.
Okay, vertical is a line that is perpendicular to horizontal.
What causes that line to be vertical?
It's perpendicularity to the horizontal line.
Incorrect. That's not what causes the vector.
Why is that incorrect?
Are you serious?
Yes. Why is that incorrect?
All right, so I guess you guys are just extremely slow today.
Explain it.
I'm asking you a question. I'm not slow. I'm just asking you a question. Why is that incorrect?
Yeah, so apparently the very, very slow people don't realize that vertical is the vector of gravity. Your plumb line is due to gravity. Okay?
Who's talking about
orient myself, if I orient myself and a line appears to be vertical, but I'm not oriented to actually see that 90-degree line, then it's not vertical. Simple stuff.
Put on your weed, brother.
But now you're only talking about the context of using it and applying it.
You guys really do argue about 2D is 3D and no such thing as straight lines. You guys are out of your mind.
Okay. So now you're not you, but why there is like, I think it's easier to just explain it like you did, but because that's the context you're talking about. But sometimes
what are you talking about, dude? You're not making any sense right now.
For example, using you can draw a horizontal line on a piece of paper, expressing it as in a mathematical sense.
Expressing your understanding
and then
of
you have to
grade geometry incorrectly. Like you're actually getting it wrong.
So what is a horizontal line in math then? Like let's say you draw it just in the coordinate system.
2 points of equal elevation.
There's no elevation in the coordinate system.
Oh, are you sure?
It's just a grid. It's just a grid.
Yeah.
It's a grid.
Where's the horizontal
the position on the y-axis is the same for both points. That's a horizontal. Why do you not understand geometry?
So you're picking the x-axis. You're picking an axis. X-axis and y-axis. Was that what you did?
I don't care to walk through this second grade geometry with you.
No, I'm just asking you.
Let
You
me
picked
ask
an
you.
axis, right? But I thought it was Plum, right, who defined it. Now you picked an axis, not Plum.
Yeah. You are supposed to say the word gravity.
You asked for a horizontal.
Now you picked something else, so it's not one definition, right?
Yeah, let me ask
and when
you a
pick
question.
when you pick an
vertical-
axis, that's arbitrary. If I change the name, but there isn't gravity on a grid.
Yeah, is the vector of gravity considered vertical? Is that verticality?
Yes, but not. But when you use the word, when you use the word,
orient myself sideways and I look at a horizontal,
I'm just going to talk over you.
Don't talk over each other.
Yeah, guys, stop talking over me. I'm trying to walk you through something very simple.
No, you don't
so
understand
if I
my
look at a
point.
vertical
No,
line,
something very simple.
please, can I explain my point? You don't understand what I'm saying.
This is very simple, guy. So if I'm looking at a vertical line,
so what I mean by this
you're
is
just going to talk over me. Yeah, good job, dude.
Did you guys hear Terry just say don't talk over each other?
And he's intentionally talking over me. So this is very simple.
You only give 3 warnings,
Well, he's going to make my point for me.
Dude. Mute guy if you can't help me.
Mute him.
But anyway.
Mute electric, SE.
So you're looking at a vertical line, right? You drop a plumb line.
Mute electric, SE.
Right? It's subject to the force
be a big
of
man.
gravity.
Let electric go, and then somebody else could go. Come on, guys. This is not complicated.
Come on, globe cards. Yeah. Calm down, globe cards. Anyway, so if you drop a plumb line, right? It is falling in the direction of gravity, right? The force of gravity is creating your vector, right? That's plumb, okay? 90 degrees perpendicular to plumb is horizontal. If I orient myself differently, so the angle of plumb is different, that doesn't mean that if I now draw a new line and it appears to be 90 degrees in my reference, that doesn't make it vertical. Simple stuff. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
that's not what you were talking
about. You completely glossed over my point. That's fine.
So you don't
I can explain it. It was you wasted a little bit of time there, but that's fine.
Yeah, you're not making any sense.
My point. Can I please finish my point?
Not making any sense.
Can I please finish my point? I waited for electric to talk. I literally waited for him to
guys.
talk.
Come on, do I have to start muting people?
God.
Let a guy to respond.
Thank you. I'm just going to say one thing and I'm done, okay? So my point was exactly what you brought up earlier, right? When you were talking about you applying the word horizontal in in a grid system on a piece of paper, you picked an axis. When you pick an axis, it's arbitrary, right? You set the X or the Y, I'm not sure. You set one of the axes, right? And if you pick an axis in math, there is no difference between switching out any of these two axes. It's just a label. It means literally nothing. So you have to pick it. And so that's why people are being like a little bit pedantic when you're talking about this, because sometimes flat earthers can switch out the concept which we use in math and reality. So, for example, SC Montreal, talking about slope. Slope doesn't exist in math. Slope refers to a gradient, which is a reference to something. And then you have to
exactly.
You're tripping.
Yeah, it refers to something, right? It refers to something else. You can't have slope if you don't have a baseline.
Do you know the slope equation?
A slope is a reference. It's a reference point.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's an angle.
What is the slope equation?
It's an angle.
Y equals
what
mx
is the
plus
equation for a slope?
Y equals mx plus
like
c.
y plus x something, if you want to use a grid system.
Yeah, y
this
equals
is why you don't
doesn't matter. Huh? What? Sorry, what are you saying?
It's y equals mx plus c,
I
or y
understand
equals
now why
mx
you
plus c.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, right? It's an angle. So you're referring, but the angle is you can't have an angle unless you have something to refer to, right? You have to have two. You have to have a baseline, and then you have to have the angle referring to something.
That's right, 100%.
So that's the thing you're referring to is the one that is important in this case, right?
Slope is a real thing in math. There's real math equations.
Yeah, but you're always picking a reference.
The slope is 100% a real thing.
Yeah, we know.
Yes. Say that.
Yes,
I don't know. I agree, but you have to pick a reference. You can.
Hey, guy, I'm not talking.
Math.
I'm talking to iGlobe.
We know it's a real thing, ma'am, but it's a reference.
There's an equation and everything for it.
Y equals mx plus c, ma'am, right? So what's the y? What's the y? The y is the vertex. What's the x? The horizontal, right? You see that? So, but that's where you have designed, that's where the reference of the slope is in relation to the y and the x. You see that? That's how the slope is derived. That is what A guy is saying, ma'am. So what we're trying to tell Brother Electric is that the y is just perpendicular to the x on the page. That's all it is. That's
all it is.
It's nothing
X and Y, and then in reality, you typically replace X with the level line, and then you say, well, the level line is the X, and then you can use it in math. But on my piece of paper, it's just an X. It's not. Plum doesn't exist on a piece of paper. It exists in reality. Exactly. You just have to replace it in math. Then you can use it.
That's right.
So in the chat, I dropped 3 pictures in the chat: one vertical line, one horizontal line, and one slope. They're all the same line. All I did was orient my camera differently.
Very good. Well done, brother. You're the man.
Yeah, it's that simple, man. My goodness.
It's that simple. But flat earthers are able to. Well, let me not say it. I'm not going to say it because that might trigger them.
You got a Glober here saying a slope isn't real who can't even give the slope equation, bro.
We know what a slope is. Just because you don't know the equation doesn't mean you don't know what a slope is. Come on now.
That's on him, bro.
Honestly, like most people wouldn't like. Good. It's like 20 years when I studied math last. So just because I cannot quote some equation, like what is that? That's nothing. I took long math and I studied
another document.
But just because you cannot quote a equation from heart, like why should we be able to do that?
I'm sorry.
Just send me the as-built plans.
Yeah, that's
I don't see as-built plans on the link you sent.
All right, in your DM, I sent you 2 videos, and then at the bottom, I sent you a link to the as-built.
This is not a link to the as-built. This is a link to the LEGO website.
No, this is a link to the. When you click on the link, you click visit site. It says
This says
LIGO Laboratory as-built drawings.
okay. Now where do I click next? Because it says Livington, Hanford, architect, civil, electrical, HVAC, plumbing, structural.
I think it's structural.
Okay, then where do I click next?
So I think the best thing for you to do
You
is
should have
look
watched your
at.
own video and went through and clicked them so you
Oh
can
my
actually get
goodness.
the as-built plans where I can start
That's
reading.
why.
What
Hold on.
you're trying to show me where the curvature is.
Hold on. That's why I provided the 2 videos that will explain it a lot better than I
You
can.
should watch your videos and find the actual as-built plans that
I'm
show
not going to do
curvature
your research for you. I'm not going to do your research.
video and like click
I'm
through all
not
these
going to do
links.
your research for you.
This is
okay?
your source.
I'm not going to do your research for you.
You're not going to do mine.
I
This
led
is your
you.
source.
I led you to the water. Now you have to drink.
Okay, I'm gonna write this down because I have a list of claims. Whenever people ask Globers
Why don't
for
you
this,
just watch the video?
they send
Just
you
watch the
videos. They
video.
say, "Oh, I'm gonna do your research." But guess what? If I was to do the same to you,
Okay.
how would that turn out? If I was to
I
do
would
the
go
same,
and watch. I would go and watch the video.
find your way through it using a video. Would that be acceptable?
I would. Yes, it would, because I'd go and watch the video. That's what we do. Because that's what we do as growers.
I don't see anywhere on this link that you sent me that says any proof of curvature in LIGO in the LIGO structure.
Okay, and let me say it again. That's why I provided
isn't even on the link that you sent.
Okay. Again, that's why I provided.
You need to find it.
Oh my God. Again, that's why I provided the 2 videos that will explain to you where to click to
Then
see
maybe you should
what
do
you're
that
looking
so you
for.
can actually provide the source that you said you did.
I'm not going to do your research for you.
This is your research. Then don't make a claim if you can't back it up.
Okay, listen.
Nowhere on this link that I clicked does it say anything about curvature.
So if you gave me the same thing, I would do my research. Okay, I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna go watch these videos and then I'll find out what I'm looking for. That's what I would do because every time flat earthers provide us with things like this, we actually go and look at it. You guys don't. You guys want us to try and explain it on the spot.
Exactly.
No, every time I ask for sources, I get stuff like this.
Earth. So it's so true. Like when they sent me the ISS debunking video, I sat down for an hour and went through it, and I found all of the misrepresentations, all of the fabrications, and all of the lies that the flat earthers were saying, because I went and I found the original videos. You see that? Which flat earthers don't do. You think we could get away with that? Heck no.
Look, I would never do that, and I couldn't get away with it either. That's why I actually provide papers and tell you where in the actual article you can click on the link and get what you're looking for and what I say the link says. This link does not give me anything about curvature.
Okay. So again, I'm going to say it for the 10th time.
That's your word.
I'm going to say it for the 10th time. If you watch the video by F.E. Dogma, was Hanford LIGO built on a flat Earth or a globe? He literally goes through the as-built documents and shows you where the curvature was accounted for.
Then whenever you're trying to say, there's proof of curvature on the LIGO, stop, please. I'm responding to him. Whenever you say that there's proof of curvature in the LIGO documents, maybe you should provide that right there to me.
This is exactly what I said. I'm going to provide you the documents. You're probably not going to understand them. So here are videos that are going to explain it for you. It's all there. Stop arguing with me.
Have any numbers or measurements?
Go and watch the videos. Do your research. Go watch the videos, and then come back.
No, I'm not doing your research. You claimed that you had a link that you could send me that shows curvature. This does not even have any measurements.
Okay. Yep, doesn't show anything. Yep. Hand wave dismisses like it was never there.
Could you post them here in the chat or to me DM as well? I would like to see them.
It's in the chat also, but hold on one second. If you scroll up to about, let's see, it's a ways up.
If it's in the chat, that's fine. I will find it. I'm just driving right now.
Yeah, there's two videos, one by Blue Marble Science and one by F.E. Dogma. Well, there are actually 2 videos by Blue Marble Science. But one's yeah. So they explain it perfectly. So don't get mad at me. Just go watch the video. Just because it specifically doesn't have a page where it says, here's where they accounted for curvature. You have to actually do the research.
This was your claim, and you're supposed to be the one doing the research, sir. I said, yeah, I'll check it out. But I'm not going to go do the I said I will check out whatever you have. But I'm not. This wasn't my claim that I need to substantiate. So this is your claim to do the research.
Okay. Well, just don't do it. You know what you can do? Just don't look at it and just continue saying that they never account for curvature. That's how it'll go away. And then you win. Because you just dismissed it. You win.
First of all, in the requirements, I said don't send me anything from LIGO. I couldn't get their as-built plans, and they wouldn't send them to me. Second of all, I still said I would look at it either way, and now there's nothing to even look at. Now you're telling me I have to do more research. This is so stupid.
Oh my goodness, you got to do oh my God, do your own research.
Dude, this is your source, bro. Goodness. You don't tell the person that you're trying to claim that you have evidence for to do their research. You're trying to make a claim to me that there's something that shows curvature in LIGO's documents. You don't then tell the person that you're sending it to that they have to do research. Are you kidding me? Are you crazy? Like, what the heck?
You want to know what's ironic about all this? Blue Ball, do you know what's ironic about all this? We talk about this with flat earthers. We state a quote out of something, and then all of a sudden we get our head chewed off about the quote to say, "Oh, what's the source for that quote or for that information?" And then we have to get the actual source for it, and we're giving them the source. That's.
I know. And what is the one thing that flat earthers always say? Do your own research.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you haven't done it enough to be able to send anybody any evidence.
Then when we provide something for you to do your research, you don't want to provide it.
Bro, you're telling that you're trying to you're trying to persuade me that there's proof of curvature here in LIGO. In whatever there's dozens of documents. Send me whatever one talks about the curvature. It's that easy.
Oh goodness!
If there really is any, that's not my job.
Again, Taylor.
Well, you don't even need curvature. You have 3 LIGO stations on the planet. They get signals from deep space, and you can triangulate them. And so you would get. Since there's 3 of them, it would either be in front of these 3 arrays or behind them, and then we can look in the sky and see if they're there or not.
Well, the thing is, she's not on about what they actually do at LIGO. They don't care about these things being so precise they can detect wobbles in gravity, outer space. They're on about the actual construction of them.
Is that link that you provided?
They account for the curvature of the Earth, and that's what they don't care about them, measuring 2 black holes colliding.
Did you provide a link to documents coming from LIGO? So is it something officially from LIGO, from their homepage or so?
Yeah, it's their as-built documents.
Yeah, so yes, they are publicly. These documents are publicly available. This is exactly what Taylor is refuting.
Yeah, well,
yes, and she moved the goalpost as always.
So it's not just of course. This is not just a document that someone sends you, Taylor. It's a document that's on their webpage. You can just download. You claim that's not accessible, but it is, and he gave you the information.
That's not even what I claimed.
And now you're just saying nah and running away.
Are you crazy? Please tell me what you think happened, because whatever you just described is not what happened at all.
You were exposed on the dumbest lie ever.
Now I'm cut off by 2.
Hold on, gentlemen.
I'm going to leave if I can't talk. Snooze, you totally lied. That is not what I did at all. What happened was I asked him for any structural as-built plans that show. Excuse me, Ecoplex. Now there's 3 people who have interrupted me, and this time I've been talking.
Ecoplex, please.
Come on, Hammerize 4?
Yes.
Seriously? 4 people? Is there any moderator?
Okay, I just muted.
Yeah,
No?
she's
Okay.
muted.
Go ahead.
So as I'm going to
Yeah,
continue,
there is. Stop
I asked him for any
interrupting Taylor, guys.
buildings that had as-built plans that show curvature. He said he has the as-built plans that, you know, where it references that they had to, you know, include the curve of the earth. Okay. He sends me a link that has a dozen different links on it. And different pathways. I don't know which one to take to where.
Yes, plans are complex and you need to read them.
So by the way,
You actually
nowhere in this
need to
document that
read
he sent
them
me
and
does it
do your research.
or that they
Just
accounted for any
stop.
curvature. Okay. So I'm just
Go ahead.
saying. And by the way, when I asked him to send me any structures that have take the curve of the earth into account, I literally said not LIGO for reasons.
You're
Okay, and I still
circling the same point.
I'll still look at it, and then what I get is that I have to watch a
Open
YouTube
the
video.
damn
So don't
website
ever
and
be mad at
read.
flat earthers for sending you guys a YouTube video. Thank you.
Hold on. Why not? But why not LIGO then? Why not LIGO?
So
Because
Taylor,
I
you
was
just
not able
claimed
to access
before
their
that you
as-built
didn't
plans.
want to
It's not
have
publicly
LIGO
available.
because it's not publicly
Hold on,
accessible.
Mustard.
Taylor, you claimed you
Hold
didn't
on.
want to
Yes.
see LIGO because
Wait,
it's not publicly accessible.
wait, hang on,
Now,
Snooze.
Earth's life shows you that it's publicly accessible. So there's no reason to reject LIGO because you can view in these documents publicly. It's just wrong that you say it's not publicly accessible.
And let me go back and say, because, and I said earlier, just because you couldn't find them, someone else did, and they made several
It's a
videos
private
about
entity,
these
so it's
documents.
they have
But
different
again, like
regulations for their as-built plans.
okay, you couldn't find them, but someone else got them. Okay.
He gave you a public link.
And on here,
and it's,
nowhere on this link does it say
hold on,
curvature.
go ahead.
So I'm just going to send it doesn't exist until you can actually share it.
What you want it to actually say verbatim, this shows curvature.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they want, right? Even though on the website for LIGO, it verbatim says they had to take the curvature of the earth into account, but that's not good enough.
Where's
You
that?
want the actual, you want the ASMO plans to say, oh, this is curvature, earth curvature right here, 10 feet down of curvature. Is that what you wanted to say?
Yeah, she wants to read the drawings without any knowledge.
Between terrain
and you know what?
And she wants it to say, Tyler, here is the curve.
And even if it did, that would be a lie also. You wouldn't even take that as it actually saying that, even if it did say that.
Here we go. I'll use this
I
as an
haven't got any
example,
structures
people.
or as-built plans
I just
that admits
posted a
anything about
screenshot.
curvature.
Can you read the design plan? That you want to claim one, request one?
Hello?
No, you need to stamp. Why are you jumping through hoops when you see that she doesn't want to even check it? Why you
Do you
continue
not think
to
that I
jump
have
through
checked it?
hoops?
This is your ignorance. You must have just got here.
Right.
You don't know
you
that I've
just
been on
got
this
here and you're
website
interrupting. Either
checking
say
around?
something of knowledge or don't talk, Agent. Don't do what you're doing.
She just interrupted him. Why are you bitching complaining about him just talking and then her interrupting him?
Because we moderate flat earthers over people here.
No, just don't come in and talk like that. Either come in and say something about the subject or don't say anything.
Right, I heard the conversation.
The moderation, which we're allowed to do. We're allowed to complain about moderation. And if you're just going to ignore that she interrupted him and then bitch at him for getting interrupted by her, that's fucking bullshit.
It's not about interrupting. It's about coming in and saying nothing.
It is about you hating me and not hearing what I said. Just to
No, you
moderate
didn't say
me
nothing.
specifically.
All you did is you came in and
I
you
said
started
Earth
insulting
is life
Taylor.
has provided a public evidence of the curve being taken into account. The next logical step
Then he said I
is
wasn't
for
looking
her
into it, which
to check
actually
it.
I am
Why
on
are
the
you
link.
talking? Why are you talking?
Interrupting again.
Let him finish.
God.
Thank you. Agent, carry on.
Anyway, I think a few people already told you what prevents you from checking this evidence. Just checking, not even accepting.
I think I'm
Just
doing that.
reading, and we will guide
you
you
assuming I
through
haven't
the
done it?
drawings.
Why are you assuming that I'm not checking it? I do want you to know though, whenever flat earthers give you YouTube videos, I never want to hear y'all complain about it again.
What? We will complain because you guys do not look at it. I'm surprised that you guys believe that ISS debunking video. I am so surprised. I'm shocked.
How do you think that? How do you come to the conclusion that we don't look at it?
Yes,
but you shouldn't say, "Oh, I have evidence for this. Here's the source," and then you have to do your research.
How on God's name you believe that
like that
rinky-dink video? How did you guys believe that rinky-dink video? The man
completely deflection.
The man showed he was an easy one. He showed a group of people twice being thrown up into the air and back down to the floor. And you know what he said? He says, "What did the ISS hit? A gravity pocket?" You know what he was showing? He was showing the training video for the astronauts on the parabola plane that trains them in 0G, tries to mimic 0G. So when that's coming out of his parabola, obviously people are going to come back down to the floor of the aircraft. He lied on the video twice, and you guys didn't see that?
Stop yelling, bro. Stop yelling. Stop yelling and keep your comments short, bro.
Dude, people.
Why are you moderating him? If he wants to talk like that, why?
You mind your own business.
Like, this little deflection.
What's the issue? What's your issue?
The issue is we don't want
didn't
people
let him
yelling.
finish a normal sentence.
Yelling and monologuing. I repeat, the issue is
it's
we
on
don't want
page
people
4.
yelling and monologuing.
Monologuing. Hold on. Everybody monologues all the time. I hear you, SE, you sit down and you listen to Geo monologue for 30 minutes. You didn't say a word. You didn't say, "Well, stop monologuing, Geo." Come on, stop your hypocrisy. Come on, dude.
You want me to mod Geo on his own channel? Like, what are you saying, bro? What don't you?
What you say is Geo.
Let's stay focused.
In coherent sentences, bro.
Yeah,
Try that.
what you do is you say, Geo, you're kind of monologuing a little bit. You know, I know it's your server, but we accuse them of monologuing. So let's tamper down on that, right, sir? That's all you have to do. But you don't do it. Give me a break.
We're not in Geos. We're here. We're here now, and we're talking here. Let's keep it civil.
Of course.
Without monologuing and yelling. What's wrong with that? Is that a hard thing to do?
Yes, actually.
All right. So last paragraph of page 4 in the document provided for the Lego construction has the curvature taken into account.
The last document on page 4 of what link?
The link provided by Terry. That second link.
Terry,
the
give it to me.
PDF. It's in the Omnipresence text chat. You just got to scroll up a little bit.
Can you DM it to me as well so I have it for the future?
Terry the car.
Yeah, I reposted a shorter link to the two sources.
The title is called "Precision Alignment of LIGO for kilometer arms using dual frequency differential GPS."
Is this on the as-built plans?
What plans? What?
Do you know what as-built plans are?
No, I'm not
Do you want
familiar
to
with the last
explain?
name.
What's the difference between the plans and as-built plans for you when it comes to the curve? Come on.
Yeah,
Then I'd be giving him the answer.
Clarify the term for me. I'm familiar with what a plane is, but what are you referring to?
I can explain the term if other people aren't familiar with it because I used to work in the industry.
You're really quiet, Trevor.
No, don't explain. She wants to demand only as-built engineering drawings. So come on, Tyler, explain why.
Explain what? I asked him a question.
Well, I told you that I wasn't familiar with the term. Could you explain the term?
Of as-built plans? That's the plans as they were built of a structure after it was built. Plans, you can have pre-plans, what you plan on doing, but then you have as-built, which is how exactly it was built, including any modifications or changes they made from the plans.
So what does it mean in reality?
What does it mean in reality?
The surveyor went there and checked. Those are the actual measurements. Therefore, there was a curve that has been taken into account.
I'm sorry,
And it fits the original design and the drawings that were calculated with a curve inside them.
I mean, I've been there. I've been to LIGO. There's a tunnel. It's a big tube. You gotta get up on your tiptoes if you want to see the end of the tube.
Guys, this is just a distraction. As-built plan. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna walk past a building right now. Hey, you guys have the as-built plan for this building? They're gonna be like, here's the blueprint.
But it's not an
No, Robert. In the industry, you actually have
and they have to be precise.
after quality management, and you measure it, especially on such a big device like LIGO.
It's not even that big.
Undoubtedly, that debunks your crybaby fluffer.
There's a 23-mile bridge that doesn't mention curvature whatsoever in the as-built plans.
Again, it depends on the device or what the hell are you building. When you build a bridge, you don't need that tolerance. You don't need those measurements.
I'm gonna look for the as-built. I'm gonna look for the as-built plan for my vehicle right now.
Okay, can I just explain what an as-built plan is? Because if the plan showed to make something that was straight, a straight line between 2 points that did not follow the curvature of the Earth, it would not be annotated on the as-built drawing, no Earth curve found. The drawings would have been redone when they did the layout. They would have said, you guys are crazy, the Earth is flat, it does not curve, we need a whole new set of blueprints. As-built plans get annotations on them for things like, you asked us to hang these mechanical items at 8 centimeter intervals, but we couldn't here. We had to move this one to 6 and this one to 10 because we could not attach it here because there was an impediment. Or we had to resize this as discussed in the field.
We know.
Yes, it will
so let me respond to a
it
statement.
will have the diversion from the original plan. Therefore,
that's not
therefore,
as-built.
Therefore, there is no point to ask for as-built. Any plan of the LIGO shows how straight it should be in order to work. That's the whole
let me
point.
respond to this statement about the as-built plans. So the as-built, you literally go through every piece of every structural component of whatever you're building, like every single segment of the bridge, the steel rods, how long they were. Yes, they are. Yes, they
it's in the blueprint.
No, you don't actually know what the as-built is.
It's in the blueprint.
Where the pieces are located, it goes through surveying of the different structure. It goes through
That was done before. That was done before.
Not everything.
Yes, it does.
Not everything. No, it doesn't work like that.
Then how does it work?
You check what matters, what the engineer gave you to check. No, nobody checks the whole segment, every part for every tolerance again.
Yeah, no,
because
I wasn't
sometimes there
implying
is no need for it.
all the different components of the structure, they'll say, hey, they put this here,
non-engineering program.
Use this piece here, and then the steel rods and all the components that made up the structure and where they placed them.
Anyway, level has no meaning in an engineering drawing. The most you will get is the amount of flatness relative to straight geometry.
And whatever they
it will not say curve or whatever.
That went through the bridge.
And you're not listening because you don't care.
Yeah, the point is that they build these things to spec, right? And
they do
as best as possible. Now, check this out. Earth curvature. Now, remember, you're curving at 8 inches per mile. Okay, that curvature is extremely minuscule, extremely, right? So when you build these structures, right, if it requires a certain level of precision, right, as you're building it over the ground, and you feel like you're not getting your lines as straight, you adjust to get your lines as straight as possible. That's what you do. You can literally build a square box on a basketball. You can.
Okay, so I have some questions about the as-built plan. So they were saying the Earth curves away. So they basically are keeping this beam completely straight, even though it's not following the curve of the Earth. So basically the beam itself is flat, right? And then the Earth's curving away from it based on
the
what
beam
you
is
posted.
straight. The beam is straight.
Straight, and the Earth isn't. The Earth can't be straight, and so so you have to like make this like a cord line into the Earth. I think they put it underground in order to avoid disruption from other. I can't remember. If you're talking about LIGO, I think that they set it on bedrock to avoid disruption. But there's also like a whole bunch of like suspension components that keep it from being affected, that are meant to dampen vibration from known tremors, things like earthquakes, for instance. Like there's a whole bunch of things like that involved. But yeah, if you have something that is perfectly straight and rigid, and it sets on the Earth anywhere near the ground, you will have to trench it into the ground because of the Earth curve if it's of a particular size. It's not a noticeable amount if it's a really small thing, but I believe these are kilometers long branches of this. It's a type of interferometer, the LIGO experiment, right?
I think I found the elevation plans, the as-built elevation.
Yeah, and as-built.
Okay, so can someone explain to me, like, basically, is the beam tube is that curving with the Earth, or is it not curving with the Earth?
It would not work if it was curving with the Earth. So no.
Remember.
You don't understand.
And is this
even
above?
what you're
This is
asking.
above ground, right?
Remember, Taylor. Listen again. The Earth it's soft. If you have curving, what you'll do is level it. The Earth is very large. For all intents and purposes, we can treat the surface as flat. It is very, very large.
Well,
If you
not
go
in this
to Holland,
case.
if you go to Holland, for example, Holland is one of the flattest places on the planet. So that means normally where you couldn't see beyond 3 miles, right? Say in Kansas, in Holland, you can see possibly 3.5 to 4 miles because of the Earth's imperfections, right? So where they build the LIGO in a place where they can make even those adjustments if they wish. You see what I'm saying? So they don't have to follow the Earth curve. They just build a flat area to lay out their machine. That's simply it.
Okay, so anyway, are these beam tubes above or below the ground?
I can't recall if this particular apparatus is a
The tubes are like in like mostly above, but kind of in the ground.
Okay, this is the one that's like they had to trench a cord line across the Earth to keep.
I've only been to one of the 3 stations.
Yeah, and you need multiple.
Which one did you go to?
That's cool.
I went to the Hanford site.
Yeah, the Hanford site has definitely got entrenchment. I think the one in Livingston, down in Louisiana, I think the tangent point is actually close to the crux of the arms. I'm not sure that any of it is necessarily recessed.
Okay, so on one side, on the edges, it's taller from the ground. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I can't go watch this video if I'm on this space.
Yeah,
So on the end stations and the main station, they're a little higher, and then in the mid station they need to be a little lower.
Lower, exactly. It's like those houses that are built on mountains, right? You see how they do? They put it on stills. They kind of, they put a beam to connect to the side of the mountain to balance it out nice and flat.
So it's like you get 2 points on a circle and you're trying to get a straight line between them.
And this is 1 meter high. You're saying they're 1 meter higher on the edges.
No, 1 foot.
Well, the difference between the stations is actually, what is it? Yeah, it's about 3 feet, as you can see in the elevation.
No, it's 1 foot.
Depends on which LIGO you're going to.
Yeah, if there's more than one site,
right.
they might have had to make different alterations for different topography of the ground that they built it on, right?
So the one
And they did because the Hanford, the tangent point is actually I can't remember if Hanford is south or west facing. But let's say whatever the south or the west arm is where they have the tangent point. And the Livingston, Louisiana one, it's very close to the crux between the arms for the facility.
Wasn't it so that the center point is horizontal, not the midpoint? So the crossing point is horizontal and not the halfway point in the tubes, right?
One of them
It depends on which facility.
Okay, they are built differently.
Yes.
Yeah, you're there. Just give me a sec, Jess.
They're very similar instruments. They're in different locations with different buildings.
Terry, can you tell me about this picture you posted, where it's the arm station elevation?
Yeah, that's just showing you the elevation above sea level.
Okay, because one of the arms looks like it only okay, so elevation above sea level. So this one goes 1 foot smaller, 1 foot shorter in the center. And then this one goes like 64, 61, 60. So this one shows an elevation drop of 4 feet, whereas the one going more horizontally doesn't show an elevation drop any from the beginning to end. So I don't understand. Is this LIGO in Livingston?
That's because the tangent is not perfectly at the crux. And also, so I mean, this is the one at Hanford, Washington.
Yeah, this is the Hanford site.
So why isn't it dropping the same rate on each? If this
because the tangent point is
different tangent points.
What do you mean?
LIGO is shaped like an L. The point that they've made tangent that they're basing this L on does not necessarily have to be at the crux where the L meets, as long as they build the rest of the facility. Given the local topography and what was going on, they felt that it was better to place the tangent point further down the arm for construction. So for that one, the place that is considered tangent to the easy. What is the easiest way to say it? The point that is considered what they're going to base everything off of to make the rest of the facility flat in relation to is down the arm, as opposed to being where the arms meet in Hanford.
Okay, so where the arms meet though, like either way, each of these arms should have the same change in elevation.
No, they should not.
No, right. Because you're trying to get a straight.
Why?
You're trying to get a straight.
All right. Think in your mind. You've got something. It's 2 centimeters by 2 centimeters, and you've got a 2 centimeter by 2 centimeter L piece. Now, if you were to take that and put it on the surface of a ball, and you held the corner as the part that is touching the surface of the sphere, that would make sense that there would be an equal change of elevation. Now, instead of just pushing down directly on that, Taylor, listen. Now, instead of pushing down directly at that bend, go further down one of the go further down one of the lines of the L, about halfway down one of the arms, and press that as the flat point. Now you don't have the same elevation. That's the difference.
I think you just got 2 chopsticks. You put them at 90 degrees, but you're kind of on a hill.
Can somebody send me the document
the
behind
place
this?
looks like Death Stranding if you've played the game. It's like that's the terrain.
Terry, is there a document behind this image?
That's just the measurements taken off the LIGO plans.
And this isn't the one in Livingston.
Is there a document? I DM'd it too.
There's a document associated with this picture?
Yeah. I can give you, if you want, I also give you a link for all the as-built plans.
Are these only LIGO as-built plans? If anybody has anything but LIGO.
LIGO is the type of construction. There are 3 such constructions.
Right. Nothing but LIGO. That's kind of what I mentioned at the beginning of this conversation. But anyway, I want to know about the one in Livingston. So the one in Livingston, basically basically it's like 3 feet taller on the edges of the tubes on the very terminal points. And you're saying like the center is 3 feet shorter as compared to the Earth. Right? Because the Earth's curved?
Sorry, say it again.
That the terminal points of the LIGO tube are 3 feet higher, so it could be flat along the surface of the Earth.
Sorry, I misread the chart. You read it better than I did. So the first 2 readings are the center, the primary station. Then the next 2 readings are going up, and then the next 2 readings are going to the right in that little diagram. And
but
so we see
Tyler,
531 above sea level, and then we see 528, 527. So clearly we have this drop. And then this other one we have a rise. So the one that happens to be at the highest point is one of the side stations.
Yeah, and she calls it flat. It's not.
Are these
flat.
completely straight? Because it looks like this is going over like, so 63 feet is the distance. Oh, that's in the middle. Okay.
Did you mute me or did
So
you?
it looks like from the beginning to the end, they're both at 64 feet above sea level. But then for the other arm, there's a 4-foot difference.
I mean, this laser needs to be straight to like the precision of 10 to the minus 20 something.
That's right. It needs to be as straight as possible. Absolutely.
This is the most accurate measuring instruments
wouldn't the arm
known
at the
to
bottom, at the very
mankind,
bottom,
by the way.
This is the actual black swan.
wouldn't the arm need to drop 4 feet though?
Flat Earth.
For that to happen?
No, notice she talks for me because she muted me. This is your black swan, by the way. If you don't understand, this is what falsifies Flat Earth.
Can you explain this chart to me then, M theory? Because literally it shows a 4-foot drop from the more vertical tube and a 0-foot drop in sea level.
Yes.
Because you need a straight tube. You don't need it curved.
Right, that's right. You need a straight tube.
You don't understand. So one of the tubes is curved, one of them isn't. Like this is what you're saying.
No, that's not.
One of the tubes are curved.
No, you don't understand the drawing.
Again, you have remember the analogy? We have the 2 chopsticks. We put them at 90 degrees, but then we have like a fucked up hill. Like we have fucked up terrain. It's desert. It's rocky.
Terrain. Okay, so terrain is the reason why. So what's the terrain out for LIGO and Livingston?
No, but nonetheless, we need to have a change in elevation in order to account for it to make some straight chopsticks.
Yeah. Bedrock, limestone, these sort of things. Yes.
So Livingston doesn't have terrain problems either.
They all have terrain problems. They have to excavate the land.
Yeah, it's just not. It's just in Livingston. I'm not quite sure what the terrain is. Let's take a look at a picture.
Right. No matter what, no matter where you build, you will always have terrain issues that you have to get over. Yes.
I agree. So what about the Livingston terrain? How do we know that 3-foot drop in the center isn't just from that?
Yeah. No.
Well, it's not. I'm looking at a bunch of forest rather than rocky desert.
I think the best person to actually explain this would be Blue Marble Science would be the best person to ask these questions to, because he's the one that did the analysis.
No. The questions are very easy to answer. We know exactly what was achieved and how it was achieved and what needs to be done in order to achieve it. So all of these things have elevation issues. They have excavation issues. They have terrain issues. You name it. All of these things. So they have to make the necessary adjustments in order to get that beam as straight as possible. All of these things are normal when you're building even a playground. Normal things. Correct.
So in here, the soil seems much softer.
That's right. That's right. Softer soil, yes, indeed. So you have to compact the soil in order to make sure you have the beams nice and firm, so to keep that tube nice and straight. All these things are part of regular everyday building structures. Yes.
How long is Lego again? 2.5 miles.
So you got 2 kilometer. You got 2 kilometer tubes going in 90 degrees. And then there's like a mirror at the end, and then laser bounces off the mirror and comes back to the main station.
It's 4 kilometers, not 2. 2.5 miles.
That's it.
Yeah, so it's 2 miles.
I guess I doubled it. Yeah, I'm sorry.
And over 2 miles, you can achieve pretty much flat, pretty flat things for structures for what you need to achieve. The Earth is only curving at 8 inches per mile per mile. I mean, the only thing you're going to be running into with just something like that would be terrain issues that you have to be concerned about. Right? Slight curvature like that is pretty much negligible.
Yeah, we just have to do a survey of the area they put the Lego at. But the as-built plan should have survey data as well.
But this is what they
every
did.
bridge
This is
construction survey has curvature of the Earth in it. Just by the way.
Yeah.
But wait, this is the whole point of the as-made drawing. They recheck what matters, and they already did it. What you want to measure, they already measure it. You already have all the information if you actually saw the video and saw the drawings, where you will have an explanation how to read them also, which he gave you hours ago.
Yeah, where's the survey data for the land? Maybe you could send the link, in theory.
Again, you have a plan, okay? And you check with the plan that you got what you wanted. The survey isn't relevant at that stage because you already made the design according to the knowledge you started from.
Now which link do I click on?
No, you make illogical assumptions and demands because you don't understand the issue.
Now, under the Livingston, where do I click on next to get that data? In theory?
Okay, why do I need to jump through hoops
Is it architectural,
when you
civil,
clearly aren't listening?
Where's that data again that you just said they had?
You're the expert on as-built, to be honest.
I already
I found it under.
3 times.
I found it
He
under.
Explained.
I found it under either architectural or structural.
Okay, then there's like 100 different ones.
Structural. It would be structural, and then I found
and the next stage you will also teach her how to read the structural drawings, right?
This is their source, by the way, not mine.
Well, this is what you were asking
because in some stage you actually need to be in a level that you can read something.
That's how I got the only one I asked.
Or at least you need to see the video.
I'm still willing to look through it.
No, you need to first see a video how to read it.
In theory, can you please stop? Thank you.
Why do you keep over talking him?
Dude, do you not see what he's doing? I'm sitting here talking to another dude. He's consistently talking in the background. He doesn't even have any substance to add or anything. He's not even looking at what we're looking at. You just consistently.
If you don't understand my substance,
you're not even
it
on
is
the
not
pages
my
where we're trying to
fault.
find the data, dude. You're just talking
If
in the
you
background.
don't have the capacity
I just asked
to
you, what do I
listen
click on next?
until
You
I
have no
finish
clue.
the sentence, you're not worthy for a discussion.
Told you nothing. Nothing. Like, come on, dude. At least don't interrupt somebody trying to help me.
Taylor, you are literally interrupting all the time. You are one of the most interrupters at the moment, Taylor. You're always claiming that people are interrupting
But
you.
M Theory's talking behind two people having a conversation and he
me,
doesn't care.
But always people try to explain something to you and you constantly interrupt them.
He wasn't
Just be aware of that.
He was just going on about whatever, and like I'm asking him
What's the problem to let someone else finish his thought? What is the problem in someone else finishing his thought, even if you don't agree, even if it's a glober?
Go find out on the data where to find it.
Bring evidence that you are asking before, you don't have to constantly interrupt them. You're always victimizing yourself. Seriously,
I
it's
think she
pretty
read.
annoying.
I think she read. She done victimizing for today.
Yeah, so there was somebody trying to help her find the right document. She was trying to find it on the website. I don't know why we couldn't have just let that play out rather than going into the ad homs.
But Jesse,
Well,
you weren't here.
She
You
was
weren't
in the
here.
very beginning. Yeah, in the very beginning, she claimed, so she was talking about like Pontchartrain and other bridges and so on, and she were searching for construct documents that mention curvature of Earth, or that needs to be according to curvature of Earth. And she said she couldn't find anything. And she said LIGO is often claimed, but she couldn't find any publicly available documents of LIGO, so that doesn't work. But then Earth is Life not only sent her the documents, but also gave her the links to the publicly available as-built plans of LIGO. The only thing why she said in the beginning that LIGO doesn't work for her is because it's not publicly available. Then she was proven wrong and still said nah for these documents that were provided. Not only were the documents provided, they were provided together with a video how to read and to interpret these documents. So she was literally spoon-fed with the information she was requesting earlier. Yeah? And then
It's
she
as public
rejected
as
it
it gets,
because
right?
she had to watch the videos. There are too many links. There are too many informations. That was what she was doing.
Yeah, and I try to literally explain what happens in engineering and what type of information we will have on those drawings and what could be expected. It would not say in writing no curve or something like that. And she was just talking through me to ignore it.
Right, and that's why, and that's what I said in the beginning. I was like, I'm gonna send you the documents, right? But you're probably not gonna understand them. So I'm gonna also provide videos. That way, in the video, it literally walks you through. But she was unwilling to watch the video. She wanted me to like show her exactly where in the document it says this is where they accounted for Earth curvature.
It's like literally the most internationally available data I could think of.
So, that's usually what happens. We provide the information, but they're unwilling to look at the information.
Like Caltech telescope data, I think that's pretty international. Hubble telescope data, there you go.
Right, and even if it did say in the as-built documents here's where Earth curvature was taken into account, she would still deny it.
I think that, and then CERN information.
Hey, Earth is Life. You were, I don't know, yesterday or the day before talking about like bouncing lasers on the moon. regarding the retroreflector. Just, do you remember? Or do you recall? Just as a heads up, in 1962 on the MIT, they actually bounced or measured the distance to the moon with a laser prior to the Apollo missions. But of course, it needed to be like a stronger laser than afterwards. Of course, I will just send the link also in the chat.
Okay. New information. See.
Those are some pretty cool freaking lasers, by the way.
That what I posted here is just like quick googling, but it seems to be 1962.
I want to see that wattage.
MIT Research Laboratory of Electronics.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, it was an infrared laser, pretty long wavelength.
What's up, you fucking globetards?
Yep. We're here.
It's always nice with a respectful person to talk.
You don't deserve respect.
Okay.
Do you believe in dignity?
You want respect, you gotta earn it.
Okay.
Do you believe in dignity?
You're over here asserting that the Earth is a ball, so you're a liar, first off.
What question did I ask you?
Second off, you think anybody that disagrees with you should be disrespected and they're stupid, and you slander them because of doing drugs and not having an education. So you don't earn any
Who is
respect
coming in
yet.
here and insulting
Based off
other
your
people?
actions, your actions do not deserve
Are
any
you
respect
insulting
yet.
us or are we insulting you?
Based
Think
off
about
your
it.
actions, you don't deserve any respect yet.
I think we've given you plenty of respect.
You have Earth is life, but not these other guys.
I think if you came at things a little differently, you might get some respect. You know.
Well, these guys think that abuse works to make a flat earther turn globe. So why can't I think that abuse is going to make the globe turn flat?
He muted me from our last conversation. I think that's what happened.
It's pretty dumb. It's like you guys like to dish it, but you can't take it.
Says the person who muted me.
Yeah, it's just funny. Like you guys congregate, the one common denominator amongst you all is that you're anti-flat Earth, right? So therefore, you think that's a proxy to disrespect anybody that is questioning the shape of the Earth.
And who got disrespected though?
Yeah, you're all disrespectful. Not you, Earth is life, but people I see in this room mostly. Hey, what's up, Quad?
Oh, baby.
Shut up, Mogi. No one cares. What's up, Quad? Yeah, Quad's been dunking on you globe cards forever.
No, he's super disrespectful. Brings nothing to the game, man.
Quad is right in the vein. He's in the right place.
Never brings any evidence. Always talks about things other than. He now talks about things other than flat Earth because
Yeah, there's no evidence for a globe. Like, doesn't exist.
No, it sure doesn't.
Yeah.
You got the guys in Gem Pandas. They're talking about like Nazis and they're talking about Ukraine and milk and all kinds of stupid shit. They never bring up globe evidence.
Okay. Yep, 24-hour sun. Globe evidence. There you go.
They didn't really go to Antarctica.
Very well documented by hundreds of people.
I embarrassed MC2 the other day. He couldn't provide any evidence that he was really in Antarctica.
Okay. Well, he's just one person. I mean,
Were you there?
thousands of people that were there.
I don't know. You're not
that go
paying
there every
attention
year.
to when your globe gets debunked. You know.
There's thousands of people that go there every year. So just because
Where
you
do you
deny
think
that
they're
one
going?
person, no.
They're going
They're
where?
going.
They're
They're going
going
to
off the
Antarctica.
coast of Punta Arenas.
Yeah, they're going south for 5 hours. Where else would you be?
Yeah, if you look at the telemetry data from that flight from Punta Arenas to Union Glacier, it's not telemetry data.
Okay, says who?
Says what real telemetry data should look like.
Oh yeah, where's the real telemetry data? What should it look like?
You've never seen telemetry before?
What should it look like?
Shouldn't look like a straight line if you're on a globe.
Well, I mean, I can pull up the actual flight from
Yeah,
Flight Radar
they flew
24.
they flew south, right? They flew
Yeah,
south.
like I
Earth is
said,
rotating, right?
I can pull up the flight from Flight Radar 24, and they flew straight south.
Yeah, that's that fake telemetry data. You're gonna pull up the fake telemetry?
Oh, it's fake now. All the rest of the flights on there are real, but except that one is fake though, right?
Most telemetry is fake. They don't give you the actual telemetry.
Come on, man. Now you're just trolling. Come on.
No, I'm not trolling. You wish I was just trolling. You can't actually rebuttal what I'm saying.
Well,
It could be that I'm just speaking truths, and there is no way to really counter the truth. That could be the case.
Because you're not interested in the counter. Would you like one?
No.
Angular momentum exists.
Oh, you fucking idiot. You're an idiot. What does that have to do with anything?
Well, if the Earth is a globe and a globe spins, that means both the globe and the things on the globe have angular momentum.
Holy shit. Where did you guys find this slow ass guy?
Well, I'm spelling it out for you because
I don't need your help, dude. Your brain rot.
I think you might. Your ass is kind of slow, so you need help.
Yeah, so when a plane flies south, the Earth is rotating, right? So if there is a Coriolis, you might want to lead your target, right? But planes don't do that.
It's called conservation momentum.
Question: does
planes
a plane
don't fly in the
have
direction of
angular
where
momentum?
their landing strip is going to be? They just fly to the landing strip, straight to it.
Did you hear my question?
Okay.
Does a plane have angular
No,
momentum?
Mogi, I ignored you because you're slow.
You see, you're not interested in a counter.
Oh, you're just a politics mong that wandered into a flat Earth server, so no one cares.
Apparently, he's too fast for you, even though he's slow.
Want a counter?
By my standards, he's
Yeah, and once
slow.
a plane takes off, once
Too
it's
fast for you.
accelerating and it's no longer going to be in that rotating reference frame, because you're imparting a force, it's going to give your object a linear velocity, so it's not going to be rotating anymore. You understand that you're not in lockstep with the globe when your plane takes off and it launches? Did you know that?
So
no, you didn't know that because you don't think straight.
Delete all
You're a
angular
globie.
momentum, you think?
Because
You
you're a
think all-
globie. No, you can't conserve angular momentum when you're subject to a linear velocity, like the plane taking off.
Why not?
Because that's not how physics works, you fucking idiot.
That is how physics works.
No, it's
The
not.
air can also
No,
have
see,
angular
all you gotta do
momentum.
is imagine you toss a rubber red ball while standing on a merry-go-round. Do you think the rubber red ball is gonna come right back down into your hand?
Yeah, how fast is that merry-go-round?
Hold on, questions for Mogi.
It's because the air isn't spinning at the same time you are.
Wow. Exactly. So no, the red ball is not going to come right back down.
How big
Yeah,
is?
but in
how
this
big?
case, the air is spinning. At
Yeah, I'd
the
rather
same
talk to
time
Earth's life
the plane
anyway. What's
is.
up, bro?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to find something for you.
These guys pretend they're on a merry-go-round. They throw something up, it comes right back down. Pretty stupid.
Yeah, but the merry-go-round is kind of small, so can't really compare that to it.
Yeah, 1,000 miles per hour merry-go-round is small.
The truth is, once the plane takes off, it's no longer in the rotating reference frame. Very simple stuff.
Rotation per day. 1 rotation per day.
Yeah, if you spun that merry-go-round around like where the starting point came back to that starting point in 24 hours, I don't think you'd have any trouble catching that ball right back where you threw it up. Like air
but we're talking about
would not be a thing.
Yeah, I scaled it down to a model that you can picture better, because for some reason you guys can't picture the airplane is imparting a force, right? Right? It's accelerating, right?
It is.
So it's no longer going to be rotating, right?
Well, I mean, they cruise typically at a constant velocity, but I get what you mean. Like, they do accelerate.
Yeah, so it's no longer going to be in the rotating reference frame because it's imparting a linear velocity.
Well, it's just if you were in a vertical wind tunnel, right, with the merry-go-round.
No, just no.
And the air was spinning at the same rate that the merry-go-round was. Yeah, the ball would just land right in your hands.
Yeah, or you could just do the experiment in a very low pressure system where air drag would be a non-issue.
Earth is not a very low pressure system.
No, Earth isn't. Earth isn't, but conservation of momentum is still a thing, whether you want it to be or not.
Yeah, you think you're conserving angular momentum.
You can also conserve angular momentum. That's not a problem.
Yeah, but you're not inside of a container, right? What's conserving your momentum when you're in a moving object is because your air is contained. It's pressurized. So the air is moving along with you, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you discount HVAC systems, yeah, I agree with that.
Right, so Earth is not in a container. And the air is not fixed to the rotating platform of the Earth, is it?
All right, so you don't think that...
Otherwise, you would never experience Coriolis.
So, from what I'm understanding,
you
you're saying
that if the air was truly in lockstep with the Earth, that when I toss a ball in the air and it comes right back down, that there would be no Coriolis.
No, that's not that. Those are two separate concepts.
Okay, what is Coriolis?
Right. So, from what I'm understanding with your point, if I'm understanding your point correctly, right?
No, you're not about to steal man anything correctly. I don't want your help. I was asking Al Trucker something. What is Coriolis?
The Coriolis effect is imparted by the rotation of the Earth, and it affects a whole bunch of things, and it affects them at different rates depending on how far away they are from the poles in the equator. But
he just wants to gish gallop, man. He doesn't
now
want to address the points he makes.
Now, if the air is a rotating reference frame and it's in lockstep with the Earth, why would anything be subject to the Coriolis effect?
Well, the storms in particular are a great place to see the Coriolis effect in things where you don't have to set up a separate demonstration. So with the way you see storms spin and the way you see them always stay in one hemisphere or the other, those are excellent examples of observing the Coriolis effect without making a separate demonstration.
No, you could have storms move in whatever direction they feel like. It has nothing to do with Earth rotation. But that doesn't answer my question.
That is incorrect, but...
if the atmosphere is in lockstep and it's, a rotating reference frame at the same rate as Earth rotation, then there wouldn't be any Coriolis. Do you agree?
Actually, I don't care about your point because you don't care about the questions.
But you're
don't understand simple concepts.
But you're talking about lockstep, where there's a general adhesion of the atmosphere to the Earth, but there is still a lot of different weather events where pressure systems cause winds and movements of air from one area to another, which is not lockstep. It's not perfect lockstep, but there is a general adhesion of the atmosphere to the...
Why is the atmosphere rotating? Because you claim it's fixed to the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, because gravity holds it
pretend it's literally attached. It is an attachment.
It's not really
pretend it's the same object.
They work together. Yes, like the atmosphere is part of planet Earth.
Right,
Even
so
though
you
it
gotta say
moves
that the
around.
air pushes the freaking object along.
Well, it's more like the Earth kind of paddles the atmosphere along.
See, the truth is none of this bullshit is happening. It's just Earth is stationary, dude.
But that's impossible. But if you have
Well,
some
you have
evidence
to
of that,
imagine
I'd
these
love to
bullshit
see it.
scenarios.
What bullshit scenarios? Like the ones that we actually observe, test, and have seen over and over again, like every single day of our fucking lives?
I don't know what test you're referencing.
I mean, we could do all sorts of them. Like the Foucault's pendulum is like a perfect example.
Yeah, that could be due to the motion of the sky, because the sky is in motion, isn't it?
Is the sky in motion?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess yes. I don't know if it's in motion the way you're suggesting it is, but
right. When we say that there's Earth rotation, it's mainly due to sidereal rotation. We observe the stars sidereally rotating, right? So then we go figure at the North Pole there's an axis of rotation. And as you approach it, as you change your latitude and head north, yeah, you're getting closer to the axis of rotation. So there's going to be a different centrifugal force outward.
How would the celestial sphere affect the Foucault's pendulum?
But that's what you're claiming is causing your Coriolis. It's all based on your observation of sidereal rotation, which are extrapolating into Earth rotation.
We're not suggesting that the celestial sphere is causing Foucault's pendulum effect where we can measure using the Foucault's sign law. We can measure like our latitude on Earth. That's not a claim that's made by mainstream adherents to.
Yeah, mainstream lies though. I'm telling you what's actually evident.
Okay, so explain like you're suggesting that the Foucault's pendulum
is in a rotating reference frame due to the sky being in motion.
And you're saying its precession changes.
You're not about to
misrepresent.
You're trying to say what I'm saying. I'll just tell you.
Okay,
the sky is rotating, right? What you consider to be due to Earth rotation, right? The curved path, the swing of the pendulum, the swing plane, right? It appears to curve, and it curves more and more until it's perpendicular at a different latitude. Yeah, that could be due to the axis of rotation in the sky, because that's where we observe rotation. You don't observe rotation of the Earth.
Stars are moving.
You're not observing the rotation of the Earth. You're observing the rotation of the sky.
Stars are demonstrably light years away, and you're suggesting that they rotate like around the Earth during the sidereal day at like.
Where are you getting this idea? The stars are so far away.
We know they're far away. We can measure how far away they are.
Oh, jeez. You think you measured the distance to a star? Jeez Louise.
Of course you can measure the distance to a star. It's fucking trigonometry. It's like basic fucking grade 9 science.
It's not a measurement. That's a calculation.
It is a measurement.
You measure stuff of a measurement.
Yes, it is. It is.
Not really.
It is.
A calculation is a measurement.
You have to take a measurement
really.
in order to get the calculation. You can't calculate it.
Yes, really.
You cannot calculate it without measuring it first. You take a fucking measurement first. Then
nobody ever measured the distance to a star, dude. What are you talking about?
The element of that measurement. You have
we
to
do it
measure
all the time.
You guys are just asserting that you measured the distance to a star, that you took a physical measurement.
It is a physical measurement. Measuring an angle.
Yeah, they're called lumens.
Yeah. No, you didn't.
Angles are a fucking physical measurement. Prove me fucking wrong, bro.
Yeah, but you never actually measured the distance to the star to know that you're taking, if you're doing trig or if you're just doing actual regular Euclidean geometry. You don't know.
You have electric in your name, and you deny photoreceptors.
In these cases,
Mogi, no one cares.
Holy fuck! Wait, are you electric? You're the fucking electric.
Hey, what's up, Al?
Yeah, hey, how are you? How are you? How's Wall doing?
Who's that?
Wall Thornhill? I mean, he's dead, but like he's one of the progenitors of the electric universe theory, right? You must have read him.
You're talking about Walter Russell?
No, Wall Thornhill. Just Wal, W-A-L. Maybe I don't know if it's short for Walter. I have no idea.
There's a lot, you know. There's every single fucking physicist from the 1800s believed in the electric universe. My bad for not knowing one of them.
Who gives a fuck what they believed in the 1800s? I'm talking about what we believe in 2025. What is demonstrably true? Well, you believe bullshit.
Yeah, the current cosmological model is bullshit, dude.
Yeah, do you acknowledge photoreceptors?
Shut up.
He couldn't.
Why? Because it defeats your argument so brutally.
Open his eyes and see something in order to admit something like that.
What kind of stupid, dishonest question is, do I deny photoreceptors? I don't have to address this.
Do you accept photoreceptors? Do you accept them?
Just like I just said, I don't have to answer your retarded question. You're a clown.
Well, it's relevant to measurements of light.
There's no speed of the question in question here. The question is perfectly valid. If you acknowledge that photoreceptors exist, then you can also acknowledge that real measurements are using them.
Measuring the wavelength of light over your vast distances, you think that it has, propagated through a vacuum over millions of light years?
A very low pressure,
therefore the light didn't attenuate at all as it traveled through your theoretical vacuum?
Not at all.
Are you sure that's not what you're saying? Because there's a lot of presumptions.
I'm positive it's not what I'm saying. I'm positive it's not what I'm saying.
You think that when your light has redshifted, that it is not scattered, that it is not attenuated or lost intensity?
We do not. No, nobody thinks that. No modern.
That's literally why he brought it up.
Thinking that.
He thinks that when he measures the wavelength of light coming from a star, it's emitting light. He thinks that because of how long it's been traveling, it's going to cause it to redshift.
Well, we can measure the light. We can measure that.
Yeah, but that's a presumption. That's not a measurement. All you're doing is you're measuring the wavelength.
Why is that not a measurement?
You don't know if the light has scattered or lost.
But you're admitting that you can measure light.
Dude,
things
do you
go
realize you're presuming the cause of the light being shifted into the red part of the spectrum? You're presuming it's because of distance.
We didn't get that far.
Because of attenuation. Okay,
we didn't get that far.
You're not measuring anything.
We measure something.
All you're doing is you're observing the wavelength of light and nothing else. That's not really measuring.
You're skipping steps. You're skipping steps.
I'm completely deconstructing your stupid argument.
The argument wasn't rendered yet. We didn't render one yet.
Listen, you fucking globe maniac. What I just said was, you are measuring the wavelength of light coming from a star, and because it has shifted towards the red part of the spectrum, you think that's going to tell you the distance it has traveled.
So you acknowledge a measurement is made, right?
The problem is that you have light that gets redshifted fucking 10 feet away from you. You could have light scatter within 10 feet. That's called appeal to single cause fallacy. You think the only reason something is redshifted is because of the distance it has traveled.
Oh wow.
That's not the only thing. That's not the only thing that causes redshift. So you're wrong.
All right. So
you respond.
Not going to tell you the distance.
You go ahead. I don't know what to do with that other than
you pretend that light is propagating through an endless vacuum for billions of light years. It's a joke.
All right. So we've acknowledged that a measurement is made. Things go bright, right? Oh, and he runs away.
Why would he run away?
Because he's really uncomfortable with me addressing the things that he says.
I don't even know why he's in the redshift already. Like the location of a single point in the sky does not require red or blue shift. Like he's trying to jump back to, or jump ahead to like major measurements and postulates of like the entire cosmology. And I'm just trying to say we can tell how far away a single star is. And if that star circles the entire Earth in a day, it's moving fucking fast. Like, think about that. Think about the circumference. Like, how many fucking light years it has to fucking zip around if it circles us in a day when we know its radius from us is multiple light years?
Well, I mean, we could talk about standard candles, but
that's a fast fucking star. It's moving way faster than C. Never mind its light. Like, why isn't it all a fucking blur if that's what's happening? That's what I wanted to get at. I just want to talk about like simple orbital mechanics. But I think
the problem is the electric is just like he's obsessed with goalpost shifting, right? He's like, I'm unsatisfied with where I am in this argument, so why don't you demonstrate to me this random other thing that's not related to the criticism I just made?
It's enough meta about that. That's when I'm gonna give you some criticism.
Okay, well, criticize away. Criticize away. Tell me why I'm wrong.
You were wrong. Because God made this earth, and he made it perfectly flat.
The God I don't believe in made it? Which God? Which God made it? Which one of the thousands or millions of gods?
So what? The same God that exists in your ever-expanding universe, where a perfect circle will never exist.
Thor?
Who asked for it?
I guess that's Thor. Thor's an asshole, though.
Do you believe that within the known bounds of the ever-expanding universe, that such a thing could possibly exist as a quote-unquote perfect circle?
No.
The ever expanding? Why do you say ever?
It's expanding into darkness because the spark from the Big Bang, that first glimmer of light is traveling at the speed of light, but cannot catch up to the ends of the ever-expanding universe. That's expanding into nothing more.
It's
Nothing.
the ever part. The ever. Where's the ever coming from?
Ever.
Maybe the ever.
Why are you comfortable saying ever?
Is the ever clear? That's what I want to know.
Oh God! You shouldn't drink that. That shouldn't be made. It should be made behind farms and used as disinfectants.
Yeah, we got to set up our area. We got to set up our area.
Our area. Yeah.
I know.
Kind of an area.
We got to set up our equipment.
Which equipment?
We got to set up the floor.
I already dropped off all the equipment earlier. I'm done with the equipment.
Oh wait.
You're hot micing.
Am I hot micing?
Somebody's hot micing. You guys would hear a lot of shit if I started hot micing.
Earth, where's your mic?
It's not here.
Oh, go get your equipment and your mic and give the equipment to wherever it needs to be, and your mic next to your face.
Hold on.
I want to know where it's at. Where's your two turntables?
You know, if you're an actual artist, you have more than one microphone, you know?
I'm not an actual artist. I'm a truck driver.
Now,
what do
DJs do with their one microphone other than talk to the crowd?
They say oons, 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 oons. Right? Yeah,
I believe
like that. All right, we need to oons off. This is like so much easier to understand than listening to Demon.
What do you mean at 4383? I love when people just assume like all these numbers, like 48, whatever the distance is for the, you know, and then they're just spouting it out like it's an address, right? Or did your dad say the area code for your phone and he said like here in Phoenix 602? Like O isn't a number. If you want me to hit O, what do I got to hit 7 twice and I can get an O?
I mean, it's a very, very common way people say 0 in some jurisdictions.
I'll say it.
But
I'll say it just
not.
to fuck with people, and then see if they repeat it back.
I'll say not back, just to like. How about
that? Sorry.
Gesundheit.
Smoking cannabis. I do not condone it, or I do condone, or I mean, condone is a tricky word. Con. That's something that's bad, right?
Not necessarily.
Since you're getting in the state of
to be the first.
Since you're getting in the state of mind, I recommend sending a telegram to your state representative.
Right. Now, tell me where else in the English language, done. When do you done something? Is that just mispronunciating don or done?
I doubt it. A dome is a dome. A done is a done.
No, condone. I do not condone the actions of that insane man.
Okay. Perhaps I do, perhaps I don't. It depends. Just because someone is like, completely loco doesn't mean that their actions are not condonable. They might do something really good.
Condoning.
Yeah. They might be very condoning.
I had condoned that evil man's flat earth thoughts.
Well, the flat earth isn't necessarily evil, it's just wrong.
Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson says when you influence the wrong people in power with the flat earth, then it's very dangerous.
Well, he might say that. Like, I don't really give a shit what a pop sci guy says. Like, it's he presents some interesting tidbits here and there, but like, he's not my main source of information. That's for sure. He gets people talking about interesting concepts, which I think is worthwhile.
So, when was the height of the WWF Wrestling League?
I believe it was 1987.
That was the height of, I'd say, yeah, okay, maybe 92.
It might be coming back. We have the wife in public office, right?
Yeah, I think Vince McMahon's wife is like, she's like the Minister of Education for the USA or whatever they fucking call that.
Yep.
Oh, Jesus.
What we would call the
Hopefully they'll be taking all the Nazi propaganda out of our education system since they've had since World War II. So basically, you have these people in power, like a wrestler's wife, right? Now, you could argue with her, or you couldn't argue with her, saying wrestling is fake. She'd say, oh, of course it is. That's why, unless you fall off the rafters, that's why no one really gets hurt, right? And they're all jacked up on drugs and who knows what else. So maybe they're invincible, actually. The point is, everyone had the ant.
I agree that it's a performance.
I'm not arguing about it. Everyone had the ant that you could argue with, saying it was fake, right?
I'm like,
and she'd say, "No, it's real. These guys." Women's wrestling's pretty nice. They're pretty up there, and it looks like they're really hitting each other. For like, if you could argue with me if women's wrestling is real or not.
I've never seen.
I mean, it's staged,
very much of like WWF style staged, but I think like the MMA style like fighting, both men and women, they look like they're hitting each other pretty fucking hard. I don't know about
the mat that they're landing on. It bounces. It's not quite a trampoline, but it's there's a lot of give there to where you're not getting concussed.
I mean, like if you put it in like a concrete box, it would be a whole lot more dangerous, right? Like.
Well, there'd be no ropes to jump off.
A block wall, there's no give to that. Like doing it with like elastic, like a soft floor of sorts to have some give. I think that's just to like cut down on deaths and concussions. But I do feel like like the WWF and what became the WWE style wrestling, I think was all performative. And I'm sure people got bruised a bit, but like I don't think people were getting their bell rung that fucking hard most of the time. I think it was mostly a dance performance. But I think like when you see like boxing and this MMA type fighting and kickboxing and stuff, that looks like they're hitting each other pretty hard. And
oh yeah,
the regulations are really just where you hit the people. Like you're not supposed to knee people in the groin and shit like that. But and you're not supposed to be like smacking them in the head a whole lot. But boxing certainly has a lot of fucking headshots. Yeah, like you're not supposed to you're supposed to like hit people where they have a chance to duck and weave, right? Don't attack
and then
people
you
from
can't.
behind.
If their knees touching the ground, then you can't.
Like give
or, like whatever it is, they know the rules.
Yeah, there's rules.
It's so funny
because like
that they're based in the U.S., right? Isn't this the most American thing? But they're based in Dubai now. They're originally. Yeah, I think HQ is in Dubai now.
I got big news.
The wrestling.
We got the ballroom. The $200 million ballroom. We're gonna have the UFC at the White House. It's gonna be phenomenal.
Okay.
Nope. Saudi princes bought it out. Too late. They get consolation jet.
And the Saudis, they love spending American oil money. We're gonna have a dome that's gonna have the same dimensions as the flat Earth, the firmament. It's gonna be. They said, "Do you want the model?" We got the model. Marty got the flat Earth map, and now we're gonna have a truly great, a one of a kind, like nothing on Earth model of the flat Earth.
Yeah, it's going to become obsolete pretty soon. The oil.
I want to work on that project.
Which one? This one where they make a flat Earth? This is news to me. I mean, I heard about the dude that made like a salad bowl into like a light show. I forget that guy's name, but is there something new going on that I haven't heard about this week?
Was it a toss salad light show?
I don't know if anybody's salad got tossed, but it was definitely if Witless was involved, you definitely needed some ranch.
The
I want to say the guy's name is Joe, but I could be wrong. But I felt like a guy named Joe came up with a thing where he took like an upside down salad bowl and put a flashlight and some fucking shit in it and made it look like a light show and said that was how flat Earth worked. Like I don't know. Like it was
some drones. That'd be cool. Get the Moon and Sun drones in Polaris and the Southern Cross.
I mean,
you just need a
few drones, I guess.
You have few drones, program them up. Pay to come see the Flat Earth show. Would you pay more than $4 per person? No family tickets.
Definitely not Canadian dollars. Maybe like
if you can carry them on your shoulders.
Like, where's the dollar
they get in for
here?
free.
Like I waste a lot of my time talking to flat earthers. So like, I mean, I guess like I would pay a Canadian loonie. I would pay one loonie to go and see what kind of a show would be put on. And I would expect that it would be totally worthless, but I would, as long as I didn't have to pay for transportation, I would show up with $1 and say, "Show me what you got."
$1, huh?
A Canadian dollar, not an American dollar. That's too much.
Oh, that's like
Canadian
70 cents.
Yeah, well, I'm Canadian, so I don't have American dollars to work with anyway.
Are you a voice actor on the side?
Pardonnez-moi.
Ah, ¿qué pasa, mi amigo? Suka Blitz? Ciao, mi bella donna.
That's Italian and Spanish. Yeah, aucun français. Tabernacle.
Français? Ah, oui, oui.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know what kind of stuff they do. I do remember like that there were like weren't there like flat Earth conventions where they'd sell out like an entire Legion Hall or something? They'd have like dozens of people show up.
Oh, it's weird when they go. Well, remember Jake Paul spoofed that, and they're like, "We're not crazy, promise." It's like at the end of the thing.
Yeah.
And, I told my
I'd
friend.
be interested to see what goes on there.
I told him, I go, no one wants to be a crazy person. But not everyone
pretty good.
gets to be one. They say the average man goes crazy in his mid-30s.
Wait, why would you want to be sane?
Why?
Insane in the membrane.
Yeah. Don't sing all the lyrics to that song, please. Yeah.
Can you?
It's a. I think everybody questions their own sanity sometimes, especially with the fast pace of life and the stuff that happens that seems pretty hard to explain. You know.
Yeah,
life on Earth is full of trials and tribulations. You know, so
Smiles and cries. What's that movie?
You know, it's like if there was like a Jubilee thing, I don't know if there already is one with a bunch of flat earthers and a Glober. But like that Glober being in there would be like Helen from Troy, who can predict the future.
Oh, did she predict the future too? I just thought she could launch 1,000 ships. I was like, man, she had a lot of ships.
She could see the future and no one would believe her.
Now, what seeing the future is saying the opposite of what everyone else is or what they say, right? Now, are we living the future right now, boys?
I mean, I'm living in the future relative to my own past in the present, but I am not yet in my own future.
Now, if I just ate a cookie, how long into the future will that raise my blood sugar level?
I mean, it really depends on like your pancreas. If you want to talk about life with diabetes, I'm happy to get into that.
Wow, if we're still in the time period of you just ate a cookie, you will always have just eaten a cookie. So never?
I'm going to eat another cookie.
It also
and by
depends on
cookie, I mean...
Are you going to clarify the definition of cookie so that like we make sure it wasn't some sort of a weird euphemism or some sort of like a cannabis product?
I think this is a Congress issue, like the pizza vegetable thing.
Pizza vegetable. Oh, pizza pineapple. You're a psychopath. Sugar sandwich cookies. So they're soft sugar cookies.
Sandwich cookies.
Not hard ones. You may
So
got like
a bologna and mayo on that, and then
a puffed icing.
Oh, okay. That sounds like what we call like a puff, except that the puff is so you have like sugar marshmallow stuff in the middle of two cookies, but then it's totally covered by like a chocolate shell. Those are weird, but I gotta say they're tasty. There's
You're talking about like a choco pie or something?
So it's like, I don't know, it's about, I would say it's about like 1.25 centimeters in diameter. And it's maybe a little bit bigger. It might be almost 1.75 centimeters. It's in that ballpark anyway. So it's like a cookie, and then some of them have jam in them, but most of them are just a cookie, and then like marshmallow, and then another cookie, or some of them don't have another cookie. Some of them are just the marshmallow.
Yeah, is it like
and
this, the texture? Choco pie?
I can't check that out because I'm driving. But I'll stop. I'm going to be stopped in a
Stay
minute.
safe. Stay safe.
I'm almost home. I will look in a second and see if it's what I'm talking about. But they're usually called a puff here. I forget the name of the company that makes them, like what they call them, but it's just something puff, and it's got a chocolate coating on it, like say a chocolate balloon.
Oh yeah, they call them moon pies.
A moon pie. Wow, I gotta check that out. Okay, all right. I just pulled out the old button. Now let's check this out.
It's flat Earth shaped.
It is shaped like the flat Earth.
Mm-hmm. A lot of stuff. You look like a lot of stuff. Tip of a dick, flat Earth shaped, uncircumcised penis.
Oh, this is not what I'm talking about, but it's similar. So what I'm talking about, that marshmallow thing in the middle, has like a dome shape to it. Let me see. I feel like I could find this by looking it up.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. It's a real stiff marshmallow, right?
Yeah.
Real
It's like
stiff marshmallow.
What about that thing in New Orleans that they keep serving, the pastry thing?
Okay, apparently these things are made in Canada, so maybe they're not available in other places. So I'm gonna try to find it. This one has strawberry in it. Okay, yeah, it's called a Viva Puff. Okay, I found it. Okay, I've taken a screenshot of it, so if I can, I'll get rid of some of the extraneous information here. And done. Save it. Now I can go back to, what is this thing called? Discord. All right, the Coriolis effect. I don't know. Okay, so here, this is like the packaging, but it also shows a picture of the thing. The strawberries do not look like the strawberry on the outside of the cookie. They look like the strawberry on the inside. So this, like, it has this chocolate balloon thing around it. And there's another company that makes them where instead of being like kind of flat on top, they're totally domed up. Like it's very round on top. It's like the semi.
Oh, that's definitely flat Earth firmament dome right there. Chocolate above, chocolate below.
Firmament.
Wow, that's fucking awesome.
Chocolate firmament, yeah.
Yeah, it's the chocolate of the deep. Yeah, and we live on the strawberry jam, and we breathe the marshmallow. Like I think that's how it works.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, no need
in the
to
middle
do the
of
drone thing.
You got literally the crust right there, and then we can. Well, there's no molten lava core needed. Exactly, I was looking for that. You don't need it. Molten lava covered iron core.
Yeah, there's no lava on this flat Earth. Lava is fake.
Put that thing in a microwave and see what starts happening to that strawberry.
I'm pretty sure what would happen is I'd have a big messy microwave to clean up, so I'm not going to do it. How does that sound? All right, I made it through a whole nother shift. Oh, time to do paperwork.
Billy Joe is not my lover.
It's Billie Jean, though, isn't it? Or are you just?
There's no way I could make a baby.
Are you talking about Billy Joel? Were people making accusations about you and Billy Joel?
Well, Billy Joel, he's still kicking it, right?
I think Billy Joel is, as far as I know. I don't think he's that
probably pretty old.
He might
though.
be in his 70s. I don't think he's that old.
76.
He's 76. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's that's not too bad.
Yeah, living his best life in the Bronx.
Yeah, why not? Okay. What do you call this? 1900.
Okay, never mind. He's probably in Vegas.
Is he in Vegas? I don't know. That's where a lot of stars that are still very popular, but not wanting to tour around do that. Like Celine Dion did that for a long ass time, right?
He's booked for 3 or 4 weeks in Vegas, so I assume he lives there.
You hear about Bruno Mars in Vegas? He was like millions of dollars. They're like, all right, we'll get you a suite for the next 3 years. 13.
Wow. Bruno Mars. I've heard of that dude.
Did he do that song that Big Mike was dancing to on Ellen DeGeneres?
I don't know anything about that. 5.25.
Does she still have a show?
Ellen DeGeneres? I have no idea. No clue. I don't.
He moved it literally to Epstein Island.
Real?
I have no idea what you're talking about. That does not sound accurate.
What's up, Mr. Mysterious Globe Star?
Wait, that's a real? Real. I'm telling you, man. Guys, real does not think the Holocaust was real.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah, real.
What about the Halo cost?
The game? The game Halo?
What? I mean, how much did the holla cost? Because I mean, it cost a holla a lot of money, right?
I don't know.
We need to holler at it and see.
Shit.
This.
Yeah, this would be funny if I didn't have friends or family that died in that.
Oh yeah, that's true. You're right. Sorry, we apologize. This is not. You're right. May the Lord. I would like to request forgiveness, dear Lord.
I do not condone the condoning of the Holocaust, and it's 6.66 million victims. Some with the people who practiced the religion of Judaism, many others who did not. They say many Christians had died and are currently dying during our current war in Ukraine.
Okay.
And in the Middle East.
What is this Donald Trump? I'm confused about this one.
Yeah, Christians are being deported right now by our current administration.
Of course they are.
How disgusting.
I don't know if that's disgusting. I mean, your religion doesn't matter that much. I'm pretty sure in the USA it's more about your skin tone than anything else. And that's why I can only go there in the wintertime, because my left arm is fully red and I would definitely get in trouble.
I apologize. Sorry not to laugh. That's your thing.
Okay, that wasn't funny, but thanks for laughing anyway. But yeah, no, I won't be going back to that country for a while, I don't think. Never know though. I could change my mind. Everything got super quiet. Did everything change over? There we go. Can anybody let me know if they can still hear me? I'm just curious.
Yeah, you're
Don't be paranoid.
I am? Okay, now I'm going to mute myself.
No, we can't hear you.
Yes, we can still hear you. This sounds like fapping. No, now we can't hear you fapping.
Well, I think I just freaked myself out by turning the engine off on my truck because the cat's loud, and I think everything got so quiet. I thought you guys all hung up as well, which I have no idea how that would happen. But
Yeah, flat Earth. Flat Earth is not about science; it's about feelings. I feel the Earth is not spinning.
I'm not sure if you can. I don't know why you would feel it though. The vestibular system would never pick that up. You were talking about that earlier, right, with Buddy there?
Exactly.
Yeah, but then when I came back after I got unloaded, I came back and the conversation had switched to an adjacent conversation about whether or not you could juggle on a merry-go-round or something.
Okay, are you boys ready to look in chat?
Not right now.
Post a meme and then delete it. And if you're going to be home soon, you said?
Well, I'm home now. I'm just like walking around on my property, looking in the mailbox and shit like that. But look at the meme. There's a meme channel. You're allowed to post memes there.
Any anti people who practice religious Judaism meme?
Pardon? Anti-religion.
Hey, Globestar, you can look, right?
Okay.
I am looking right now, and all around me, the Earth looks flat up to a line.
No.
Up to
Look
a
at
line.
the chat.
Why is that
Look it up.
line? Why is that line there? There's a line. It looks like roughly.
Is it in this chat?
Well, I'm sitting right now. It looks like roughly 2 miles away. Why is that line there? Can anyone tell me?
Where is
the line aligning and converging and compressing into a single point? Every direction you go.
No.
Where's this image? I'm finally looking, and there's no image.
There is a line that goes as far as I can see to the left, and as far as I can see to the right is this big bright line.
So you know how they have the train tracks and they show them, and then the light poles next to the train tracks, and then the power lines above the light post. They're all converging into a vanishing point, which is the horizon, which is, they say, over the curvature of Earth, not over the rainbow, because rainbows never go over the horizon, because we know they're local, and that's understandable to the viewer, right?
No.
So if you had, let's say, 1,000 train tracks with 1,000 pair of streetlights, with 1,000 pair of power lines, going in every direction around you, 360 degrees, would you not just see a flat horizon all around you?
No. They would converge to a point.
No, I'm saying there's train tracks in front of you, behind you, to your right, to your left, to your northeast, to your southwest, to your northwest, to your southeast. Every direction, train tracks, right?
And where are you looking?
Everything would converge. Everything would converge. We need if it's a converging thing, everything would converge to a singular point out there, just like one point. We do not experience that. We experience a line that looks horizontal from left to right. That's what we experience. We do not experience any convergences. Convergence. Everything, dude. If it was converging, where you sit right now, everything would just the whole entire ground would just meet at a singular point right dead in front of you.
Boom.
Anywhere you look. Anywhere you look.
Globestar.
Anywhere you look. As soon as you open your eyes and you look straight out, you would see everything just boom straight to a point. And then when you look to your right, again it would boom. You would see a lot of lines, just like you would just see the ground kind of stretching out, and you would see like a tunneling kind of effect. We do not get any tunneling effects, brother.
Globestar, let me ask you, what do you see right now in chat?
Is she wearing
I see
a
a lady enter the room.
I see people arguing in the quad.
Let's
say hello to the lady. What's up, Miss Eve?
Is she wearing a miniskirt? Let's see. Let me look in the chat.
I don't see anything in chat.
I'm saying in voice chat. Eve showed up, right?
Are we talking about side chat?
Good evening.
Hey. Yeah, I don't see the chat.
I don't see anything. I don't see this line or this switching yard they were talking about in chat. Like I looked for images, even though you're not supposed to post memes, would the meme get deleted before I could see it? I'm just curious.
No, I don't know. I don't think there's any post in chat.
Don't tell Omni there was going to be a meme in the chat.
You see, if it was if it was convergence, brother, you're going to have to give us the numbers, the numeral numbers, the numerals, where they meet. Can you give us those numbers? Like, for example, I'm standing in between two walls that are 10 feet apart. How far can I expect those two walls to converge? Is there any mathematics that we can, I mean, I don't know, I don't know if I'm asking the question correct. Omni, can you help me?
I'm honestly not sure.
Okay. All right.
Is there context to go with this request? Because there are mathematics. I just don't know if there's mathematics to go with the this. What is the this that we're talking about?
Okay. Brother Flat Earth guy says horizon is converging lines in front of you, or whatever, train tracks or something. So there's a point where train tracks will hit each other, right?
Infinity.
Right. Thank you. So the line is it infinite?
The train track isn't infinite now; it has an endpoint.
What if it's a circular track?
Well, it still has a beginning and an end of every circle that you make. But
True.
You can never get off because it never comes into the station.
No. What I'm saying is, Flat Earther said the line that I am looking at right now. I'm looking at a very bright line in front of me right now.
Okay.
And I'm saying,
It's not flat earthers that say that.
He says it's converging lines. So,
well, yeah, that's within mathematics. Parallel lines are said to meet at infinity. That's not flat Earth. That's just in general.
So the lines. So that bright line I'm looking at in front of me is. I'm looking at infinity.
What parallel lines? No, parallel lines aren't meant to converge ever.
Well, in mathematics, yeah, they are.
In mathematics, they never converge.
They are said to converge at infinity. But definitionally, they don't.
Okay. I'm sitting on the edge of a very large lake here. I cannot see the other side. I do see there are mountains, there are elevations on the other side.
That's not infinity though, right? That's different, isn't it?
I cannot see the bottom of the mountains out there. It's pretty clear where I am. I know there's a mountains over there. And
I think it's the basis of parallel light, to be honest, with Aristophanes' claim.
Okay. Let me ask you differently then, Bev. So right now I'm looking in the distance, I can see mountains, and I'm not seeing the bottom of the mountains. I'm not seeing the shoreline, right? So obviously it's beyond this magical line there. So this line, how far is it? Like, is it
what line?
the line that's cutting off my mountain that I'm looking at.
What you calling that line?
It's the water. I'm looking at water. A whole lot of water is in front of me. A whole heap. Oh, there goes this guy in skis. Hold on.
Yeah, where did you get this convergence thing? I've not seen this anywhere.
No, flat earthers say the horizon line is lines converging, parallel lines.
No, they don't. You've never heard any flat earthers say that.
I see no infinite convergence of parallel lines in mathematics.
Yo,
It's
brother,
not a thing.
Real flat. Tell Bev that the horizon, whatever that line is converging the points.
The same way, in reason, there's no such thing as a perfect circle. As Neil deGrasse Tyson would say, a circle is only but one center point and two other points
going on
along the line of the circle, rotated infinitely around.
So
why would you need two?
I don't think parallel lines converge at infinity.
Can't prove they don't, though. That's the thing, mathematically.
Well, parallel lines don't, by definition, not converge at all.
It's the definition.
Yeah, parallel lines never converge.
I cannot prove a parallel line, two sets of parallel lines actually exist in reality, but definitionally they don't observe unless you're adding some qualifiers to the kind of geometry. So in a curved space geometry, they might converge.
No. If they converge, they're not parallel. For example, if you have like two great circle roots in circle geometry, for example, they converge, but they're not parallel. You can say they're parallel. There are no straight parallel lines on circle geometry or any geometry that has positive Gaussian curvature.
Yeah,
lines are parallel if they never intersect.
Parallel lines meet, don't they? If you change the axioms.
Say that again?
Yeah, there's a claim that parallel lines meet if you change the axioms.
No.
Fight the Flat Earth said that to me about 6 years ago.
Well, who cares?
Yeah. So I said there is a claim that it does. That claim was Fight the Flat Earth.
Yeah, no, those aren't parallel. Like two lines can start.
The point is, flat earthers say it is parallel lines that
we don't care about what the
create
point
my
is.
horizontal line out in front of me.
We care about what the line is. We're past the point.
So I'm just saying it's not parallel. It's not lines from my feet to that line out there. It's so, and I'm asking the question: if it was lines going from my feet out to that line out there that's cutting off these, this is a wonderful view, by the way, that's cutting off these mountains. If it was lines that, how far are these lines going before they converge at that horizontal line in front of me? I mean,
What are you asking about the equipotential angle of adjustment measured between two horizontals? Is that what you're asking?
well, visually, if I'm standing in a hallway, a very long hallway, they visually converge somewhere. How far is that somewhere?
The horizontals converge. Is that what you're saying?
No, wall on my left and
no, you're not talking about parallels, or are you saying that the horizontals that are parallel, they converge?
Where do you think
If I understand you correctly, it's just a visual appearance. Like visually, parallel lines converge to the vanishing point, which forms the horizon, right?
Right, that's what the flat earthers are telling me. So we're how
Who's
far?
telling you that? Where's the horizon?
It's just a perspective. Like the flat ground.
Where's your horizon?
All lines on the flat ground go to the horizon line. All lines in the sky go to the horizon line as well, and that's why you get a horizon. Something like this.
Yeah, but he's got some mountains there, right, Robert?
Yeah.
Sure. Yes, but you have to exclude mountain or topography. That only works on
Where's your
seaside.
horizon?
No, at the bottom of the mount. The bottom.
Is the horizon at the bottom of the mountain or at the top of the mountain?
I am not seeing the bottom of the mountains. It's beyond this.
Where's the horizon?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking you. Where is your horizon? Is it at the top of the mountain? Or is it at the bottom of the mountain? Or is it somewhere that you can't actually see?
It is somewhere. I don't know how tall those mountains are, right? But it's not covering the mountains.
But that's not a topographic horizon, is it not?
It's the water.
The water. Well, that's not a horizon.
Is there a topographic horizon?
Yeah, he's got mountains there.
It's water.
He's got mountains there.
Right. Okay. All right. I'm sitting at a little pavilion here. That's right on the water's edge. And I am looking straight out. And on the other side of this lake, I've been over there, by the way.
The lake.
Right. So it's very large.
Uh-huh.
And that's the mountain range over there. But there's a line of water there that's not letting me see the whole mountain. Why?
You can see the mountain.
I can't see all of the mountain.
Right. So are you saying that the horizon is somewhere in the bit that you can't see? Or is it at like the top of the mountain?
It's in the middle. It's in the middle of the mountain.
The middle
range. It's cutting off the entire middle of the mountain there. I'm not sure if that is even the middle. As a matter,
like a mid-picture horizon.
Yeah,
I saw Ranty and Witsit talking about that.
It's like the mountain is peeking up over a line. Like, so how far is that line that is peeking up over?
The height of the mountain.
Right.
So if you were to find the name of the mountain, you could find the elevation of that mountain, and you could say that was that distance above the horizon.
I don't care about how tall the mountain is. I care about why is that line in the way.
What line's in the way?
The water.
Well, it is a lake.
Right.
Right, and what you asking? Why is there water in a lake?
Yes. Yeah. Why? No. Yeah. Why is there water in lakes? No. Why? Why is that water line out there cutting off half of the mountain?
You can see the top of the mountain. I mean, how far does the mountain go down?
I'm not sure, but I know I'm not seeing the bottom of the mountain.
Where is the bottom of any mountain? Where's that?
Yeah, where it hits the ground and then it kind of rolls off.
Like where it might meet the sea, and then does it still keep going? Is the bottom of the mountain under the water? Or does it, is there a...
No. I have been over there, and the mountain actually is about it's about 3 miles or 4 miles from the shore.
Okay.
So that mountain is far away.
And where's the bottom of it?
I don't know. I can't see it. There's a line there.
So do you know that you can't see it? Because you know where it is, or do you not know where the bottom of the mountain is and what you should or shouldn't be seeing anyway? I mean,
I should be seeing
seems like a bit of an irrelevant question.
I would like to be able to see the entire mountain from the bottom up. Why can't I see it?
Have you ever seen contour lines on a map?
No, I just want to see the entire mountain, but I'm only taking part of it. Can I see? Why can't I see the entire mountain? Now, guess what?
Isometric projection.
If I go on the roof of this pavilion, I can see more of that mountain.
Parallel slices through the mountain at an equal elevation, right?
No, there's a horizontal line that's cutting off the mountain.
Yeah, like a contour line. What would that contour line be? Which one?
Well, I don't care about any contour. I want to know why. What is this water line that's blocking the rest of the mountain from my view?
I don't know. How much do you reckon if you had to put like a contour line on the bit that you can see? What sort of elevation would you put that at? To give us an idea of how much you think you can't see.
Yeah, I don't know how much I can't see. I just know there's a line blocking some of the mountain.
You know, there's some water in the lake.
Yeah, I think that's water.
So that's why I was asking, like, how far down do you think the mountain goes? Do you think the mountain goes below the water? Like, I mean, is that lake a tarn?
The mountain is
like
not
at an elevation itself.
No, the mountain is not. I've been over there. I said the water is not in the mountain is not in the lake. It is another 4 miles.
Yeah. But the lake, is the lake at an elevation already? What we call in this country, we call them a tarn. It means like a lake.
I mean, it's no. I'm assuming
elevation.
Well, water, water lays. We know about hydrostatic equilibrium, so water is pretty flat.
Yeah, like the Great Lakes in Canada, say.
Like any lake.
Yeah. Would you say that the mountains around that go below the water, though?
No.
No. So what would you call that then? That bit underneath? Would you call that like under mountain? If it's not part of the mountain, would you say there's a point where the mountain starts at a certain elevation? And are you saying that the bit under that is the bit that you can't see?
Well, I mean, at this point, I know that that's not all of the mountain. So I want to know how the distance to that line that is blocking some of the mountain. That's what I'm interested in. The distance to that line.
Wow. Have you been smoking a lot of weed? Because it does sound like something somebody who's smoking a lot of weed would do whilst looking at a mountain across a lake. Can you give us an idea, right? If we were to put a contour line around the mountain, what sort of elevation would you give that line? Well, I'm only, I'm imagining it, aren't I, myself?
Well, first of all, I don't smoke. I don't even drink. So,
no way.
Second of all,
you think this sort of stuff normally, do you?
Yeah, I don't smoke, drink, take any cigarettes or weeds or any substances outside of if my doctor prescribes something. Which
and you're wondering why you can't see the bottom of a mountain.
I hope I never have to get prescribed any medications for anything. I'm trying to stay healthy. But the point is, there is a mountain range on the other side of this lake. And I cannot see the foot of that mountain range. There is the lake in the way. The lake extends out. There's a nice line out there. And it's not hot, it's pretty cool and chill. So we're having pretty clear day out there. And so how the distance to that line that's chopping off some of the mountain? That's what I'm interested in.
No, you should go over there to that other side and put like a little tripod with a torch or a light on it. And then come back again. There's people here that do that sort of stuff anyway. They should have pre-planned it. And then you could go back around and sort of put it up a tree or something until you can tell how far it is that you can see it. And then you'll know, won't you? You'll be able to measure it.
Yes, this is true. But I was just wondering from flat earthers, because they say it's converging lines, right? That's what they're saying. So converging parallel lines from your feet, right?
What, so the lake?
Exactly. That's what they're saying. The ground is converging. So
the only person I've ever heard say that parallel lines would meet is Fight the Flat Earth, and he's not a flat earther. And Brenda as well. I think I've got a recording of Brenda saying it, but I've never heard anybody else say that parallel lines will converge over a lake.
Yes, at a certain distance, parallel lines will visually converge. Right? Now, if you put on binoculars, you will see.
I said that's said to be at infinity.
Right. Well, that's what I'm asking you. That line that's chopping off that mountain is
obviously ridiculous, right? Because you can't see to infinity. But I mean, that's just optically. That's when it's what they're said.
The point is, those mountain ranges are not infinitely far away. So
who said infinite? Someone define the word infinity, please.
In mathematics,
it's an undefined distance.
Yeah.
We could talk about it forever. Okay. Move on.
It's an expression of limit.
Yeah. It's a mathematical term, right?
That does not express an amount.
It's not, but it's not up for debate. Like it's not up for a QE like define that type thing, is it? Because there is about 3, possibly 4 different types of infinity.
What I'm asking, brother, real flat guy, is how far do these parallel lines visually meet?
They say, now Neil deGrasse Tyson first, I'll tell you, will say, man cannot see Earth's curve with his own 2 eyes. Because they say you can only see 3.33 miles, Illuminati confirmed, away from you, okay? That's like you peering. If you know someone who lives near the ocean, go, on a clear day, I can see the ocean from 7 miles away. Twice the distance they say we should be able to see.
Tyson isn't here, so I'm not sure why you keep bringing it up.
Flat earthers think Neil deGrasse Tyson's some sort of authority.
Well, the thing is that, there's no one who can see beyond, 3.5 miles if they're standing about 6 foot tall, right? Unless a phenomena like refraction.
Or you go up a hill.
Or now, exactly. If you're at sea level and you're
no, you're not going down this route. I'm stopping you right here. I'm interrupting you.
Interrupt me. Interrupt me now.
I was speaking about over water to the ocean. Okay, right? Over land, not water, to the ocean. When you look at any observation over water, when Earth is facing the sun, then you have a mirror. Okay, and if you have unless you're in outer space, which water can't exist, it would just freeze instantly or boil, whichever you decide. Neil deGrasse Tyson wants to say at the moment. Point is, it's smoke and mirrors, all the little particles in the air that you can't get rid of on the clearest day ever, where my cousin can see 9 miles over land to the ocean.
No, unless he's at a certain height beyond 6 feet.
Flat Earther, the real Flat Earther. Have you ever heard of the virtual reality model?
Tell me more.
You know, Will Duffy's doing his final debate thing. He's ending the Flat Earth debate. You know, he's already done it with the counter-rotating sun circles. He showed Jaron that. I mean, most of you guys have ditched Jaron. Yeah, we know that. But there's going to be a final debate coming up this weekend where Will Duffy has given all of the Flat Earthers a chance to have their say on the final experiment. Right?
You know what time?
What time?
The final. The final what? It's not going to be the final debate.
It's on Saturday sometime.
Final countdown.
I mean, Nathan Oakley's already said that, you know, there is no debate, and he runs a show called Flat Earth Debate. So, I mean, it's over. There is no debate by the guy that runs the Flat Earth Debate show. He's got 2,400 episodes or whatever, right? And he's ending it. He's saying, like, there's no more debate. It's not even worth it. And Nathan Oakley isn't going to even defend against Will Duffy. None of the Flat Earthers are. They've all counted themselves out of it, apart from one group of guys, right? The virtual reality guys. They're the only ones that seem willing to defend the Flat Earth against Will Duffy. And
something about virtual reality?
Yeah. No, I mean, they've been around for years.
Post in the chat the
Post
link.
What in the chat?
The Will Duffy I'll debate any month. They're out there debate.
And by the way, Will Duffy invited everyone, and for every flat earther who's joining this debate, he is donating $250 for a human trafficking fund or something like that.
He's going to double it if he gets the original ones, the 24 original guys. So the 500 for that. I said the Flat Earthers, you know, even if they've not really got much of a case, they should get like loads of people in there, but they don't want to do it. There's literally no Flat Earthers that are able to put up any sort of fight.
Well, before Will Duffy went to go do the final experiment, I could have interviewed him about it and I guess debated him.
Did you?
At that time. And I didn't care to, or I didn't plan on it.
I talked to him.
It wasn't convenient. I wasn't at home with Wi-Fi at the time. Whatever it was, I didn't care to.
What about this final debate then? Do you care to do that?
I'll show up and I'll ask him some questions. We'll start with 10 questions.
Well, the virtual reality guys, right, are doing a mock debate. So if you want to go and practice and sort of have a chat with these guys as well, you know, get in with the Flat Earthers, because I think these guys are going to be representing Flat Earth.
So these are Flat Earthers against Jaron.
No, only Will Duffy's doing the final debate. He doesn't have McToon or Jaren or anybody else. There's no Dave McKeegan, any of that. This is just
hold on. So
Will
these are
Duffy.
flat earthers going to be engaging with Will, whatever his name, Will Duffy guy.
Well, if you see that thing I've just put in the chat.
No. I'm saying, is it flat earthers that are the only ones going to be engaging with Will Duffy?
Robert.
Yes, sir.
If you click on that video, there is a chat that's running at the minute where people can talk to Will Duffy, and you will be able to see through the conversations that are going on right now in that chat who is going there and what they want to do, all of that sort of stuff. It's all in there. I can't answer anything because I don't really know. I'm just talking to people about it, and nobody seems to know anything about it. Nobody cares.
Wait a minute, who's Will Duffy? Is Will Duffy
a load of emails out
Will
to all
Duffy
people.
Is Will Duffy Whitsitt? Is that a Whitsitt guy?
No, Will Duffy's the guy that paid for Jaren and Whitsitt to go to Antarctica. He's the young Earth creationist. The guy that runs the church.
Okay. Yeah.
The benefactor, right? He's the head honcho. He's the
All
guy
right.
that's leading it.
Tell us more about Will Duffy. Tell us about Will Duffy's past.
I don't know anything about his past, other than the fact that he took Jaren to Antarctica.
He took Jaren and
last year.
what, 6 other people to Antarctica on a $32,000 vacation? Sounds awesome. These guys must have had a blast. So let me tell you. How about you listen? How about you listen for a minute, mates? Okay, you ready?
It's okay. I mean, don't get upset.
Will Duffy is not allowed to do any trade on the stock market anymore. You know why people are banned from doing financial work or to do anything that involves
I've only got
finance?
your word for that. I mean,
oh well, you know.
Can I ask a question, brother? Real flat. How far do parallel lines visually converge? This is what we're interested in.
No, we're not. That's you. You're interested in that. We've already said they're said to meet at infinity.
Hey, brother, how far in hours? Do you live more than 8 hours from Wales?
So you don't.
No, I don't. I live
you
really
do,
close.
right?
Yeah.
You're so fucking snooty, aren't you? Shut your mouth for a second.
I don't think anybody lives further than 8 miles from Wales in the UK.
That's a good answer. It was a trick question.
Do you have evidence of this Will Duffy thing about finances? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'm not talking shit. You can Google it. Whatever. Don't. So let me answer the question.
Well, I am Googling it. I'm not saying anything.
So, what's the distance that two lines converge? Now, it's not so much the distance away from you, but if you took the 93 mile away sun, which is 399 times bigger than our moon, right? Which is on average 241,000 miles away. But if you just look at the sun itself, and you look at either side of the sun,
Earther around here.
you can shut your mouth until I'm finished, mate.
No, it's all right. Yeah, it's okay.
You take a telescope, you put a filter on it, you look at the sun, you see that the sun has a width. Oh, this width is not changing. Oh, look, the sun is quote unquote setting. Earth is rotating away from the sun. That swing and that sweep that the sun takes when it rises and sets is your answer.
How far is that?
Now just imagine the Earth at 24,000 miles diameter. That's the Earth size, right? circumference is 30, 24, whatever it is. The point is, it's about half that, right? Depending on where you are. Now, I believe they went to the North Pole and they got some video. And I want you to show them. You can Google up some North Pole video of the 24-hour with Santa Claus and all the clockwork up there.
So your conclusion is that Whitsitt and Jaren are lying, and Elizabeth are all lying.
My conclusion is that those people didn't know where they were going. Did they go to Las Vegas and in the big sphere there and film all this?
So no, they didn't. That's easy enough to.
That would be great to go there and do some experiments.
Well, I mean, I guess
you could easily replicate anywhere on Earth.
So
with anything.
I
some
don't
coding.
think so. I do not
And a
think that.
big ass dome.
Yeah, I think.
Problem is, if they went to the North Pole, then the sun would have been going the opposite direction.
So let me ask again.
Wait.
Let
me respond for Omnivore to Earth is Life, because he doesn't like to talk much. Okay. I'm gonna ask you one question, bro. Have you ever changed your oil yourself underneath the car, the wrench, underneath the truck with the wrench?
Yeah, I did it with my motorcycle, and I did it with several other vehicles I used to have. So yes.
No, real. Listen, brother.
He won't answer. He didn't answer the question.
Yeah. Real. You can easily verify where they went. That is public information. I mean, if you want to track, the flight times and flight paths and all that.
They all went in the same direction to meet at the same point. That's all they did.
So
I've already posted the flight, so it's in the chat.
Is the conclusion that you must have the conclusion that they are all lying? Yeah, I mean you have to, right?
I don't believe Whitsitt is a liar. He's a Christian? McToon, he's a Christian. I wouldn't call him a liar. Now, Jeranism, I never liked Jeranism. 2016, 2017, didn't like Jiznism.
Okay, fine. But so they went to Punta Arenas first. They got on flights that went to Punta Arenas, and they took video and experience shopping in Punta Arenas, and they testified to that. Punta Arenas is nowhere near the North Pole, my guy. So how do you square that with saying they're not lying?
You're familiar with my flat Earth map, right?
They took a 5-hour flight, so
he's not.
Right. So my map has the center of the flat Earth at the quote unquote North Pole.
Right.
You can easily have the center of my map be Antarctica. Let's go to the North Pole next. Let's do 2 simultaneous live streams. South Pole, North Pole. Continuous 24-hour night and continuous 24-hour day in the North Pole.
Are you aware that you're just not answering these questions? Or do you think you are? Do you think you are giving me answers?
I'm going to stay muted.
Come on, we all know Marty's just having fun.
No, I know. I do know that. I just wanted to be. Look, when somebody is talking shit, okay, and doing it in a way that indicates, that is not everybody's in on the joke.
Right.
You get to call them out on it. Right? So that's what I'm doing. I do. I'm not taking it real seriously. I just think that it is public good to explain, to make it very clear that he won't answer the question. He is calling them liars. He just won't cop to it. Which okay.
I'll call anyone anything, especially to their face. If it's the hard R word, every time I call the black man that to his face, I got punched in mine.
That I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that probably would happen.
Yeah, that doesn't really bother me. But in this case, for whatever reason, you're not willing to call them liars, even though what you are saying, they would have to be lying. Your position is that they are liars. You're just not willing to say that.
Where's the Will Duffy finance thing? Where's that?
So Will Duffy has some complaints filed against him, which is not an uncommon thing. Somebody in this chat has worked on Wall Street for several decades and is not impressed with that bit of analysis.
Will Duffy's great guy, not good at finance. He can preach, great preacher, great guy, not good with money. That's why he has his wife. His wife says, "Who gets to go on vacation to Antarctica?"
I mean, he made a ton of money, so obviously he's somewhat good with money.
Yeah, he. So it was like, we can't afford to do this trip. We could never afford that. Oh shit! Now we can afford it. Okay, I'm not going. I'm not going.
Yeah.
I mean, there could be an awful lot of denial about what actually happened, but we all saw it. We all saw what happened was he made offers for people to go and actually see this thing that we all know the big names claimed couldn't happen, and nobody was challenging them. Nobody was telling, all the big names, no, you idiot. Of course there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Nobody was saying that. So we all know that he picked a pretty good test. He put his money where his mouth was, and the only thing that was left for all the big names, all the thought leaders, was to run away. I mean, if I'm lying or if I'm wrong, I'm definitely not lying. If I'm wrong, tell me where I'm wrong.
And I remember, what's his name? David Weiss and his app claiming that there was a flat earther down in Antarctica that's using his app.
Yeah, I mean, well,
and that was after
saying all kinds of things.
Right.
Dean
and that was after
Odell
them saying that no one could go to Antarctica.
Yeah. Dean Odell, who flies the Christian flag.
I bet it's a scientist bored enough to check if the math works.
Right, probably.
Yeah.
Did we ever? I kind of missed out on the last of that conversation with what's her name? Taylor. Did we?
Yeah, you didn't miss much.
Did she ever find what she was looking for?
We brought the goods. We shoved it in her face. So if she didn't find it, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, that was.
She will never find what she's looking for.
You mean she's on a crusade?
That's why I wish Blue Marble was here. He would have been able to explain it to her. And that's what. And that's why I prefaced that conversation with, "Look, I'm going to give you this data. You're probably not going to understand it. So here are videos that will explain it to you." And she just refused to accept the videos. Maybe she'll watch him. I don't know. But it's probably not going to change her mind.
So she's trying to get this STEM degree and she's having a problem with perspective, right?
No, this was the LIGO data.
Yeah, no, earlier, before that part.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I saw that perspective was not one of her strong suits regarding sunsets.
Well, Taylor is she of the unknown, uncontrolled variable. I mean, it's like she plays chess, and the only opening she knows is to move the rook pawn forwards, and she does it every day, and then can't win from there, but it's the only thing she knows how to do. You're not. I don't think you're controlling for all the variables. I don't think you're controlling for all the variables. I don't think you're controlling for all the variables.
Keep in mind her experience with experimentation that she gave was that she did some sort of study to see if aluminum chloride was is a negative effect on organic matter, and she said she accounted for the chloride by putting sodium chloride in another sample. She's dumb. I can't put it nicely.
I mean,
it is literally what she said, because there's also chloride in the same name, or what?
That is what she said, yes. And you can ask her. She'll totally tell you about this experiment. She used aluminum chloride, and controlling for the chloride meant using another sample that had sodium chloride.
Like applying Handler's razor. No, what is Handlon? Yeah, Handlon's razor, right? It's, I don't know. I cannot agree that she is. That you cannot explain this just by not understanding, because literally these differences, for example, like what John posted with the sun going in circles, sun being equidistant, same size, every degree, and so on, and then the street lights. It was so often explained to her, and the experiment that I was talking a few hours ago about Cavendish, and then I talked about Philip Vagnoli. I explained that experiment, I think, a week ago or so to her, and she was always claiming that there is a control group missing. I said, no, that's a physical experiment. You can repeat it as often as you like. You don't need a control group, which you need, for example, in chemical studies or biological studies, that you treat, for example, the control group or the control probe with just natrium chloride, and the other group is natrium chloride with some antibiotics or so. So you treat two groups the same way, just with one variation, which is your independent variable. And she doesn't get it. And I know that we talked about that situation a week ago. And today, again, she claimed she have never heard about the experiment of Philip Vagnoli. And she's just lying. She's just dishonest, and that's exactly what John wanted to point out to her. That has nothing to do with dumb. It's just by purpose.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's right.
It's the same like she was playing the record of there is no standard refractions for months, I think. And I don't know how often Jesse and also Schubel have had explained it to her. Didn't matter.
It's basically the claim is, if she says there's no such thing as standard refraction, that must mean averages don't exist. You can never take an average of anything.
Yeah, and also not just not understanding that there is a pressure gradient from ground level to a higher level, and that there are temperature layers, that you have warm at the ground, then it's getting colder, and then it's getting warmer again. And this is just, there is an application for that. It's absolutely inaccurate, but there is just a standard formula how a standard atmosphere is constructed. And
tell us this formula and how gravity is calculated in this formula. And tell us also, science is still out on gravity.
No, the science is not out on gravity. So are you familiar with the ideal gas law? I mean, that is what most flat earthers,
all those,
yeah, it needs a container.
Are you familiar with the ideal gas law? That's a question to Marty.
I'm going to stay muted.
Well, you just spoke up. You just spoke up. You just said shit. Okay.
Yeah, he does that to me too. He's like, you should go back to TC. And then when I'm in TC, he says, you should get into VC. No, he's just
So it turns out that in the barometric formula, which I'm going to post to the chat in a minute, in the barometric formula, it combines the ideal gas law with Newton's law of gravitation.
Yep, because gases have weight.
Guess what? That's used to predict the pressure at any given point accurately enough to be used as altimeters. So there you go. It's posted in chat. It answers all your questions. And the science is not out on the gravity. Science is quite pleased.
Oh, I don't have any questions. I just said show me.
Well, what is out about it with respect to gravity? It's like we see this effect, there's this phenomenon, and then we have accurately predicted this phenomenon.
Well, so on your oblate spheroid pear-shaped mother spaceship Earth, tell me there's not but an out and an in.
There is an out and
an in. Now use those words.
Well, when you look into the sky and you look at a satellite for a planet, how does that work?
Are you looking out or in?
Well, no. If you look at like Jupiter, right? How do you explain the moons of Jupiter?
Are you looking out to Jupiter?
How do you explain the moons of Jupiter that you observe rotating around Jupiter?
How do you explain them? They just go around at a certain velocity.
We interpret out and in your context is up and down. That's how we interpret it. So you can call it out and in, you can call it up or down. We look out to see Jupiter, we look up to see Jupiter.
And in the case of
the right verbiage, or my AI bot won't respond properly.
Wonderful. But in the thing that Omnivore posted, G, that's an acceleration vector towards the surface of the Earth. You can call that in if you want. The opposite direction of that is out if you want. You can use those terms if you want to, but in the formula, when you're saying where is out and in, that little lowercase g, that's where that is.
There you go. Little g, right? You didn't start with little g. Now, I know there's old g's, talking to another old g. But little g, tell me how that compares to a big G.
So there's two forces, right? So the little g is a simplification of a bigger phenomenon that's happening between two objects. Right?
You're just going to let him pull you into different threads over in every direction, right?
Yeah, the Gish galloping.
Right. He started with, can you give me? And then Omnivore gave it. And then he said, can you give me where in and out is? And then I gave it. And then now he's going to pull it in a different direction. Big G and little g, the differences between them are irrelevant to this thing that you asked for, that you now have to process and put your feedback into the chat about.
So it's like we can't use little g to describe the moons going around Jupiter.
How much of
we need to use more. We need to use the big
G.
G. We need to use the big G.
Does it encompass all of the ever-expanding universe? That's my final question.
Somewhat, yeah. It does it pretty well for low.
I tried
lower end of the spectrum descriptions. For low speeds and low masses, it works pretty well.
Are you on the spectrum or in the spectrum? I'm in the spectrum.
So, back to the question, right? How would you describe the moons of Jupiter?
You didn't catch that obvious joke. He's not here to be serious, man.
Yeah, the moons of Jupiter are rocky. They are rocky. Some of them do have atmosphere. Some of them have they go around different velocities, and so on and so forth. Many of them won't exist in a few million years. Stuff like that. That's how we describe them.
Yes, that sounds like something perfect for a child to go to sleep to.
Oh, absolutely, yes. This is thank you for saying that, because one of the things that drive flat Earth community is boredom. You see, you have been hearing about science for space for a very long time. You've seen sci-fi movies and Marvels, and everybody's been talking about it, and you're like, oh, you know what? I'm sick and tired. I need something new. How about the Earth is on the back of columns or elephants? That sounds great.
And there's a turtle on top, and we're this dream. We're in the turtle's dream.
Correct. That is what's happening. You see, Hollywood was. I've already studied the psychology of flat earthers. So Hollywood thought that was doing good work for the world by showing us sci-fi movies to get young people interested and excited about science and technology and space exploration. But it is starting to work against us now. Flat earthers are a new form of young mind that is bored with it now, and therefore wants to destroy that entire narrative. Right? But guess what? You know what hasn't changed? This is what hasn't changed. Space is still real. Planets
But
are
is
still
it gay?
real. Rockets are still real.
Rockets are still balloons. They float up. They don't shoot like Russia's rockets. You see a bunch of rockets shooting off a Russian truck. They're just flying out.
So we are here to remind people, like, if
those rockets are not going into orbit.
We are here to tell the world that, hey, ignore those people. They're just bored. They've made money doing whatever, regular things that you don't need science for, and they're just really jealous that they're not as smart as you, right? So they're trying to, and they're bored. They're kind of bored with it. So they're just trying to destroy your mission. So continue to go and do physics, aerospace engineering, become an astronaut, join the Air Force, going to
I'm gonna join ICE.
go into all these kind of different things, geological science, evolutionary science and biology. Still go and do all those things, because those things are actually real and reality. All right? Ignore the flat earth.
Do you know, by the way, how Terry Pratchett explained day and night on flat Earth?
Who?
Go ahead.
What? You don't know the inventor of modern flat Earth? Terry Pratchett, British author.
Was it 1788?
Discworld.
Was it before or after the advent of publishing in modern day press?
After. I think Color of Magic came out probably in the 70s.
Well, yeah, they say, any other flat earther would say, every cosmetology of every ancient religion, either heathen or pagan or what other derogatory word you'd want to call it, they describe Earth the same way, with or without nightmares in sea turtles' brains.
Color of Magic was, by the way, released 1983. 1983. So he described day and night on the Discworld by the light is so slow that it doesn't reach the other side until the sun comes there. So because of the slowness of light.
A spotlight, right?
No, and the sweep that he goes around you.
That the speed of the light is so slow, basically like the Doppler effect or so. If something is moving quickly away from you or quickly to you. So he explained the different day and night situations. When the sun rises in one part, it didn't rise in the other part because it's so slow. It takes a few hours until it reaches that part of the flat Earth. He actually had a better model than most flat earthers had.
Oh, come on. There
was even a counterweight continent, which was filled with gold. It was smaller, But to balance the Discworld out, it was just heavier.
Just like on a compass, right? I want a gold, just a whole planet made of gold. What would you do with all that gold? Make a house out of gold? I'm gonna go smoke some weed and get some good ideas.
Dude, that would suck. A house made out of gold.
Would be pretty cold in the winter.
It'd be way too soft.
Super, pretty conductive to heat.
Pretty conductive in general.
We quite literally have a sci-fi channel. We quite literally have the news, Starlink, everything space, everything space, space. You go to the movie theater, space. Netflix, new Netflix, all space. So flat earthers are just bored people. They're bored with space. That's all they are.
I love flat Earth because it brought me back to high school. The whole delaying and carbon fiber, and I was high school and I was edged. Oh, see the damned Hubble telescope, and I never got to see anything.
Am I the only one who heard it? Robot?
No, it was roboting for me as well.
Yeah, there's a series on there's a series on Netflix that I'm watching right now called Away. Please do not tell me about it. Seems interesting. Mission to Mars. Love it. I spoke to a real flat Earth the other day on Earth Awakenings, and just the way he was speaking, man, he knows the science stuff that we've been talking. Yeah, he repeats them. Oh, it's rotating at approximately 1,000 miles per hour. It's a spheroid, the shape of a potato. We have a iron core. He was just reeling it all off. In other words, what it's telling me, he doesn't realize. He's telling me that he's heard it all. He's bored with the information. He doesn't want to hear it anymore. He would like us to say the earth is riding on the back of turtles. That is fascinating.
Go, turtles, go.
Now, the real question is, are they Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
That is, in fact, the question. I don't know if we know the answer.
And if they are, where's Splinter and Shredder?
Right.
Is Splinter the sun and Shredder's the moon?
I'm more of a Donatello kind of guy.
Oh, Donatello's always my favorite. He just needs a big stick. If it was any smaller, you know what they would call it.
A small stick.
The same thing the British people call the cigarettes.
Well done.
Fag.
A cigar?
No, it's a fag.
Oh, fag. Had anyone heard anything from Taylor's experiment in the salt flats?
I don't think so. I'm curious as to what she discovered, but to my knowledge, she hasn't posted anything.
Yeah, I just heard that she reported that it was dead on basically the target with 0 degree dip, which still would mean, because there is some pressure differential in the atmospheric layers, that it's not flat. But she said she has to kind of collect all the data. She took some temperature readings from the drone. It's not yet collected all. That was last what I heard. She posted a blurry picture in Earth Awakening about a crosshair on a target. Not any angle readings, but... Omni, any events or something like this planned for the future?
Yeah, we're gonna do a conspiracy theory event. Myself and Lush. He's putting together his stuff for it.
I could also. There's a German activist. She's also in the realm of the Chaos Computer Club. She also wrote a book about conspiracy tellings. She tried to apply the concept that we don't call it theories, because that would kind of elevate their stupid thoughts to something legitimate. So it's just conspiracy tellings or conspiracy kind of made up stuff. She did a lot of research there. Maybe she's interested in doing some kind of Q&A stuff.
Yeah, see if she. Reach out, include me on the contact, and let's by all means. I also reached out to. Do you guys know who Corridor Crew is? Anybody? No. Corridor Crew is a YouTube group of FX artists who review generally movies and talk about how they did the effects or how they think they might have done the effects.
Oh yeah.
Whether I remember or not, yeah. So I reached out. Now they are way above my pay grade in terms of popularity, but because they are actually industry professionals and shit. But I reached out to them to see if they would do how would NASA have faked the moon landings and the space station stuff. If they, join us for a discussion of that. I haven't heard back, but I had to, I can't reach them directly. But I went through their merch guy who said he'd forward it on. So I don't know.
So how many people you think have flat Earth as a hobby, and they spend or lose money by spending time online and traveling across the entire oblate spheroid-shaped Earth?
You mean debunking flat Earth as a hobby, or you mean believing in flat Earth?
I mean, PBS, public broadcasting system here in the States, as they say, that was perpetually a moon conspiracy debunking channel for quite a while of my early adulthood. So there's always an answer, right? There's always the zoom out on the picture, and you can see more and see this, and it makes sense that why you see that. Blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
Don't get the point.
So there is this always get the there's this thing where we get a debunking. So I don't think of PBS as really a debunking channel. I mean, they've done some stuff, but they're not anywhere where I would necessarily go to.
Let's ask Grok. Who has Grok or any good paid AI?
I have Claude AI. What should I ask?
Say, Claude, in the terms of government-funded American broadcast system, PBS, how many hours in percentage were based on moon debunking conspiratorial thoughts?
How many hours of PBS public broadcasting service? Over what dates?
Just say of all your known database. You do have that open. You said you pay for it, right? So
Yep.
And I don't know if we will confuse it if we say in percentage. You're not paying per question, right? You pay a flat fee.
Yeah.
It's all about the prompt.
How many hours? So we'll
then do colon.
I don't have specific data on exact number of hours devoted to debunking moon.
Say in percentage of total hours broadcast.
It doesn't have it. It doesn't.
So it will include repeats and all that stuff.
It doesn't have it.
I would just say, well, how do you think it will have these information?
I'm not sure.
It can do an internet. So I don't know, GPT-5 or 4.5 and so on, they can do internet research.
What about
it can Google quicker than you can? And otherwise, it's a probability language model. It's not deep thought. That's not a supercomputer. I mean, it's a supercomputer, but not like parsing databases of all knowledge.
What do you think AI is? But a database that's accessed almost instantaneously.
No, it's not a database access.
That's not what AI is. It's not a database looker. I'm sorry. If you really believe it's that, we can discuss what it actually is, but that's
okay. What about the AI that Jeopardy made to win Jeopardy? What was its name?
AI didn't make it. That was deep thought created by
Watson.
Watson.
Yeah, that bastard Watson. What's he up to? That cocksucker.
So Watson is no longer considered cutting edge AI, but it was a machine learning example, and it was fairly impressive as far as it went. But it's not as easy to interact with as a large language model.
Who else?
There are total differences between, for example, a machine learning neural network for a specific purpose, for example, like image recognition or so, and a large language model. They work completely different. So
machine learning versus language model.
No.
I
Language model is a subset. Language models, large language models, are a subset of machine learnings, which is part of AI. And you can also have AIs that gather data or so over databases. That's definitely possible, but it's not like ChatGPT has not kind of a world's knowledge to directly access or so. It was trained on that stuff. So you should really watch some YouTube videos of how a large language model works or so. How probability works.
I've watched a snippet of Lex Friedman use all the acronyms for all the dumb AI. AI is a buzzword for coding. Hashtag learn to code. Nerds. This is our time. We made millions on Bitcoin.
AI and algorithms, for example, is something totally different. There may be discrete algorithms. They follow a similar path every time. And there are neural networks or artificial intelligence that don't have a discrete path of working, where you don't get the same answer every time you put the same input in. And a normal program, where when you put a specific amount of input variables, you always will get the same result, except of the situation where there's particular randomization as part of it. But an AI is just working on probabilities.
There's a shill, Daddy. A shill is here.
Look, it's a Flurf, guy with no brain. How does he survive?
Can you be insane and have no brain?
No.
Have you ever met a mentally challenged asshole?
Yes, I have. All flat earthers are mentally
Good to
challenged.
meet you, Nasty Chill. Good to meet you.
All flat earthers are mentally charged assholes. Mentally challenged assholes.
All right, Omnivore. Are you here? Is there a moderator here?
I would disagree. Some of them are just mentally challenged.
Can you? I'm going to mute myself until NASA mutes himself, or he gets muted by the server.
Please mute yourself.
NASA, can you please do not mute yourself, please?
No, mute himself. Good.
That's a big issue with this whole AI and large language model thing. People just expect this thing now knows everything. It's a human, or it's kind of a being, and don't understand how these models are working, what they can do, what they cannot do.
Well, Elon Musk says we'll be in an AI robot utopia. It's going to be a dystopia 10 years from now.
Why do we care what he says?
Why is NASA Shill asking me questions? Why is he not muted?
I haven't asked you a single question, moron. I don't need your answers because you have none. If you believe
Elon Musk promised us like electric trucks.
3 minutes. And if NASA Shill wants to fuck around, I'll just leave.
If you have any flat Earth evidence, though, I'd be really willing to hear that. I believe the Earth is flat because, and then give some evidence that says why. I'd appreciate that.
Come on, you can't expect them to come up with evidence.
And he gave the answer that every flat earther can give.
Oh, he's even deafened himself. Good.
Yeah, Elon Musk promised self-driving cars and self-driving electric semi-trucks like in 2020. So I don't think we should give stock into what his future predictions are.
I mean, he's a business guy, right? So he had some good ideas, and he earned a lot of money with that, so that he could play with that. And he's technology interested.
Which good ideas did he have?
He did not. I mean, the idea of building Tesla, and
he didn't do that.
Yeah, he had the idea of funding that company, and believed in the success of that company, and believed in the success to come up with an early access electric vehicle and affordable electric vehicles made in the US. And I think that was pretty successful. Wouldn't you say that he was financially or business-wise very successful with that? Isn't Tesla one of the leading? I mean, a Model 3 is pretty affordable compared to others. I mean, the quality is another thing, but it's more affordable than a BMW or an Audi.
Where's it at now?
Well, something like 30K or so.
30-something K? Starts at $42,000. Nice. Oh, that's the Model 3. The Model Y, 37K.
And I mean, compared with, let's say, European, so it's not that expensive.
I think affordable is a $12,000 vehicle.
Yeah, okay. I mean, electric vehicle in the comparison. Of course, now the Chinese one are also good, or better, or the Asian ones got better.
I think if we want affordable, we should be making mopeds.
Yeah, sure. But still, he's really successful.
Yeah, that would be good.
The Tesla is the most sold electric car worldwide.
I mean, he is in a good financial position. I'll agree with that.
And he also, for example, SpaceX is a healthy business. They are bringing in enough money, and they are saving money for NASA as well.
Yeah, through insane government subsidies, I would argue.
I mean, they can still make it cheaper than government contracts can do. Cleaner, but there are definitely the wrong people earning the wrong money with it. But anyway, he's not a dumb person. He's a game person.
This isn't commentary on, I guess, technological capacity though, and just engineering. Proper engineering knowledge. I don't think this is a point towards it. It's more a point towards big business acumen than that.
Yeah, he's not an inventor in that case, or a rocket scientist.
And then here, I'm willing to make gambles because I have a lot of capital. Is also not an indicator of someone who's capable of making proper future predictions, especially with time-bound estimates.
No. That's what I totally agree. So he's a business guy. He cannot predict the future, and he's not a technician who really knows what is possible in the future and whatnot. That was exactly my point. I didn't want to argue for his predictions are good or accurate.
Are you arguing Elon Musk predictions are not accurate? Is that the argument right now?
I think they are not more reliable than anyone else's predictions.
Well, yeah, we'll say especially when it comes to, I guess, technological capacity. Yeah, they're not, especially pertaining to that.
So, OpenAI, Tesla, SpaceX, those were not good visions that he had.
OpenAI was done by Elon Musk.
In Tesla, Elon Musk was promising self-driving semi-trucks by
Okay, well, you're changing the argument. You're saying, he made promises that weren't kept.
Well, we're talking about Elon Musk's capacity to make future predictions pertaining to technological capabilities, not whether a business is successful.
Well, you brought in one example, but you're excluding the 1,000 other examples. Mass-producing electric vehicles.
Dude, what are your other examples?
Space travel, having OpenAI in general, all the advancements they've made.
Well, the question is about a future prediction.
On the internet.
We're not talking about developed products. We're talking about a future prediction with
these
the
are
state of technology
made for the future.
When did
could you give me a specific instance since you're interested in discussing the minutiae here?
I just gave you 5 instances where he invested money into PayPal, which became the standard way to pay for money.
Could you give me a specific?
Could you give me a mass-produced electric?
So is that a date? Is that a date with the future prediction right now that you're giving right now?
Is it a date? Look at when he acquired Tesla, and that's the day he predicted that electric vehicles will blow up in the future.
No, I'd like a public announcement of a future event where there's some technological capability.
For you to understand his accomplishments.
Again,
I'm not asking about accomplishments.
Wait a second. We agreed on his capability.
I don't know. You do. This guy doesn't.
Wait a second. To understand which investments are good for the future. But it was specifically about how accurate is he, because there was a claim that AI robots are there in 2020 whatever. And he predicted something like that, and we said, okay, Elon Musk is not famous for his accurate predictions of which technology is actually on the market or applicable. That he is investing in the right things, everyone agrees on. Because he's the richest man on earth. He is smart in investing.
But what do you think Okay, if you think his hit rate for investments is not correlated to his understanding of what the future is going to look like, then I don't know what to tell you. They're very, very correlated.
So the one thing is giving the right direction. The other thing is predicting when we arrive at the destination. This is something totally different.
How is that totally different? If you're investing in a company, you're predicting that this company is going to be big in the future, no?
Yeah, but that's not the prediction in question. We're talking about engineering capabilities and prophecy.
Well, you're nitpicking 3 predictions he's made and saying he's bad at predicting things, but you're ignoring the entire process, right?
Well, it's I've given you the scope. I've given you the scope of what I've given you the scope of what is being predicted, and you're outside the scope. You're not engaging.
So your scope for if you're good at predicting things is if you could accurately depict when self-driving cars are going to become a thing. That's your.
Someone made a claim. Someone made a claim. Elon Musk predicted some kind of AI acting robot in 2028, for example, and we said, okay. That has nothing to do that Elon Musk predicted this because his other future predictions of at which date, which technology is available weren't accurate.
Yeah, and that's where I'm saying you're wrong.
Every dumb fuck could answer that in the future the AIs will be more smarter or more capable.
Just like you're going to say everyone thought electric vehicles were going to become a big thing, just like hindsight is 20/20.
Yeah,
the world laughed at him
when he predicted electric vehicles.
You know, the world laughed at him. There was interviews of him on the news, and they were laughing at him.
Yeah, stupid people were laughing.
Yeah,
stupid people were laughing.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that, but hindsight's 20/20.
That all doesn't matter regarding the accuracy
People
of
didn't
the
laugh at him
time
with
and
PayPal.
technology.
You're gonna pay for things on the internet? What are you, crazy? I mean, like, yeah, hindsight's 20/20. But if you look at when he did certain things, you could infer that yes, he actually knows what the future is going to look like because he's good at this.
I think you're really interested in focusing on broad strokes when it comes to business decisions, when I'm not trying to talk about broad strokes when it's coming to business decisions.
Okay, so change your claim then. You said he's not good at predicting technological advancements.
No, that's not what he said.
That's different. That's different than a business decision, right? That's different than a business decision.
No, well, that's where you're failing to understand that they're very, very highly correlated.
Yeah, but you're not actually discussing what's at issue. You just want to talk about something tangentially related. As an exercise in free word association.
His investments into the technological future is so unrelated to his ability to predict the technological future. Are you kidding me?
No, it's not. It's not about predicting technology future. It's about time and capacity. It's about what technology will be at which point reality. For example,
what's your sample size for saying he's not good at
in predicting? Steve Jobs was good in predicting that people will like a smartphone, but he could not predict which capacity of which smartphone will be available or how it will lift off in the future. Having a good idea does not give you like a glass ball or a crystal ball looking into the future.
Wait, so are you saying Steve Jobs was not good at predicting the technological future?
Let's discuss the Tesla semi truck. The Tesla semi truck.
Hold on. Hold on. He brought up Steve Jobs. What do you think he was good or bad at predicting the technological future?
He was good in understanding the need and understanding what will be technology-wise accessible. But
I don't know what claims were made.
What?
I do know that consistently, Elon Musk has gotten before the public in press releases as a representative of the Tesla company for the release of specific products at specific years and dates. And they were wrong dozens of times for this product alone.
And that thus he's bad at predicting what the technological future is going to look like? Because he had some press releases.
Because he consistently does press releases that say specific dates and they're wrong.
Well, so maybe your claim should be he's bad at doing press releases.
No, the claim would be that claiming technological capabilities at these specific dates are wrong, because that's exactly what's happening.
Based on a sample size of a couple of press releases.
Based off of a sample, I'm saying for this product alone. We can look at other product. You want the Vegas loop?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
You could name 50 different examples. It doesn't prove your point.
Why? How many examples do you need to prove the point?
Enough where it'll overwhelm his investment capability, which you haven't done.
Again, that's a red herring that I continue to illustrate.
That's not a red herring. You're failing to see that they're highly
Yes,
correlated.
it is. It's not the point I made, and you're changing the point I'm making.
The point you made is he's not good at seeing what the technological future is going to look like.
For engineering capability.
Yeah, for engineering capability, sure.
Yeah, I didn't talk about financial success.
Yeah, for engineering capability. Do you think SpaceX has no engineering capabilities in it? Do you think Tesla has no engineering feats? You think PayPal?
Did I say they were incapable of engineering?
Well, you're claiming that what I'm saying has nothing to do with engineering.
No, my issue with what you're saying is that you're strawmanning me.
It's not a straw man. You're willingly ignoring the investments that he's made, which clearly show that he knows what the future is going to look like.
I'm willingly ignoring them because it's not what I'm talking about.
Of course. Well, you just don't realize that that's what you're talking about. That's not my problem.
I do realize I do realize that it's irrelevant. You just want to be.
You may think it's irrelevant, but it's not.
Don't you see the difference
No matter how
in
much you
claiming
try
that,
to
for
the point that
example,
it's
the battery
irrelevant, it's not.
Okay, don't you see the difference in claiming that the battery capacity of electric cars will improve in the future, and fast charging will be available, and the energy density will increase? This is one thing. So let's invest in research batteries, and the other thing is let's predict in 2 years we will have 500 kilowatt hour batteries that you can charge in half an hour. This is a technology prediction, which will not be the case in this time, probably. And the other thing is, let's invest in technology advancement of batteries for electric cars, which makes sense, because if you invest there, you will get a return on invest pretty quickly. These are two different shoes that we're talking about.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. One is an accurate prediction, and the other one is giving directions.
So do you think he didn't accurately predict that electric vehicles will be commonplace? Did he not accurately predict that?
He did not accurately predict because he made...
Well, there we go. I mean, you're just living in la-la land, man. I don't know what to tell you. If you can't even see that point...
Are you familiar with the difference between precision and accuracy?
So, can you answer the question?
So I feel like you're trying to make a claim as if
answer my question.
Elon Musk is stating something imprecise.
Are you just going
when the criticism is regarding a very precise statement and how it is inaccurate?
Or no? Why are you scared to answer the question?
Well, I am answering the question.
No, you didn't even come close to answering the question. It's a yes or no question, and you just yapped for 5 minutes.
I was giving you a nuanced no.
Great. I don't need your justification. Can you answer the question?
So you're not interested in a why. Why no?
Well, you didn't answer the question, so how would you give me a why? So I'll ask the question
I'm giving
again.
you a why no.
Was Elon Musk correct in predicting that electric vehicles are going to become commonplace, yes or no?
Right. Was the clarifying question, was the prediction precise or not?
So you can't answer the question. Is that what I'm hearing?
Are you willing to engage in good faith?
Am I willing to engage in good faith? You're the one not answering a yes or no question.
I need clarity.
You don't need clarity. Unless you have
You're being dishonest.
I'm being dishonest. You're the one not answering a simple yes or no question.
Because it's ambiguous. You're being ambiguous.
It's not ambiguous. It's ambiguous if you're ignorant.
So precision is not relevant with precision is not relevant.
Okay, great story. Now, can you answer yes or no?
Is precision relevant?
Is precision relevant? Clarify what you mean by that.
So, are you familiar with the difference between accuracy and precision?
Oh, brother. So you can't answer a simple question? You just ask questions over and over?
Well,
Is that how you work?
You wouldn't answer my clarifying question regarding...
Was he accurate? Do you know what the word accurate means? Yes or no?
Yes, but I do understand what the word means.
How do you know what the word accurate means?
Yeah, so considering Elon Musk...
You need a clarifying question if you know what the word means.
Well, because it matters, because in my view, precision does matter. So considering the precision,
in my view, it doesn't. So just
the answer is no. Considering the precision.
Oh, okay. So he wasn't accurate. Okay. I mean, that tells me all I need to know about you.
Well, the precision, do you feel is relevant?
Right.
I answered your question. Can you answer mine now?
No. So no matter what your context was, the fact that you said no shows me that you're bad faith, and there's no point continuing this.
You're not willing to engage in mine, even though you've insisted on me answering your question.
So I'll ask the question again. Was he accurate? Yes or no? And you're confirming that you say no.
Considering the precision.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I mean that tells me all I need to know about you. And the rest of the room, do you agree with him or disagree with him? Silence.
Are you willing to engage in the clarity?
I agree with him.
You agree that he wasn't accurate in predicting that electric vehicles are going to become commonplace in America? You disagree with
what precision? With what precision?
Oh, brother.
Are you willing to engage in the question?
So he, for example, made the prediction.
The fact that you're asking clarifying questions shows me that you are completely bad faith.
Made the prediction that what was it? Wait a second.
No, you answered the question now. Does precision matter with an accurate prediction?
Yes.
Okay. With what precision was Elon Musk predicting those capabilities? Do you know?
Years. Yeah, I just told you. As long as he was within the order of magnitude of years and not centuries. Is that better? Does that answer your question?
Wait, so if somebody makes a prediction and it's accurate
within the order of magnitude of years, yes.
So if they say something's going to happen in 2025, but it actually happens in 2036.
2027. Yes, then they're still accurate. I mean, it depends on what the
accurate
context is. Of course, that's accurate. Yeah, it depends on what the context is, but yeah, in this case,
because you assume a precision of plus or minus 5 to 10 years. That's what you expect.
Absolutely. Yeah. So does every normal human being on the planet. Yeah.
The problem is that when you're a publicly traded company, the level of precision you're expected to have is in fiscal quarters.
Yeah. So
for example,
now you're knocking him for not being accurate to shareholders.
The context of these predictions are press releases on a publicly traded company regarding fiscal quarters. That's the level of precision that people make these investments in.
Oh, so what about Rockstar Games when they say GTA is going to come out last year? Are they not accurate in predicting when it's going to come out? If it comes out this year?
Yeah, that would be an inaccurate statement.
€25,000 fully autonomous car for 2023. This is a clear misjudgment, and it is not reality right now.
Brother.
€25,000 fully autonomous in 2023. So he was inaccurate.
You don't see the difference between saying a feature versus an industry is going to become popular?
What?
So you're just comfortable with low precision.
We were specifically talking about technology predictions and availability of this technology in the market, and not investment plans. And you're rambling here for like 15 minutes and not understanding that case.
So, I mean, you're the one who said he wasn't accurate in saying that electrical vehicles are going to become popular in America.
No.
I mean, only an insane person.
I did never say that.
Yeah, you said you agreed with him when he said that.
I said he.
You said you agreed with him.
That. No, I agree with his precision that it wasn't accurate. The precision of technology advancements are not accurate that he brings up. He is misjudging success, and he's typically predicting stuff earlier than it really happens in reality. That is given on Starship, that is given on other SpaceX situation, that is given on Tesla situations.
Yeah, you guys are crazy.
It's like you're trying to present a fake version of Elon.
To Elon Musk predictions.
This is called Elon derangement syndrome, by the way.
Well, you've done no research on this, it seems.
This is a syndrome.
You're like, I see a big company, and because the company's successful, I don't have to look at the nuance. I don't have to look at precision. Because I won the lottery, I can perfectly predict the lottery.
I watched the man get laughed at in every industry that he propped up. Prior to
people laugh at me for buying lottery tickets, and I won the lottery. I'm perfect at predicting lottery.
Is that anything that you could accurately predict if you're going to win the lottery or not? You're equating the two? How pathetic are you?
Well, that's what you're doing.
Oh, yeah. Elon Musk was just playing the lottery. He was just guessing on what's going to become popular.
For his investments, yeah, that's what he does. He guesses.
Well, okay, so that's
money
what I'm
at
saying.
it.
You have Elon derangement syndrome.
What's derangement
tell me,
about
what other? Okay, if you want to prove you're not deranged, what other companies did he invest in that completely failed?
The Hyperloop is.
You know, the Hyperloop is a thing,
failure?
right?
Yeah, it's a failure.
You know, that's the thing, right? Oh, it's a failure. In what sense is it a failure?
In pretty much every sense.
Yeah, go ahead, elaborate.
Yeah, so it's
Not
any
financially
normal building construction, right? When it's coming to tunnels, like I don't know, a subway system would be more effective than anything that he produced.
Okay, that's an assertion. Can you elaborate though? You didn't elaborate.
Yeah, so the one of the issues would be the fact that first of all he wanted to make them pneumatic tubes. He didn't make the pneumatic tubes. Then he wanted to put rails in there. He didn't put rails in there, and so he's like, okay, let's just pave it and put a bunch of Teslas in there, right? Not to mention issues with ventilation, right? If there's a fire in there, everything's fucked. Issues with traffic.
You know that
if
for a
people
fact
need
that
to
there's a
wait to
fire
get into a Tesla car in order to get into
you
the
know
loop,
personally that
everybody
there's no
just
sprinkler
needs to
system
sit in line in a
This is
tube,
called Elon
trapped in a tube.
syndrome. Elon derangement syndrome. You personally know that they're fucked if there's a fire that happens. You know that for a fact.
No, I'm just saying this is an engineering issue that is very common
You're just
with
crying and
trains.
saying random things that you have no knowledge about.
Well, I've actually looked at extensive discussions related to trains and tunnels and fires.
You're asserting there's no fire suppression system in there.
It's not a question of fire suppression as it is the design of the construction.
Okay. Elon derangement syndrome. Do you also have Trump derangement syndrome? Those two tend to be
You just say those phrases to make you feel better.
Wait.
Okay,
I have Trump derangement syndrome.
No, I want to talk to the other squeaker. Do you have Trump derangement syndrome also?
I do. Yeah. It's called.
No, you're squeaker number 2. I want to talk to squeaker number 1.
It's called reading the news, or
you like using the terms right rather than addressing the contents of the argument properly.
So Trump derangement syndrome is you hate Trump no matter what he does, even if it's good or bad. Is that true or no?
No, I think he's incredibly.
I have reasons for my criticisms.
I'm talking to squeaker number 1.
I have reasons for my criticisms.
But how did I know that you have Trump derangement syndrome? How did I know that?
I told you.
So the answer was no. I have reasons for my criticisms.
Okay, so can you tell me 3 good things that Donald Trump has done?
Let's see. He helped some people have federal funding when it comes to disabled children. That was pretty decent.
Okay, number 2.
I like his.
There was something related to police force training, but I think he rescinded that since then.
Okay, so that's not an answer then. You got another number 2?
His commerce
see.
loans were okay.
Your Trump derangement syndrome showing.
Why is that different? Like what are some policies that you have in mind?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe making us have the most secure border in American history.
Nope.
Implementing.
How did you measure that?
History of America.
How did you measure border security?
Wait.
So you're denying that he has the safest border in American history?
How did you measure that?
Just a minute, Mulgi. Hold on a second.
By number of illegal immigrants entering, number of encounters.
How did you measure that?
How did I measure that?
Well,
Based on numbers that they report What do you mean?
How do you measure an illegal argument? How do you report a number like that?
So you're denying that we have the safest border? Is that what I'm hearing?
Mogi.
So
how do you measure that?
Is copying to be.
So who had a safer border than Donald Trump?
Hold on a second. Hang on. I'm going to say this and then I'm going to back off because I can't talk.
Yeah, you're squeaker number 2.
Just hold on.
You're squeaker number 2. I'll talk to you in a bit.
I'm squeaking. Just hang on a minute.
I'm talking to squeaker number 1 right now.
Grandpa,
I'm talking to squeaker 1.
Yeah, I know, but what you are doing is waving a big sign that says
you're squeaker number 2. I'll get to you in a second. I'll get to you in a second.
Are you afraid to let me finish a sentence? Are you afraid to?
No, well, you keep interrupting, squeaker.
Yeah, I'm going to interrupt, and then I'm going to step away. I'll be back.
Yeah, you're interrupting squeaker number 1.
We're in a public conversation. Chill for a sec.
You are copying to being an absolutely horrible person, and I can explain to you just a minute, Grandpa. Just hold on. I will happily explain to you why when you're brave enough to hear it. But you will even agree with it. You will be like, "Oh my God, I am."
Right. All right, spit it out.
Well, I'm gonna. Are we gonna do this now?
Spit it out.
You can go. You can go squeaking. You can go squeaking, Grandpa, if you want. But I'm just letting you know that you are a horrible person.
Okay, that's fantastic. Anything of substance you want to say?
I do. Are we gonna do this now?
Are you going to make your point or what?
Oh, I am.
Shut up for 30 seconds at minimum. Fuck.
I'm good.
He's asking me if he could talk, and I'm saying yeah.
Dude, shut up, Grandpa. Shut the fuck up.
So
shut up, Grandpa. Shut up. Okay, squeaker number 1. Squeaker number 2. Go ahead.
Fiddly. Okay. What the border actions that we took were specifically designed for family separation.
Right.
He was told,
which happened under Obama, by the way.
Yeah, it did. Okay, I'm gonna educate you, Grandpa. I'm gonna educate you.
You know when you arrest somebody,
that
separates
a
the family, right?
You know a talking point. You don't know what actually happened. I promise.
30 seconds, dude. Just put a timer on.
So what happened?
Well, he keeps saying right, which elicits a response.
Grandpa, put a timer for 30 seconds. Shut up.
So what happened?
Go get some testosterone, buddy.
Dude, just shut the fuck up for a second. Let other people talk in this chat room.
Yeah, I think you're afraid to hear this. I think you're afraid to hear this.
Go ahead.
So
stop babbling. Shut the fuck up.
Created this plan for family separation, which he admitted was done to deter people from coming over. He's quite on the record of saying that. And that plan he was told by psychologists in the White House that this plan would traumatize the children. He was told this, but he knows.
Good
Grandpa,
thing we didn't elect the psychologist then.
Grandpa, good. He didn't have a rebuttal to that. He's just totally fine with traumatizing the children. Yeah, I know.
So let's just bring in every illegal because their children are going to be traumatized. Let's bring everyone in.
Grandpa,
no, you're right.
Grandpa.
Let's have every illegal come in because their children are going to be traumatized.
You're spiraling. You're turning and turning. You're lightning dire. The Falcon.
Let's just have illegal immigration be a commonplace.
Winter cannot hold. Are you going to let me make this point? Because at the end of it, you're going to agree that you are a horrible person, and you know it's coming.
Cry about it.
I'm not crying about it.
You are crying about it. No, you're crying. Trust me.
So just so you know, just hear me out.
Teach me.
I am. So when he did this, he was like, "I am going to punish the children for effectively the sins of the parents." And yes, they will be traumatized. And
good analysis.
An action that I took, and you are like, yay, you're clapping like a little seal.
Yeah, of course I am. Yeah, I am a seal.
Traumatized,
and he's enacting the policies that we voted for.
Traumatized children. So you would say in other conditions, Grandpa,
poor children of illegal immigrants.
Grandpa, hold on. You would say in other conditions, if somebody was intentionally traumatizing children to punish the parents, you would say that's a horrible thing. If they were
white, bring them all in then.
If they were white, you would say that.
Let's bring them all in. Let's let them vote in our elections. Let's bring them in.
No.
Dude, you convinced me.
Yeah, I know. You don't know anything, and you're afraid.
No, you convinced me. No, you're right. You won this argument. You won.
So
you convinced
I did.
me.
I know. But you still don't. You're still uneducated.
Let's bring them all in and let's have them vote in the next
You're still
election.
uneducated, Grandpa. There's other things you have to learn about.
Yeah, clearly.
So
You're clearly educated.
Remember way back in the day when you told me Obama did that, because you just know a talking point. You don't know what Obama did.
Right.
So I'm actually Obama.
I'd like to actually get to the idea.
I know. The problem with the Trump.
Who was president in 2016? Tell me.
It was Obama.
Grandpa.
Let me.
Can we discuss measurements?
Can we
discuss measurements for border security?
Let me try to educate you. No, you need
Please
to hear
educate
this
me.
because good. I'm going to. So
Please
Obama first tried to keep the kids with the parents, and he was blocked by the court. He was trying not to traumatize the children.
Okay.
The Obama voters were not going, yay, traumatized children, yay. But then, Grandpa, what he did was he piloted a program. No, you got to hear this. He piloted a program that would use trackers to track the parents so that they could be released with the children. And that plan, which is pretty effective because you can track these people, was shut down by Trump because he doesn't want to track people who come over. He just wants to traumatize the children. Yay! Because that is what the cruelty, Grandpa, is the point. And if they were white and it wasn't, tweaking your
now you're bringing race into this.
Oh, no,
I'm another libtard playbook item.
I know.
Another libtard playbook item.
I'm telling you.
Am I racist? Am I racist now?
I'm telling you true things. So you don't think
am I xenophobic?
You don't think you're racist. You don't think you're xenophobic.
I'm racist and xenophobic. I haven't heard that one.
If these
that's an original
kids were white, you would be like, you would have a teaspoon of sympathy for them, and you would agree because you know that by your own moral standards.
Thanks for telling me what I would agree with.
By your own moral standards, you know that traumatizing the kids, punishing the kids for the sins of the fathers is not something that we do today. We don't.
But let's bring them all in. No, you convinced me. Let's bring them in.
We consider that to be morally
wrong. They could even stay in my house.
You consider that to be morally wrong. You do.
No, you're right. I don't want to traumatize the kids. Let's keep them. They can stay in my house. They could vote in the next election.
We don't have to, Grandpa, because Obama had a workaround for that, and he tried a more effective, even a higher level workaround, but was prevented by the courts. So in this case, what you're saying is, I care so much about illegal immigration that I'm okay with traumatizing children. And that,
you're the party that denies that there's even an issue.
If you were somebody else looking at that, clear-headed, which you're not, you would say that person.
Yeah, you're clearly clear-headed. Clearly, you're not rambling at all.
Yeah, because so let's ask.
You're not sparking out at all.
Did you know any of the things that I told you? No, you didn't.
Yeah, so
I don't think he didn't listen to what you said.
I know he didn't.
Let's let them all in. Let's have them.
Grandpa, do you know what points he made?
We don't want to traumatize the kids.
Grandpa, could you summarize?
That said, don't deport illegal immigrants.
Grandpa, can we get a listening comprehension test? What did Omnivore state? What were the points?
I'm recapping it right now. A psychologist said he shouldn't deport illegals because it traumatizes the kids.
No, wrong already.
He kept the kids and the parents together, and they were able to keep the country together, and that's good.
Wrong already. Yeah.
Okay.
Your comprehension is about on the level for your average Trump guy. I get that.
Right. So let's keep all the illegals in. Let's have them vote in the next election, and they could stay at my house.
So none of that is true. These are all lies that you believe
because they tweak
your racism. They rub your racism.
Let them vote in the next election and let them have free healthcare.
I believe it because
let's give them free trans surgeries while we're at it.
So I never said any of those things you claimed.
I'm saying my policy. This is my policy.
I explained to you how
I'm advocating for.
Okay, so right, I know. Yeah, at this point you've given up, and now you've retreated to bullshitting. Yeah.
No,
so
I
So can we get back to the numbers? Who is forced to face the consequence? If you were somebody else watching Grandpa face the consequences of his own position, you would be like, "That's a horrible person."
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I switched my position.
Grandpa, can I bring up some numbers?
Go ahead. Bring up some numbers.
All right. So ideally, right, if you want to solve a lot of the issues with the border, one of the biggest issues you would say is that there are illegal immigrants in this country and they need to get out,
I'm
right?
clarifying, like you clarified before. Did we have an issue at the border under Joe Biden? Yes or no? Hello? In what sense? How about the millions of illegals pouring in? How about that sense?
Right. So if there are millions of illegals in this country, we got to get them out. That's right. That's one of your positions, right?
So was it a problem under Joe Biden? Yes or no?
So I'd like to bring up some numbers real quick rather than go through the interrogation phase.
Yes or no question.
Well, we played your game before. Can you entertain me for a little bit?
You didn't answer a single question I asked you.
Grandpa, I engaged with you. Could you entertain me for a second? Grandpa, could you entertain the argument for a moment?
Not until you answer a simple question. It's a clarifying question.
Well, I have data and new knowledge for you to learn.
So before we get to the data, can you admit it was a problem under Joe Biden? Can you admit that?
What kind of problem?
I already said what kind of problem. Were you not listening? I thought I had the listening comprehension issues. You didn't hear what I said? What the problem was?
You said there are a bunch of illegal immigrants flooding into this country.
Millions of illegals that were flooding in under Joe Biden. Was that a problem? Yes or no?
I don't think there were millions of illegal immigrants.
Oh, you don't think there were? What about all the Border Patrol people saying that there were, and all of the Homeland Security people saying that there were? You
talking about border encounters with people?
Right, and the ones that were just let in, yeah, and the ones that
it doesn't mean they were illegal.
Oh, okay. So there weren't millions of illegals that came in. That's your assertion. Are there more illegals now under Donald Trump or under Joe Biden? Who has more?
They were legal. They went through the process. They got documents.
So can you answer my question? Are there more now under Donald Trump or more under Joe Biden?
That's a different question.
That's a different question to you? I just asked that. That's the same exact question I asked.
No, it's a different one.
You refused to answer the first question, so now I'm moving on to another one.
Well, you want to keep going down the interrogation. Would you be willing to entertain the information, actually engaging with the data?
Go ahead. Tell me the data, Mr. Data.
Right.
You're squeaker number one, by the way. Don't forget that.
So you agreed that there are people in this country and they need to get out, right?
Right.
And we're deporting people, and we need to deport those people from this country, is what you would
We need to
agree
deport them. That's right. That's right.
And then when we're looking at the track record of deportations between the Trump's first administration and Biden's administration, we recognize
Biden had more.
Trump sucked at it.
Right.
Deporting immigrants, right?
Right.
And then for the first few months of this presidency, Trump sucked at it compared to Biden's term, correct?
Can we agree that that's a bad thing, that Trump was so bad at it? Can we agree about that? More deportations is better, right? Can we agree
I think people need to be processed. If they were processed, I think it's a good thing that people were processed.
It's a good thing to have more deportations, right?
If they're not supposed to be here,
you could agree with me that you want Trump to have more deportations, right? Because you just asserted that more is better.
I think more people should be processed efficiently.
No, deported. You're changing the words. Deported.
Well, I'm not interested in passing judgment before actually getting their case heard.
Yes or no question you can't answer. So you're asserting that Joe Biden had more deportations, right? So is that a good thing or a bad thing?
You're begging the question, so I can't answer that in good faith.
I'm asking you a question. I'm not begging a question. I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, with a presupposed conclusion that they've already done bad. We got to find that out first.
They've already done bad. So let's assume they go through the process, right? They go through the legal process to deport someone. That's an assumption. Is it better for more people to go through that process or less people?
I think if you're being accused of a crime, you should go through the process. All people should go through the process.
Okay, so the more people that go through that process and get convicted and get deported, is that better or worse? Hello?
I think fewer people should do bad things, so it would be worse if more people go through.
Communist and you want to live in La La Land, but we're here in the real world where I'm saying if more people go through that process and get deported, is that good or bad?
If you have the people, if you have the set amount of people that have done bad, right?
Again, you can't answer
if you process them more efficiently, that's good.
Are you actually retarded? You don't know how to answer a simple question?
Well, the problem is you're asking so many loaded questions.
That's a loaded question. Is it better or worse to deport more people? Are you retarded? That's the only word.
Can I ask you, Grandpa? Can I ask you the question? What is the shape of the Earth?
Okay, all right. Back to the European. The shape of the Earth is a globe. It's a sphere.
Okay. So you're just an asshole glober. That's fine. Thank you.
I'm an asshole glober. You could say whatever you want. Yeah. I'm talking to people who can't answer yes or no questions. What does that make you?
Yeah, so if they actually did the crime, yeah, we should process them more efficiently. It would be good.
Okay, so after 30 minutes of you clarifying, the answer is yes, it's better for more people to get deported, right?
Yeah, and Biden did that better than Trump.
Right, Biden did it better. So will you support Trump in deporting more people this term?
But he's not doing that.
Oh, he's not doing. Okay, so you don't think he's deporting enough people? That's your argument. That's why you don't like Trump.
I think he sucks at everything he does.
So you think he's not deporting enough people? Is that your stance?
Just on an administrative level, he sucks at all things.
Okay, because you can't answer a question, I'm going to assume that's yes. You want him to deport more people.
I want him to process people more efficiently. Yes.
That's fair. I think he should deport more people too. I think we're on the same page, actually.
Yeah, the problem is that Biden shot himself in the foot before the election. There was a bill on the table to do exactly that.
Right. No, I thought we were on opposite sides.
And he said, fuck that. You said, fuck that.
Well, there
was bipartisan legislation on the table for more judges to process more immigrants to deport more people, and he said, fuck that shit.
Right.
And now we have now what we're doing. Now there's been policy. Now we've just had a new fiscal budget released to do instead of processing more of these people to deport them, we're just putting them in camps where we have to pay for their well-being.
So it's a monetary issue for you. You know,
now we're wasting billions and billions of dollars just to keep people in concentration camps.
They just got $50 billion with the big beautiful bill. You know that?
Yeah, that's a waste of money. It's a waste.
It's a waste of money. It's part of the budget.
We could be spending a fraction of that money to just hire judges and process more people.
You think a judge is less expensive than deporting someone? You think a court case is less expensive? Where are you getting your information?
I think a judge is less. I think a judge on average is less expensive than just having people in a detention cell.
So if we have 50 million
unclear amount of time,
you think 50 million court cases is less expensive than having boots on the ground?
Think about it this way: like one court case would be like, let's say if we give a generous amount, let's say 2 to 3 hours worth of court time, right? And then if we have a person who's been detained, if we have a person who's been detained in a camp, right, and their next court case is going to be 9 months from now, they have to be sheltered 24/7 for those 9 months before they can even get their case heard, right? That's a massive difference, right? And then at the same time, there are like hundreds of thousands of these people who need to be walked 24/7 when there's like one judge who needs to like actually deal. Okay, there's not one judge, but there's like a dozen judges that can actually handle these types of cases. So what you want is more judges to handle these cases, so you don't have these people that you need to babysit all the time and waste American tax dollars on.
That is very efficient. No, you're right. Very efficient, dude.
Yeah, so
Let me just say
Trump
this.
is
Thank
doing
God you
stupid
guys lost in
bullshit,
the
and he
landslide.
and
Let me
he
just say
majorly
this.
sucks at the one thing that you're asking for.
Thank the good Lord that you lost in a landslide in 2024. Thank God.
Well,
Is this
I'm just
Kamala's
talking
plan?
about policy. I'm talking about the
Judges.
job
That'll
of
fix the
governance,
problem.
and I'm talking about the job of securing the
Get more
border like you're
judges.
asking for.
That'll fix everything. Thank God you guys lost in a landslide. Holy shit. You guys are pathetic.
I'm talking about policy. I'm talking about decisions,
that's a
executive
shitty policy.
decisions, and financial
Shitty
decisions
policy.
that are fucking this country.
Yeah. You know,
For the very
ICE is
things
under
that you're
the
asking
executive
for.
branch, right?
It's what you're asking for, and he sucks at it. He's just
a lack of
he's just
executive
pathetic.
decision. That's what you're saying. Your argument is have less executive decision. You know that, right? You're saying
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we could be doing we could be doing things better. Instead, we're doing it shittily.
Your argument is let's have the judiciary handle it. Let's not have the executive handle it. So let's have less executive action. That's literally your argument.
What?
You know that? Do you not comprehend that?
For justice? Yeah, I want the justice branch. I want the judiciary branch of government to handle justice. Yes.
Yeah. So you don't want executive action on this.
I don't want the executive branch of government to handle justice.
You don't want
the judiciary branch of government should handle justice.
You literally don't want ICE to do their job. Pathetic.
When did I say that?
I wonder why you guys lost the election in a landslide.
When did I say that?
I can't put my finger on why you guys lost. You just
Grandpa,
said
when did I say those words?
Money on having ICE do their work.
No, I'm saying that we should be spending more money on hiring judges to process
So
immigrants.
put it in the hands of the judiciary. That's
rather than just wasting money holding people in concentration camps.
Which is exactly what I just said. Let's stop wasting money on ICE and have judges handle it. That's literally your policy prescription. And I wonder why you guys
this isn't really. I mean,
keep stuttering, dude. Anyone else?
Is this money on ICE though?
Anyone else have an argument?
This is just money that's like required for FEMA.
Your brain is leaking out,
FEMA
dude.
aid.
How about you speak a coherent sentence?
Right. So the coherent sentence is you're spending a crazy amount of your tax dollars, which you don't like to pay taxes, right?
Right.
Right.
Which
so
is
you're spending a crazy amount of tax dollars for someone to have free
Donald John Trump
for a free bed,
tax cut in
shelter,
American history,
and meals,
folks.
Every day of the week.
Right.
That's coming out of your tax dollars.
Right. And that's something I'm very willing to have my
when instead you could have them processed and deported.
50 million court cases, easy. 50 million court cases. That's good.
So
good policy.
rather than deport them, you want to spend more money to keep them in a box.
Right. I wonder why you guys lost. Is this Kamala's policy? Is this what Kamala's plan is?
This is what Donald Trump instated.
Would Kamala do this if she was president? Would she just say, "Let's get rid of ICE and let's have
Kamala deported? Let's see, about 30% more people than Trump is deporting right now.
So, but that's a good thing, right? More deportations is good. I think you just said we want more court cases.
According to you, more deportation is good.
No, according to you, you said that earlier. You said more deportations is better.
You were talking about the most secure border. You were talking about the border so secure, right?
You said
about how secure everything is.
I remember you said that.
We're talking about how we need to get the illegal immigrants out.
You said Trump needs to deport way more people for me to.
What Trump is not doing is getting the illegal immigrants out. He's just not doing the thing you're asking for.
There's no need to argue. We're on the same
exact page. It's like the thing you preach for is the thing Trump is the shittiest at doing.
I agree.
Every Democrat president has been better than Trump at doing the thing you're asking for. So what's deranged about that? Crickets.
Donald Trump needs to deport more people. I'm in agreement with you. Okay, we're on the same page here.
He sucks at it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We need more.
Yeah, he sucks at this. Biden did better than Trump.
Less judges. We need more deportation. That's what I'm
Biden
saying.
deported more people than Trump. Biden deported more people than Trump.
You and I are on the same page.
30% more.
More deportations. And you would never fight more deportations, right? I just want to confirm that because that would be obviously very hypocritical, obviously.
With due process.
More deportations.
With due process.
The due process is the deportation. That is the due process.
Well, no, you need to have your case before a judge for them to determine that you're guilty.
You know, that is it's not a criminal hearing. The administration is the due process, the administrative action.
Why would you deport somebody who hasn't committed a crime?
I never said it wasn't a crime. It's not a criminal hearing that they go to.
I think if you make a crime, you need to be heard.
The law is that they can get deported if they are here illegally. That's the law.
If you're accused of a crime, you need to determine if there was a crime.
If you're accused of not being an American citizen, it's up to you to prove that you are. You know that, right?
How do you determine if a crime has been held?
So are you just dodging my question now, or what?
How do you determine if a crime happened?
Right. So if you're accused of not being an American citizen, it's up to you to prove that you are.
And when would you prove that?
No? Do you know that? This is just a knowledge check.
When would you defend that?
So you didn't know that. So I'm telling you.
I do know. I'm asking you when you would defend that. When is the appropriate time to do that?
When you talk to ICE and when they interview you. That's part of the process. You know that?
That has worked really good.
That's part of ICE trying to make their case, right? But ICE still needs to make their case.
There were literal American citizens that were held for weeks by ICE because they couldn't make their case in front of a judge because the judge were overloaded. That works very well with ICE, right?
The Gish galloping is extreme. I just think it's like the things he thinks that Trump is doing well is just shit. It's just shit all across the board. It's just a piece of dung and feces that he's putting on this glorified pedestal. I wouldn't have an issue if he was actually doing the job of governance. But he golfs all the time. That's all he does. Literally 1/10 of 1% of the cost is what the judges would have needed.
I'm back.
Trump derangement my ass.
Well, it turned out there were reasons, and when confronted with those reasons, he did not know when to fold them.
It's like I'll do the internal critique, man. Let's just say everything he wants is true. Trump sucks at that.
You're right.
Your mic is hot, Omni.
What's that?
Your mic's a little hot.
Oh, yeah, I'm typing and I guess it's loud.
Real is still here, man. That is good that you guys hung on to him. I guess you're turning him into a real science guy. Anybody home?
Nope.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, we thought that. Yeah, I remember when I heard the term glober. Never forget it. Like what? I was like, what's a glober? What's a glober? And they were like, oh, you're somebody who believes the earth is round. And I'm like, what is this word believe? I gave them so they were like, what? You believe? I said, no, there is a globe. Wait on what? It's factually a globe. There's no such thing as globers, and we don't believe anything.
I mean, I hold it to be true.
Like people in science don't believe anything. Like we don't believe anything.
We hold things to be true.
Yeah, we just know. It's true. We it's like it's true. It's either true or it is a theory or working on it or it's a hypothesis. Those are like literally the only categories in science. I don't believe. Believe is not a category when it comes to science. I think it's just another projection thing that flat earthers are doing. It's just they are the ones that believe the earth is flat. We don't believe.
It's just muddying the waters, right? It's just because one belief has reasons and another belief doesn't have good reasons. Like,
Yeah,
doesn't mean that they're the same value, right?
Yeah, I've never.
What do you guys mean when you say Earth?
What you're standing on right now.
Yeah, and then what I'm standing on some would call hardwood flooring.
Yeah, the hardwood flooring.
We're talking about the greater collection of massive stuff.
Anything connected to ground is Earth?
We're talking about the collection of massive stuff in this vicinity.
Where does it end? Like the boundary?
There's 24,000 miles in circumference, and there's a 4,000 miles to the core.
It ends at the level of massive stuff that you care about per volume.
I care about every little bit of reality. So, where does it end?
Well, you wouldn't have a distinction. You wouldn't have a meaningful distinction of stuff. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference between stuff if you don't make a line like that.
Not necessarily true.
How not necessarily?
Not necessarily.
The very distinctions that you're making is what causes your lack of understanding.
I can make the distinction. I can say here's amount of stuff per volume that I'm looking for, and then here's a boundary for it.
I just want to know what you guys think Earth like where the boundaries for that is.
Right. So let's say below like 1 gram per cubic meter, and then there would be a boundary of stuff.
Yeah, like where does the boundary end? Like give
It
me.
ends when it's below. It ends when it's below below 1 gram per cubic meter of stuff.
Okay. Because I'm just trying to think, if you're gonna ascribe shape, 3-dimensional shape to something, you're gonna have at least like 3 different points, and where are those points?
Well, you take we have a lot of those points. We're talking about the points where we have less than 1 gram of cubic meter of stuff.
No,
and it's spherical in nature.
I'm wondering, like, what shape do you think the Earth is then?
Spherical.
And the edge
Roughly
of
spherical.
The edge of the sphere is where?
Let's take a look.
Well, the
for
Kármán
density,
line,
if we're going for density of 1 gram per cubic meter.
The Kármán line, 62 miles up. I mean, that's the boundary right there. Now you do have some other masses or things that are wrapped around that, right? And those things are influenced by the Earth's magnetic field or gravitational impact to some degree. But space begins at 62 miles up.
And by space, you mean?
But
we mean that area where there's less than 1 gram of cubic meter of stuff from our collection of stuff.
There's more energy in 1 cubic meter of completely empty space. There's
so I didn't mention
that you could
not just energy is a very big blanket term, right? So I'm talking about massive stuff. So there's energy that is not massive.
Yeah. So.
And that is why we consider that, and that is why the Earth is indeed part of the expanse.
So when you guys speak of Earth, you're only talking about the mass, right?
Everything is in the expanse. Everything.
Well, in this case, I'm talking about the massive stuff in this boundary. So at 11 kilometers, it's 360 grams per cubic meter, by the way.
So
above 11 kilometers.
With that being said, you guys think, I could be saying it wrong, but basically you guys think that Earth is a ball because you've only measured the mass?
No, we have all sorts of reasons. We have many more reasons. You were just asking for what is Earth and where would we measure Earth from?
Maybe I'm drawing a blank here, but at the boundary of space and the mass that you call Earth, why draw the boundary there where the mass ends? Why not keep going?
Why keep going?
Well, so that we can be able to distinguish between stuff. So we can tell the difference between stuff?
The distinguishing is in the pursuit of?
Measurement.
So it's all bias.
No, measurement.
No. It's not bias, it's relativity.
But if you're only taking your measurements of mass based upon just you wanting to distinguish something just so you could call it a ball, like, to me that sounds kind of biased. And I'm not a flat earther, trust me guys. Flat Earth is even more retarded.
It's not for the sake of. It's just this is some stuff, and we want to figure out what the shape of said stuff is. Then we would like add reasons for why we think the shape is the way it is. You were just asking for what is it? That's what it is. Now you want to know what shape it is, then we can provide reasons for that. We didn't get into that.
I'm not really concerned about the geometry of Earth. Like, not even in the slightest, actually. Used to be very fascinating for a couple of years. And then it all kind of just becomes meaningless. Like, that's beyond the point of understanding the universe and how it works. Like, the shape of Earth is very minimal.
I think it's very within. It's extremely within.
Within what?
It's not beyond. It's within.
Within what?
Our understanding of the universe and how it works.
Oh, you think it comes from within?
No, I think that within the universe is the Earth, and it affects our daily lives because we're on it.
Wow, that's a very brilliant thought.
So it's hardly beyond.
Oh, shit. No. Damn it. I think... Oh, I left my nicotine in the car. Motherfucker.
Clock.
All right, time to go get her. So why are you guys obsessed with the shape of the Earth?
I'm not obsessed. I'm not at all obsessed with it.
Me either. I'm not obsessed with it. We're obsessed with knowledge. We like to get knowledge about things. So we got the knowledge that the Earth is a sphere. So that's done. We were never going to ever revisit that.
Well, it depends how you measure it, though.
Only for more information about the sphere. That's the only time we revisit it. For example, we have a gravity meter or gravitometer, which they created recently, which measures the gravitational influence along the surface of the Earth. That is how the geoid. I'm fascinated by the geoid. It's one of my hobbies right now.
So you are fascinated about the shape of the Earth?
The geoid. I'm fascinated by how that is like.
You're
wow.
fascinated by the very shape that you think Earth is.
No. It's saying the geoid is like, oh, there's more gravity influence over here than over here. That's really awesome stuff.
So yeah, well, why are you guys so interested in this topic? Is there just a lot to learn from it?
Yes. Science is what is basically sustaining humanity. Science is what's doing that.
What would you say is one of the greatest things you have learned from this whole shape of the Earth?
Well, I can speak for myself. I have learned. Let me go for it. I have learned that flat Earth was started out of the entertainment industrial complex. That's what I've learned.
That's the greatest thing you've learned.
Yeah. I've learned I've learned how influential music and entertainers can be. They've literally launched a whole entire online army of people who want to change, literally how we think. And that to me is fascinating.
And
I learned there's a giant pendulum just like bored into like the Earth in like South America that measures how much the Earth is spinning.
Wow.
Oh, you talking about the Foucault thing?
I find that interesting. So it took the shape of the Earth and learning about flat Earth to make you realize that people are influenced by things like music and media?
Yeah, I did not know. I thought people are influenced just, clothes and fashion, dance styles.
Well, a lot of things.
These sort of things. You know what I mean? Like my favorite artist likes this word, and so I'm going to say this word. I didn't know that entertainment could influence literally like facts, like in this way. It's this to me was fascinating to me.
Yeah, because given that means that it doesn't matter if something is true or false. If people believe it, then it must be true.
Yeah, man. When they believe something,
that's how the society works.
Yeah, because
that's how social constructions work.
Yeah, that's culture. It's culture 101.
Well, I just didn't know that entertainment would encroach on science. I always thought that we are nerds, right? So, well, I considered myself a little bit of a nerdy guy, and I thought that we were kind of inoculated from this different group of entertainment kind of people. They do that. They have suave, they have skill, they have style. While I'm over here book ridden. I didn't know that they were going to come and encroach on us. I guess we have encroached on them a little bit. I think, but I never thought it would go the other way, because they use our engineering, our science to put on these elaborate shows and style and all this kind of stuff. But then now they came over here and said, hey, you know what? All of the stuff you believe is nonsense. What? Know your role. You're over there. You don't know nothing about my science. But apparently. And the people who are pushing it hard right now are people who don't even know that they were influenced by that entertainment industrial complex, right? They think it's somehow legitimate in a way, because those early people who I'm sure they've all moved on, because B.O.B. was ostracized and his career died as a result, right? But I guess he planted a seed. He planted a seed and it grew. Yeah, he did. He planted a seed and it metastasized, because it's very powerful seed. That's what I've learned. It's very powerful. The earth does not feel like it's moving. And as far as my eyes can see, it looks flat. It's a profound seed.
All right, sorry, I had to go get the nicotine from the car.
Oh, you didn't hear that last?
Yeah, me personally, if I had to ascribe shape to, like something like Earth or whatever, the shape that I would ascribe to Earth is definitely not a sphere. Not even remotely close.
Then what shape do you think it is?
I would say, in a simplistic form, in its most fundamental simplistic form, I would say it is It really depends what you're measuring. It honestly does. What are you intending to measure? Are you intending to measure mass? Are you intending to measure a magnetic field?
Intend to measure mass.
Are you intending to encapsulate in your measurements the entire cosmos and everything interconnected to Earth? It's
just a mass.
Well, if you're just if you're just measuring the mass, it is not a sphere, not by any means. It is perfectly imperfect.
What shape is it, more or less?
I would say it's closer to a diamond.
Yeah, that's
so. When you look at the moons of Jupiter, what shapes are those?
From my perspective, just first glance, you'd say, "Oh, it looks like a circle." That doesn't mean it's a circle.
Okay. And do you think that we're some special exception to objects in space?
No, not at all. From a sheer standpoint of just matter perspective, no.
Everything we see in space is spherical. But you think we're a diamond?
No, not everything in space is spherical.
Everything big enough is.
Not true.
All right, what's a counterexample to that?
A black hole.
Yeah, well, a black hole is well, you know, it's a funnel. It's spherical.
It's not like. I'm not even sure that quantifies as stuff.
I mean, the Earth is probably denser than a black hole.
A black hole is most certainly stuff.
There's stuff in it, but it, in and of itself, I'm not sure it is stuff.
It is a thing. It's in existence. Therefore, it's composed of something and not nothing.
The thing that causes a black hole is matter. It has mass. The black hole itself, depending on how you choose to view it, the event horizon, which, the black hole being within the event horizon, that stuff there, that's not stuff, that's not matter.
Energy.
And then this is definitely not in the size category of like a nearby planet by any means.
Well, one thing is certain. The shape of the Earth is definitely not a diamond. Definitely, because the poles are flat. They're flattened. They're flattened. So it's definitely not a diamond.
Okay, well, let's take a 2-dimensional diamond. Let's call it a triangle. And then let's take a 3-dimensional sphere and call it a circle. Please tell me how you draw a circle without drawing a triangle first.
Well, you put a compass. You take a compass.
To create any 3-dimensional figure, you got to start with the triangle, sir.
What? No, you just take a piece of string, and then you just hold one end of the string and hold the other, and then draw.
Name one 3-dimensional object without 3 points.
Without 3 points?
You can't. All this geometry starts with a very fundamental building block of geometry, and that's called the triangle.
Well, that sounds like a you problem.
Even if there's
you trying to make sense of stuff. Reality has zero obligation to follow your description.
That's exactly how geometry works. That's how engineering works. That's how science works. That's how reality fucking operates. It operates based on...
No, that's not how reality operates. That's how you understand it.
To have it... Okay, right. So I'm waiting then. Maybe I am wrong.
Yeah, understanding is a you problem.
if you can offer me a 3-dimensional shape without 3 points, so that means 2 or 1 point, and that's it. Show
Again,
me that shape, and I will admit.
why do I need to offer a you problem when it comes to like the existence of something? Something's existence is itself.
You don't have.
Well, allow me. Let me just say,
if you want to change my mind.
No, allow me.
Well, first of all, a diamond is not a triangle. Okay, that's so. You said diamond. That's why you did that. Now, if you clip off the 2 tips of the diamond, yeah, the Earth might look like that.
Ha ha ha. Anyway, yeah, please show me a shape in 3-dimensional reality that can be formed without 3 points.
You mean your perceived reality? Like your model of reality?
You need length, width, and depth. If you don't have the X, Y, and Z, guys, you don't have a shape. You need the X, Y, and Z for
dimensions. Well, dimensions are not points. So I mean, everything is a point. I mean, like, so you're talking about dimensions. So that's a whole different.
That's geometry. Literally geometry.
No.
Yes,
if you have, for example, a sphere, there is no triangle in a sphere. So when you say it's got to have 3 points, it has an infinite number of points. So it doesn't make any fucking sense. If you have a shape that doesn't have a triangle in it, you're saying I need to use a triangle, even though there's no triangle. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
A circle does not have an infinite amount of points.
It's literally an infinite collection of points that is equidistant from a center point. That's exactly what a circle is defined to be. If you want to change the definition of a circle, then you go somewhere else, because that doesn't make any fucking sense either.
I'm telling you, a circle is a conceptual shape. It's not based in reality.
Well,
okay. Which one are we talking about? Are we talking about geometry or are we talking about reality? Which one is it?
I'm talking about both.
Well, do you know what the most popular shape is in Mother Nature? Do you know what that is?
Ooh, the most popular shape. I would say it's the golden ratio.
No, it's a hexagon.
Oh, Jesus Christ. The most popular shape is
golden ratio.
A golden ratio. Somehow you guys are treating this guy seriously, right?
Well,
you just said a ratio is a shape. This is the level of conversation we're at.
Yeah, all I said is if you have a 3-dimensional shape, you need like 3 points to connect that shape together. Otherwise, you don't have 3 anymore. You have like 2. And that's
how could I even know what you mean by shape if you said a shape is or a ratio is a shape? That if you think a ratio is a shape, then I don't know what you mean by 3 points either, because that doesn't make any sense. All of your arguments are fundamentally full of usages of words that don't fit their actual definitions. It's like having a conversation with a random word generator.
See, everybody here is cool except for you, man. You're the only one not handling this well.
Well, there is a fundamental disconnect here, right? You consistently ask for something.
You have told me that a shape needs to have 3 points, even though definitions of those shapes say more than the number of points is fine.
It's like you're talking about conceptual things, right?
A shape. That's not how words work at all. So if you say, I'm not handling this well, and you're making up some nonsense, who's supposed to take that statement of yours that I'm not handling it well seriously?
Well, or maybe there's just a disconnect between what I believe and what you believe, and we can talk it out like grown adults.
Yeah, I'm just curious about this.
Even the word definition of the word shape. You said a ratio is a shape. That fundamentally ruins your entire point about here. Let's talk about geometry. Let's see what geometry says about things. If you have no idea what a shape is, a ratio is never a shape.
I'm not dying on that hill.
I think there's a disconnect. He says I said something, and then I want to say no, I didn't say that. Here's what I said or meant, but I can't get that out, so we're forever stuck.
Yeah, I'm just worried about like you want this conceptual reality, right? You want us to give you explanations about conceptual reality, right?
Reality is
when the actual case is what we're trying to convince you with, right? These are not the same.
I view it.
Why are we engaging with the perception part?
I think you guys are engaging with the perception part.
Jeez, what is this conversation? This isn't a real one. I gotta go. This is ridiculous.
All right. Catch you later. Yeah, so I think it's a simple concept to comprehend. If you have a three-dimensional shape, you need 3 dimensions. Right?
If you want to describe it with those dimensions, sure.
And it's got to, in its simplest form, the simplest 3-dimensional object you can make starts with a pyramid, a 3-dimensional triangle.
You could do a different one. You could do spherical geometry, in which case you would have a direction, you would have a magnitude, and then you would have another angle.
Here's the thing about the sphere and the circle, though, because it's very paradoxical. From our perspective, we see it as a shape. It's a round thing, and it looks perfectly smooth, and there are no angles. In reality, in objective reality, a circle or a sphere is composed of many, 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 many triangles. That's all it is. So if you're going to call something like Earth and you're going to be accurate about the universe and the truth of what it is, you're going to take some accurate measurements. Nah, the Earth is fundamentally a triangle first.
Do you think those shapes happen at an atomic level? They're all triangles?
No, I think you hit a certain point of scale in reality to where everything goes from what we view as particles to something that holds no shape, or holds no 3-dimensional shape at all, and it's directly entangled to a 4th dimension.
Are you familiar with
a very, very quantum scaled down part of reality.
Do you accept margins of error?
What do you mean? Do I accept them?
Yeah, like plus or minus?
Yeah, I guess.
Right.
I don't know what you mean by that question, but yeah.
Well, it's like if you have a shitty ruler, right? It's probably going to be off by like a few percent. It's like it's 3 inches, but you got plus or minus a few percent on that.
Yeah, your tools that you use, such as a ruler, they're definitely flawed because we're imperfect creators. No matter what we use to measure is going to be imperfect. Yeah.
Right. And so if we would measure the shape of something geometrically, couldn't we use the same principle of margins of error?
Yeah, and you got to recognize there's always going to be error. Why is there always error?
Because that's how measurements work.
No, I want to gaslight the measurements in this scenario. I think it's not the tool that's the problem. I think it's the person behind the tool.
So you think there's a way to have precision without error?
I think no matter what tool we use to measure, if we design the tool, it's going to have some level of error and imperfection to it. That's it.
Right. So we can just acknowledge that we have margins of error then. We can account for that with all our measurements.
Yeah, sure.
And so when we're trying to describe the shape of something in reality, we can apply the same principle.
Yes.
right? And so I think with a good amount of accuracy, we have a spherical shape of the Earth within these margins of error.
It all depends on where you draw your boundaries and where you're taking your measurements from and what your tools are, really. Some people...
Sure, it depends. We've done all sorts of them, and we've had very good tools. We're pretty freaking close to sphere.
Me personally, I think if anything, Earth is the center of the universe.
Why?
I think that is far more likely compared to all the other models of reality. And if I have to pick one model of reality out there, it would be very close to what Aristotle believed.
I mean, but center in what meaningful sense?
Meaning, all this energy is basically surrounding Earth, and it spirals around Earth.
So everything revolves around us, and we're the center point of all of it?
The objective reality is centered around Earth, yeah.
Well, no. We're not talking about an arbitrary reference point. We're talking about the principles of how stuff does what it does, right? You're trying to say extra, not just this is the arbitrary location I want to measure things from objectively.
No, it's very simple. I'm just saying energy spirals around Earth. That's it.
And what, like, Earth is a sphere that has a gravitational field. So there are things that spiral around through gravity.
No, the gravitational field has little to no effect on anything.
You're saying gravity doesn't affect energy?
Gravitational effects, they are present. However, they are not strong and are not the main force as to why energy would spiral together in the first place.
Are massive objects affected by forces?
Yes, mass is directly affected by forces of energy.
Is gravity a force of energy?
Yes, gravity is a force of energy and mass is affected by it. But once again, I'm going to restate. The effects of gravity are very, very minimal compared to all the other effects out there.
What other effects?
Ether.
Then why, when I drop something and I hold my arm out, does it drop to the floor? Where's the ether in that if gravity is so insignificant?
That is basic fundamentals of the laws of energy. When something falls or something floats, that is basic laws of energy at work. And yes, gravity is ever present in this reality no matter where you go. But
none of it seems to require ether to describe.
Because I'll tell you right now, if gravity was strong, something like a very small electrostatic force or the sheer density of helium, those things are apparently way more stronger than the force of gravity.
You recognize that those forces only work at very close distances of proximity, right? It rapidly falls off the further you go.
Yeah, sure.
So there's trying to find the right way to phrase this. The let's say, the net effect of said forces. So when you say something has a greater effect on what it is, my interpretation, my understanding of this is that you're saying it has a larger net effect on how something will behave than another. And that's not what I observe, right? I observe gravity far more effective than any such ether you would describe.
Interesting. So you think gravity comes from where?
Gravity is a relationship. What do you mean comes from?
It's a relationship of
Stuff. Yeah.
Such as?
All stuff affects all other stuff at their respective distances. When we're talking about massive stuff.
Such as? So mass, you got one of them.
Well, I mean, such as all massive stuff affects all other massive stuff at their respective distances. That's the relationship.
And the energy of all this mass and stuff, where this gravity thing comes from, where does that come from?
Which energy?
All of it. There's not there. You're the distinctions of energy that we create. It's all the same energy, just manifested in different forms, being expressed in different ways. Where does all that energy come from? It's got to have a certain point.
You're saying it's got to have it. Why?
It has to.
Why?
It would go against all laws of nature as we know.
Which one?
All right. Let's say you had a, do you know the Casimir effect? We'll start there.
Yeah.
Okay. Explain that energy.
Right. So there's this is you looking at one tiny thing in a greater system.
No, I'm looking at a fundamental thing within a great system.
Yeah. So
where does
you
the
can
energy
you can have local phenomena in a greater system that's different, right? So like a refrigerator, right?
Yeah.
Refrigerator would be an example of something like the Casimir effect, right? You have something that's cold when it really should be pretty much the same temperature as everything else around you.
So the Casimir,
you have a different local phenomenon that produces a different effect. It doesn't mean that you're making something from nothing.
So where does the energy from the Casimir effect come from?
Who says it came from? Like, in what meaningful sense are you asking the question?
Because if you don't remember, we're talking about like, where does gravity come from? Oh, it comes from mass. Okay, where does the energy of mass come from?
Well, but that wasn't an answer to the question. It was a criticism of the question. It wasn't an answer to it.
All right, just very simple.
Saying that mass has.
Don't know.
Gravity is a relationship. It's not a come from. There's no come from. It's a relationship.
See,
here is a relationship.
You can't show me a single damn thing and say, oh, that came from nowhere. That's not how.
Do you have an observation like that?
Yeah, the only sense for the energy from the Casimir effect that we identified, it would only make logical sense that that energy came from possibly a fourth dimension, a higher plane outside of three-dimensional reality.
So question, are the plates in the experiment used in the Casimir effect made of energy?
They are.
Okay.
Very good.
So are you saying that energy is not involved in the process observed in the Casimir effect?
No, I'm saying all energy manifested in all of its different forms as we know it, solid, liquid, gas, fucking all different forces, gravitational force, electromagnetic force, all that is energy. It's all the same energy, just expressed in a different way and manifested in a different way. And I'm saying all that energy that we reside in, three-dimensional space and time, has to come from a different level of existence, possibly a fourth dimension or a higher dimension. Because
what I don't buy this. I don't buy this Casimir effect means something comes from nothing. That makes no sense.
No, I'm not saying something comes from nothing. I'm saying something comes from something, and you should be able to identify the reason as to why energy exists in the first place and where does it come from. You can't just say energy exists.
Are you asking a why question or a how question?
I'm asking both, honestly.
Well, maybe you should be more precise about what you're asking for. Which one are you asking for?
For both. I'm just, if you know, spew.
Well, let's start with one of them. Which one are you asking for?
Both. Whichever one you can answer, and if you can't answer them, that's completely fine.
So, yeah, why sounds like a question of intent, and you should probably demonstrate intent if you feel like that's an appropriate question to ask.
No, it's not that deep. Like, I'm just asking where, who, what, where, when, and why about energy. You know, I'm just trying to understand it because not many people have like a true grasp of what energy is. It's a relatively new thing we learn to manipulate.
Why do you what makes you think why is an appropriate question to ask?
Because I think that'll lead to further understanding, hopefully making society and your personal life or the communities or this realm of science and technological development a little like better and stuff. Just it's good.
It sounds like the only time that would be appropriate to ask is if there was intent involved. If there was an intent.
Well, if you're going to ascribe intent to it, yeah, pursuit of knowledge and understanding.
Like a why question, like why did you steal money from the starving orphan children, is a why question asking about your intent. It's a you problem. It's a you as an individual who has intent. When you ask why an apple is red, that's not an intent question.
Good to have.
It is an intent question, but it shouldn't be, right? It's inappropriate.
Like if I were to ask you, where does a fucking refrigerator come from, and you just said, oh, it comes from. Actually, it doesn't come from anywhere. It's just it's like a relationship or something. Like to me, I don't like that reasoning. I like you know, a complete story, a beginning and an end to things. You know, energy has a beginning when it comes to the three-dimensional reality, and that beginning starts somewhere. So where does it start? I think possibly a fourth dimension, but I don't know. If you have any thoughts about that, that'd be great.
So dimensional reality is again a you problem with you trying to describe how things work. Reality has no obligation to function in the way that you try to describe it. So there are limitations at certain points, like let's say your black hole example, where our descriptions are insufficient to correctly model reality. Reality will still do whatever it does, regardless of you problems, right?
Yeah.
Right. So again, this why question and this come from and this necessary beginning to energy doesn't seem to be the case. Nothing in reality I'm observing seems to follow that.
No, I think it's incredibly important if we understand what energy is truly. Like, the more the merrier, you know?
I mean, I'm all for deeper, nuanced understanding of how things work. How?
Well, perfect. Let's start with energy.
But why seems to be completely inappropriate to ask.
Okay, let's say fuck the why in this scenario. Where? How about the where?
Where what?
Where does energy come from? Fuck why.
What did you observe to indicate come from?
Something like the Casimir effect.
will come. What is come from in this case? What is coming from what?
Basically, you take a cubic centimeter of space in a vacuum with two uncharged plates next to each other, and you will see that there's enough energy in that cubic centimeter to power Earth for thousands of years. And so where does that energy come from? Well, we need some explanation, because it would be great to power Earth for free for thousands of years, and maybe asking a little bit of questions about that phenomenon that we discovered in the 1940s would lead us to some scientific advancement, no?
That sounds like a wild interpretation, dude.
How?
Because what is this about the production of power? What makes you think that?
Well, we learned in the 1940s, shortly after learning what nuclear fusion was and creating the atom bomb, we did this thing called the Casimir effect, and we proved scientifically in the 1940s, 80 years ago, that there's enough energy residing in 1 cubic centimeter of space to power Earth for thousands and thousands of years. We just need to learn how to harness that specific kind of energy, and we're golden. And maybe we have, maybe we haven't, I don't know, but that is a phenomenon that if we learn to harvest, your energy bills would be literally $0.
Yeah, this sounds like a wild misconception.
Be great for the economy. Food would be, we'd be in a surplus of food. You know, there's lots of good things that could come from this type of phenomenon.
So we need space. I mean, the Earth is a finite size.
There is no free lunch, dude. This is fantasy what you're engaging in.
Yeah, that doesn't mean like you're entitled to shit in life. Obviously, you got to go out there and work for your water, shelter, and food.
Well, no, the fact that you think there's like free energy, just like that.
Well, there is. There's a way to harvest and tap into certain types of energy. You can harness pretty much any and all types of energy, and there's a certain type of energy that you get the most bang for your buck for.
Yeah, fossil fuels, yes.
We used to think it was from wind, hydro, solar, nuclear.
No,
gas.
fossil fuel. Fossil fuel gives you the best bang for your buck.
But then we learned with shortly after generating nuclear energy that it goes beyond nuclear. And nuclear is already pretty damn efficient. So what's after nuclear? You're almost at a 99% efficiency rate there. Like, you're talking zero loss of energy. You're almost talking about generating more energy than you put in.
So I guess like
for that.
Aside from this being really strange understanding of reality, I'd like to contest most of what you said, but aside from that, this conversion of here's some stuff that's there, right, and to convert it into whatever other stuff you want, is this a come from phenomenon?
You're going to have to be a lot more descriptive. All I heard was like thes and that's and
yeah, so this conversion of here's some stuff in your cubic centimeter and you want to convert it. Is this a come from phenomenon that you're trying to describe right now?
I want to harness the energy in between the two plates inside of a vacuum, which we call the Casimir effect experiment.
What question did I ask you?
Energy, I'm not talking about or concerned about converting it as of yet.
What question did I ask you?
I don't know, because you already got something wrong, you know, like you're not like talking to me here.
Fossil fuels is the most efficient.
So
form of
You were talking about extracting energy from an existing like source, right?
Harnessing
Energy from an existing source. Is this an example of your come from phenomena, the harvesting of energy?
I don't know what do you mean by come from phenomenon?
Well, you're the one bringing the come from questions.
Yeah, that's just specifically where does all energy come from at the fundamental level.
So, is this an example of what you're trying to get at?
No.
All right, so how about you get to the actual example of come from phenomena in reality?
Oh, do you want the answer as to where energy comes from?
Well, could you show me something coming from to start with?
Something coming from?
Yeah, could you show me like a come from thing in reality? So we can get a bearing.
I've been alive for 25 or 23 years, and by the time I was 5 years old, I knew that things come from places. So if you're really like questioning, like how is it that things come from things, I don't know what to tell you, man.
So you're just talking about the transformation of a state. Like, so we have a potter who's making a plate, and then when that potter's like, hey, I finished making the plate, it's done now. That plate came from clay. It just, there was some stuff, and then it's now a different form of the same stuff. That's what you're trying to say as a come from?
Yeah, there's some type of origin.
But so if certain things, if stuff can be some way, and stuff can also change the ways that it is.
You gotta get really descriptive with your terminology, because you're borderline saying if stuff comes from somewhere, then something, like you're saying.
I'm just being simple. I'm being general and simplistic, but I can keep it with analogy with the potter, right?
Try being
so
accurate.
If the stuff is the clay, right? And the clay can be in the raw form or in the new shape of the dinner plate, right? So if it can be some way, like the raw form, and it can be in other ways, like the dinner plate, what makes you think that the fundamental stuff of the clay wasn't?
Wasn't what?
Well, when you're saying there's a come from, you're assuming you're presupposing that it wasn't, right?
Trying to listen to you right now. Like, be descriptive. Like, you're simplifying it so much to where it sounds like you're having a stroke.
All right. So when you're saying energy come from, you're saying there was no energy, right?
No.
Then what are you asking?
I'm asking, where does energy come from? It's a simple question.
Well, that means you're presupposing that there was no energy and then energy, right?
Yeah, because all energy comes from somewhere. That's how it works. Whether it's a fucking piece of pottery that came from this thing, like mud, or fucking a cloud that came from the ocean, or you coming from your mother and father, things and bodies of energy have origin points. And if you take the energy that we identified in the Casimir effect and you look at, okay, well, where does that come?
So you're asking about forms of energy?
No, I'm asking, where does energy come from? Very simple question. You keep forgetting that.
Well, I'm trying to actually identify which aspect of energy you were looking for, right? And I brought up the analogy where we have the form of stuff, right? Making the plate versus the clay itself, right? The essence, right? And I still don't understand which one you're asking about.
Try a different route. How about the energy of the soul?
Are you I think changing the target doesn't make it any less ambiguous.
So
are you referring to the essence or the form?
The energy of the soul, where does that come from?
How do we know the soul is even energy?
Are you asking about essence or form?
Ooh, that's a good question. I like that, Star.
We don't know. Remember, well, you're speaking to Mogi here. Mogi is not a God person, right? He doesn't, I don't think, right? You don't believe in God, right?
I know no gods exist.
Right, exactly. So this is not something that we can go down. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think that souls are energy. I don't think they are.
Like, Mogi, these are simple questions, and they're either a yes, I know the answer, or no, I don't know the answer, and both are equally fine. But
well, I don't know which one you're asking about, essence or form, because that question could apply to either.
Come from?
I don't believe the essence of energy comes from anywhere. I believe the form of energy comes from its previous iteration and the relationships thereof.
So where did the essence of your very being come from? Did it come from anywhere?
There, as far as I understand, for all moments, we have an arrangement of all things and the relationships thereof. So if you're asking about an arrangement of all things, you just have all things.
So the essence of your very being did not come from anywhere.
I am a member of all things.
It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no.
So essentially, no.
So
in form, yes.
From nowhere, nothing, nothingness. You are nothing?
No, I came from stuff.
Oh, so you did come from something.
My form came from other forms of the same stuff.
Your body came from stuff. Okay. What about your soul?
From other forms. You didn't hear that last part. From other.
What about your soul and your consciousness? Where did that come from? Nothingness?
What do you mean when you say soul?
Who you are outside of your body and your mind. Some would some like to call it the heart.
So I hold to a philosophy of mine known as metal factory trialism. Are you familiar with dualism, at least? Mind and body dualism?
No.
So mind and body dualism is where you have yourself, you have your physical self, and then your non-physical self, and that constitutes you.
The mind is physical.
Is your consciousness physical?
Consciousness, not physical. But mind and body physical.
Is it you?
How
is your
about
consciousness part of you?
How about your soul?
Is your soul part of you?
Do you even believe that human beings have souls?
No, he just told you that already, brother. He doesn't believe it.
So
you don't believe that humans have souls?
I can explain trialism real quick, my philosophy of mine.
No, I don't want the explanation of Taoism or whatever the fuck. Do you think you have you personally, do you believe you have a soul?
In the definition you described, it was the non-physical aspect of me?
No. So, something much greater than just your mind and your thoughts.
What?
And
Hold on.
imagination.
No. Wait.
That your physical mind creates and stuff.
All right. So
that's
let me explain the ontology that I hold to. Right. I believe there is a mind, right, and a body, and they interface to reality. And the mind is just the non-physical aspect of you. That's my
I
description
get
of
that.
mind.
And then the whole body part. Yeah.
And then they interface to reality through a third medium.
Yeah, you believe in the dualism of the body and the mind. But I'm just asking.
I believe in a trialism of the body, mind, and third medium. Not dualism, trialism.
Third medium? What is that?
Because that doesn't sound dualistic to me. That sounds like a trinity.
It is a trial. It is a trialistic philosophy of mind.
Taoistic or whatever it was. I thought Taoism was like a duality.
Trialism, like tricycle.
So at first, your whole entire worldview was dualistic, and then you just added in a third body, like on the spot.
What do you mean on the spot?
Like right now, you just said you were dualistic and you only believe in mind and body. And
no, it's most people are familiar with mind and body dualism. That's why I brought it up. It's like an conceptual.
It's a very simple question. Do you think you have a soul?
So I hold to part of you has non-physical being, so to speak.
Dude, it's a yes or no. Stop with the mental gymnastics.
Well, yes, but probably not with the baggage you're thinking.
Dude, this is like me going up to a Rothschild and asking him if he has a soul, and he's going to be like, well, that's a very tricky question. Like, no, it's not, Mr. Rothschild. It's either you got a soul or you're a soulless being. Which one?
Well, I don't know what baggage you're trying to bring with it. That's all I'm saying. I said yes, but not with your baggage.
If you don't believe you have a soul, it makes perfect sense that energy comes from nowhere, nothingness, and it's only transferred in three-dimensional reality. And all the energy in the fourth dimensions, that's non-existent, apparently.
I don't believe that the mind, which is what you term as soul, I guess, has any energy component.
So, do you think you have a soul or not? Yes
in the
or no?
sense of a non-physical aspect of you, yes.
Be direct, man to man, like, yo, bro, do you have a soul?
Yes, in the way I've defined it.
Okay, so you do. That's cool. And the energy of that soul, do you think it has a point of origin? Do you think it comes from somewhere? Because it definitely didn't come from...
That doesn't fit my worldview.
Like, there's no way the energy of the soul comes from the fucking water.
No, hold on, but Bandy.
That doesn't fit. Energy is a physical aspect, and the soul is non-physical in my worldview.
So hold on. Mogi, you do believe that we have a soul, or?
I'm talking about a non-physical aspect of you.
Right.
If you want to call that a soul, sure.
Well, okay, if I have a non-physical aspect of me, let's say my heart produces an electromagnetic field, is that my soul? No.
Electromagnetism is a physical component of reality.
That's different.
Electromagnetism is physical.
How about the consciousness? Where does that come from?
Consciousness is a feature of cognition, and cognition is an emergent property of brains.
Wow. Yeah, I think you have no soul.
What do you think consciousness means?
I think it's a term that describes a level of experience that only humans can really comprehend. I think it's a connection to a higher divine being that some would call God.
Yeah, my understanding of consciousness is a blanket term related to awareness. I have a line for consciousness pertaining to like the capacity to self-reflect, like to ask second-order knowledge questions. So, for example, you touch a tea kettle hot. That's a first-order knowledge statement, right?
No,
why is tea kettle hot? That would be a second-order knowledge question.
I think
so
what
dog doesn't do that.
Is animalistic. I think that is not consciousness. Because even my dog, like, that would be like saying my dog is conscious because he learns that if he shits in the house, he's going to get sent outside. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but they don't self-reflect, so they don't have that feature that I'm talking about. The why is tea kettle hot? They don't ask the second order knowledge question, and that's my border for conscious. That's my delineation.
So if I asked you why does energy exist and you dismiss it because it's not important?
No, I dismiss it because there's no intent. Because there's no intent for things to just be.
What do you mean there is no intent? There's a lot of intent behind that question, and I hope.
Well, you having intent is a you problem, right? If you don't exist, does an apple continue to exist?
Perhaps.
Right. So your intent is irrelevant.
No, not sure. What?
For something to exist, it's completely irrelevant.
I'm sorry you think this way. That sucks.
Yeah, so it sucks that I think that an apple continues to exist if you're not there to observe it, or if I'm not there to observe it.
Just because when you're gone, an apple still existing does not make you irrelevant.
No, it makes your will.
I'm telling
and
you,
the thing and an apple's existence unrelated. It makes them unrelated to each other.
You would make the perfect slave back in the day because your thought pattern is just.
What a wonderful characterization, good sir. What a great place to start a sentence.
I'm just saying, slavery is a specific mindset, and you align with the mindset of allowing yourself.
Yes, what a wonderful comment.
Well,
yeah, what a wonderful. I just like to tell you how much I appreciate the words that are coming out of your mouth. The first phrase that you put in there.
I hope you sit on that, because just saying, yeah, everything's pointless, it doesn't matter.
Yes, thank you so much. I needed to hear that so much.
Like I'm over here saying, asking questions and the whys are good, and then you're like, no, it's irrelevant. And I'm like, no,
it's inappropriate.
You're like, no, we're all gonna
so
die.
I can ask why questions as well. Why did you steal lunch money from the starving orphan children? Is that an appropriate question to ask?
Now we're asking real questions. Yeah.
Yeah. So why did you do it?
Because Taoism, dualism told me to do it.
You're a horrible person.
All right, cool. No, I think it's good to ask questions. I think.
No, yeah. Let's continue. Yeah. Why did you rob a bank last week?
See, now you're learning. This is what we call critical thinking. It's using the noggin up here to actually, do something. Perhaps maybe something purposeful and meaningful.
Why did you defraud your elderly grandparents?
Why did I what?
Why did you defraud them?
Defraud?
Yeah, why did you open up new bank loans in their name and forge their signatures?
Yeah, see. I don't get where you're going.
Do you like the why questions I'm asking? Do you enjoy this?
No, I think you're just bullshitting right now. But
no, what I'm doing is I'm illustrating begging the question. It's a fallacy. It's an inappropriate question to ask.
No, it's not inappropriate. Our whole entire conversation was.
Oh, it is appropriate. I should be continuing.
If we have an hour-long conversation about one question, it holds relevance. But after an hour, if you get bored and then just say, "Oh no, that question was a fallacy all along," because you said a question about like.
Yeah, why did you spread STDs to the remote village? Why'd you do that, man?
It's a very creative question, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, He just talked with me for an hour about a question that I had, and then an hour later, just now, he says that question's irrelevant because it's a fallacy.
Well, if you want to bake in intent, right? If you want to say intent is irrelevant, you need to show how that is the case before it's meaningful to engage with it.
Or you could just be a normal person and do what you were doing for the past hour and engage with the question that I asked, where does energy come from? It brought us to some pretty cool topics, did it not?
Like you stealing money from starving orphan children and demonstrating you're a horrible person?
Okay. All right, well, conversation here is up. Aristotle would blow his brains out listening to you.
No, I'm just using the same pattern of reasoning that you are.
All right, sure. Oh, that was fun while it lasted.
Yeah, some questions are not valid to entertain.
Well, you did for like an hour entertain the very question we were talking about.
Yeah, I tried to change it so that it would be a good faith question. But you insist.
The question had good faith in it, you just didn't like the question.
No, you just insisted on the bad faith example of it. So I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine, good sir.
Trust me, if you actually thought what I had to say was a bad question, you wouldn't have engaged with it for the past hour. All right. You just now realized you should probably stop engaging. So then you're going to say the question's bullshit anyway. That's what I think happened. Yeah.
So why don't you answer my questions? Why don't you answer why you defrauded your grandparents?
Oh, no, I'm open to answering some of your questions.
Oh, no, it's a simple question. It's so simple.
Yeah, let's hear it. Question number one.
Yeah, why did you defraud your grandparents?
Because I am Muslim.
You're horrible for doing so, for defrauding your grandparents.
No, that's just because I'm Muslim.
The action, nonetheless, is a horrible action, regardless of your reasons.
Not according to Muslims.
I think there's probably a verse in the Quran telling you shouldn't defraud your grandparents.
I don't know. I'm not Muslim. I wouldn't know.
I almost guarantee it.
See, when I ask a good question, people like you engage with it for an hour. When you ask a question, it's very simple and I don't know. It doesn't go that far. It doesn't make people think. It doesn't get the people going.
Because you just want to vibe with it. You just all the feelings.
No, I got good questions. It gets the people going. Like you
don't actually want to discern fact from fiction.
I would be impressed if you can ask me a question right now that would keep me engaged with it for about an hour of conversation.
Because it's about your feelings and entertainment, not the truth of the matter.
What? Dude, you're trying to find something that's just not there. I don't know what drug.
No, you're just revealing your priorities. You just want entertainment. You don't want to know the truth and how to figure that out.
No, I do.
It doesn't seem to reflect as such.
Well, when you ask me a question about bank loans and my grandparents, how is that close to anything important?
Well, you were appealing to Aristotle. That's an illustration of a fallacy.
Yeah, sure, whatever. I just said I don't think Aristotle would like what you have to say, personally.
I think Aristotle would appreciate me demonstrating the fallacy.
Aristotle, though. What do I know?
Well, you've been appealing to him quite a bit.
I just said his name one time. I want to say that's quite a bit.
You've said his name 3 times.
Actually, twice. Yeah. I said Aristotle believes in a geocentric Earth, and then I said Aristotle would blow his brains out listening to what you have to say. And I could be wrong, maybe not. You could call that a fallacy if you want, but fuck me for all I care if it's a fallacy.
No, begging the question is the fallacy, the one you insisted on.
What?
Which question you were begging? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, is it the main question we were talking about?
Yeah, the one you were insisting
The
on.
one that
It comes
started
from
the entire
phenomena.
conversation for the past hour?
Yeah, the fallacious come from phenomenon.
No, that's not fallacious at all.
Well, I think you're making a really big leap of conjecture to say that the form of something has the same relationship as its essence.
No, I fuck form. Literally fuck form. Fuck the shape. I don't care what shape something is. If it's a triangle or square, if it's all composed of the same energy, I want to know where that energy comes from.
Yeah, and then you have zero observations
I
of
have an answer.
the essence of energy coming from anywhere.
Would you like to know where energy comes from?
Do you have an observation of such? And the essence of energy coming from somewhere?
Yes, I do.
Because the Casimir effect ain't it.
I have an observation that proves energy must come from somewhere.
All right, what is that observation?
Let's start with the soul.
All right, where do I go out in reality to observe that?
Seek human connection.
What the fuck?
Because if you don't know if you don't know where to find a soul, you literally just asked, where do I go outside my front door to find a soul? Start with seeking human connection, and then ask
you
yourself,
vibe with someone, therefore.
Where does the fucking soul come from?
So
where does
if you vibe with someone, therefore, okay, let's see. I vibe with somebody, therefore, energy must come from somewhere?
No, just you getting along with someone has nothing to do with energy. But the fact
Then why did you bring it up?
If you sought human connection, you would understand that we're much more than just a physical body and a brain with eyes. Okay? It goes much deeper than that. Very simple. And same shit with consciousness. There is the actual you, your soul, your essence. That energy comes from a unique place and point, and you can't just say it comes out of the fucking ground or something, because that doesn't make
I think you have an extremely loose understanding of, or maybe loose term, let's say more appropriately, of energy. I don't think we think the same thing on that.
No, it's not that. There's different manifested, expressed forms of energy, and you think all of those are different. Just because they're expressed through action and take form in different ways does not mean they are separate things.
I don't think I've ever, like, with respect to physical reality, I've never really stated that. I think the essence is what it is. They're all relatively the same essence.
See, that's why I'm saying I ask good questions, because look how you're engaging again. 15 minutes ago.
But what about the non-physical part?
You're done, and now you're going on another 10 minutes of
Wait,
engagement.
what about the non-physical aspect of this, though?
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about.
Yeah, what energy? What are you referring to as energy in this case?
I think personally, all energy that we can manipulate or determine as there's a potential energy or an electrical energy. There's all types of energy. All that is just energy in 3-dimensional space and time. And
those are physical attributes, right?
And I think that energy comes from somewhere. It's got to have an origin. And I think that essence comes from possibly a fourth dimension, a higher dimension, or higher being.
So you're saying at some point there was no essence, and now there's essence.
What?
Well, when you're saying come from, you're saying at some point there was no essence of this, and now there's essence, right?
What I'm saying would make a lot of sense if you would just stop trying to get a +1 on me like this is a debate.
No, I'm just trying to understand the come from part. Is that what you're meaning for? Is that what you're meaning in this come from phenomenon?
Yeah, okay. So if I were to teach a first grade class what coming from it means that something had at one point in time been created, and we call that a point of origin, meaning it came from somewhere. There was a point A and then a point B.
It doesn't make it any less ambiguous whether we're talking about form or essence.
Well, I don't know how to explain the concept of creation and origin to you if you don't know how things come from.
You keep saying essence, right? So since you're mentioning essence, that would imply that there was no essence and now there's essence. Right?
No, essence in a different form.
All right, so you were just only talking about form, not essence.
No. See, dude, stop trying to get a +1. And if you actually listen, because it sounds like you're interested, if you're truly interested after engaging for an hour and a half, just listen and don't try to fucking go, so what you're saying is, and try to get a +1 on me, right?
Well, I'm trying to actually contextualize what you're saying because you're being ambiguous.
Stop. Okay, just stop whatever the fuck you were doing and listen. Here's what I think. I think energy as we know it in 3-dimensional reality that we interact with every day takes many different shapes and forms. That energy comes from somewhere outside of a 3-dimensional reality. And it has to. It has to.
What is it?
We call it energy.
Call what energy?
Many different matter. We call forms of energy matter. We call electricity. There's many different forms of energy. But at the end of the day, energy is something that comes from a fourth dimension or a higher place. And it has
where does the soul part come in?
That we interact with, that you've interacted with since the day you're born. I don't know how old you are, but at least you're probably my age. So 23 years, you would have at least, considered that all of this shit you interact with comes from somewhere.
Just none of that to me
I don't know.
Seems related to a soul at all.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you if you don't think things come from places, because they definitely do. Like, it's a very simple concept, and it could be applied to anything and everything. And if you're confused,
I agree that there are forms, right?
Seek the answer. You can't have
the problem is it's like you seem to want to equivocate between the two, the essence and the form.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I'm on board with you. I'm on board with you with form, right?
Stop
things are
bullshit.
And they change.
You're trying to get a +1 on me with some essence versus form bullshit. All I'm saying is energy as you know it and interacted with it ever since you've existed comes from somewhere. That stuff all around you, the very fucking 3-dimensional reality that you live in, that energy comes from somewhere. You can't just say, oh, it's here because it's here, because my circular reasoning says so, and I can't prove it.
What's the circle?
do you think energy comes from somewhere? If it doesn't, then you just say existence, an energy in existence has just always existed, and that's the way it is. And I'm gonna stop thinking about it and do no further thought about it. Like that's your level of thought where you're at, and I'm trying to get you to expand your thinking, because maybe there is an answer to where energy comes from, and maybe it'll lead us to good scientific advancements.
I observe the existence of stuff. There is essence of stuff in this form. I agree, there are other forms. I observe change in forms. I don't observe change in essence. If you want to indicate change in essence, I'd like to see that.
Maybe walk into a church. Have you ever done that before?
Yeah.
You ever see someone get like baptized or whatever?
Like, how does this change essence?
You know, okay. So imagine going from a haunted house to walking into a church. You can physically observe and feel an essence being changed. And if you don't,
that doesn't mean that the calories have changed. There's no change in calories.
Essence, energy. Fuck the form. Fuck the form bullshit. I'm trying to explain to you that energy, you call it essence, same shit, comes from somewhere. And you can't just say, oh, essence is always here and there is no change in essence. If that's true, then that would mean that me and you are the same.
What did you observe in reality to indicate that essence comes from somewhere?
You can feel a change in essence, bro.
And you can feel a change in form.
Yeah, you can feel a change in essence.
No.
All right, well, maybe go into a church and then go to a fucking haunted house or a Civil War fucking cemetery, and you could fucking feel a change in the essence and the energy just by literally just being in that area.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that there's like a different amount of stuff.
All right, well, shit, I don't know what to tell you.
We have the law of conservation of energy, and that means that the stuff is the stuff, and we've got the stuff.
So where does
just because you feel something different, and there's like a change in the circumstances.
So, okay, let's go back to this whole soul thing. If you truly believe that you have a soul, you got to know your soul is coming from somewhere, right?
Yeah, the third medium.
What is a third medium?
It is an interface to reality and your ontological properties.
What is it?
It's a medium. It's like it's an interface.
Medium of what?
It's an interface. It's like a substance.
An interfacial medium of what?
It's a substance.
A substance which is composed of?
Itself. It is what it is.
See, and back to circular reasoning, bro. I'm telling you, quit the circular reasoning bullshit. There is an origin point of energy.
All right, what's the circle again?
That origin point ain't in this 3D reality.
Okay, I'll write it out and like here. Let me take notes. What's the circle?
What are you tripping about, bro?
Point A. What's the argument that makes it a circle?
I said your reasoning circular.
Yeah, and so that reason. So what's the circle? Let's hear it.
You said it is what it is.
So identity. A equals A. Law of identity.
Do you believe in 4 dimensions, 5 dimensions, 6 dimensions? Do you believe in 2 dimensions?
Yeah, so dimension is measurement. It's it's a let's say,
It's just
I don't want to say spectrum. It's like a line of measurement. So length would be a dimension, temperature would be a dimension.
Yeah. So yes or no, do you believe in 4-dimensional reality?
There's any number of measurements you can take.
Holy shit. Am I talking to a wall? Do you believe in 4 dimensions, yes or no?
Sure. I believe in more than that.
Okay, that's great. How many?
Countless.
So infinite dimensions?
Well, not necessarily, just countless.
Like you can't count?
Yeah, more than I can count.
More than you can. Okay. So, like infinite.
As far as you're concerned.
Okay. So let's say 12-dimensional reality. Or keep it simple, 4-dimensional reality.
Yeah, whether people do 20 dimensions.
The energy in a higher dimension, where does that come from?
What do you
Does
mean
it
by higher
follow the
dimension?
same laws of the energy in that dimension? Is just it is what it is, and it's circular, and it doesn't come from anywhere.
I don't think we're using words in the same way. Like, that's not my understanding of dimension at all. Like, temperature is a dimension. It's like a degree of measurement.
Hold on, I'm
So
looking
when you say,
inside.
what's a higher dimension? It's
I'm
like,
looking inside chat for the first time.
yeah, if you want to add the circular argument, I'd like to see that
Echoplex
as well.
says, where is your quantifiable data of the human soul? We don't have none, but it's one of those things that we know we have a soul. And if you're confused, and if you don't think you have a soul, then you might be a soulless person.
And how do we know that?
How do you know what? That you have a soul?
How do you demonstrate it?
All right. Well, yeah, I guess we're all robots apparently. Shit. This is crazy. I've never talked to soulless people before. That's actually crazy. You guys don't believe.
Remember, I didn't deny one. I just asked how you could demonstrate one.
Oh, you can most certainly say you have a soul, even if you can't quantify it. Back when we didn't have numbers, we still knew shit existed, and we didn't need numbers to fucking back it up. We still know that there was food out there and it fucking existed way back in the caveman days, and we didn't need quantifiable fucking research papers to debate that one. There are things in reality such as the soul that people possess, and you know it if you got one, and if you don't know that you got one, I am sorry.
So there's a know-how. There is know-how?
You just know. You just know, bro. I'm telling you.
And knowledge is true belief held for good reason, right?
For the guy inside chat, Echoplex and Mogi, if you need scientific evidence and facts and fucking math and shit and research papers, the whole shebang, if you need Neil deGrasse Tyson to peer review this for you, I don't know what to tell you, but the soul is real, and if you need all that information just for someone to say that you have a soul, like, you might be a lost individual.
All I have is like a circle argument is, it is what it is. The law of identity.
Existence exists
Is that a
because
circle?
it exists. It is what it is because it is. It's all that bullshit. Like, that's...
Yeah, but that wasn't my argument.
Reasoning nonetheless, but that reasoning is pretty illogical and stupid and doesn't go too far. in my opinion.
That wasn't my argument. Existence exists because it exists.
Okay, let me ask you, why does existence exist then? Because it just does?
Do you think that's an appropriate question to ask?
I think so.
All right, so could you demonstrate the intent?
Yeah, I want to know what you think. That's the intent.
Yeah, but again, so let's say an apple exists, right? My intent is required for an apple to exist?
Answer. Back to side chat. Bandy, if you wish to have a fruitful conversation, it helps to try not to interrupt the other person as much as possible. I mean, yeah, I'm trying to have a fruitful conversation. I truly am. I truly am.
Well, then you understand why that question may not be relevant in many cases, right?
No, I think it has complete relevance because I've been saying for 30 minutes that you're using circular reasoning to explain things you simply don't have actual reasoning for.
Well, the only circle you've demonstrated is an argument I haven't made, which is existence exists because it exists.
And is that your final answer?
That's not my argument.
Is that your final answer? Like, would you stand on that?
You're debating a straw man? You're discussing things with a straw man?
Well, why do you think existence exists? I think a divine creator created this for us. That's my opinion. What do you think?
I think that it's an appropriate question to ask. If you think intent is participatory member of existence,
talking to a fucking robot,
then you should demonstrate intent.
I truly feel like I'm talking to a robot right now. Like, it does not feel like there's a soul behind this fucking.
Well, I think you're just running. I think you're just running from the criticism. You're just uncomfortable engaging with, I guess, thought. You're incapable of like new ideas, maybe. So because of that, you can't actually be open-minded enough in order to understand like why certain aspects of reasoning need examination and need thorough disambiguation. And because of that, because you'd rather vibe with, because as you stated your intent earlier, you just want entertainment. You just want to keep the conversation going, right? You just want to, you just want to have like maybe some free form flow of idea rather than actually getting to the truth of the matter.
Am I not talking to a fucking human? Are you a robot, yes or no?
Is there something of substance behind those questions?
Yes, I want to know if I'm talking to a real person.
I'm not going to dignify that with a response.
All right, I guess I'm talking to Chat GPT.
Cool, man. So we've got, I'm ChatGPT. I'm fit for slavery. You called me that earlier? You accused that?
I feel like you have a very just like, it is what it is type of mind.
That, like, with respect to what?
With respect to your views on reality.
I observe reality. Reality is some way. What do you mean? Is there something that I'm supposed to be dissatisfied with specifically?
No, if I ask you like, what's your favorite song, and you just respond with, well, fucking, what do you mean by song? Like, sorry, I don't know who I'm talking to. Like,
you think I Jordan Peterson'd you?
You can interrupt Chat GPT whenever you want. That is true. That is true. That is very true.
I think you're projecting the apathy aspect here.
Yeah, that's cool. Who generated that thought for you? That was a Chat GPT CEO generated that thought for me.
Cool, man. I think we understand what you think of me at this stage.
Yeah. It ain't looking good. It ain't looking good.
Because you're a poster child of good behavior.
It's very productive to address when two people are using different definitions for a word. If you're using different definitions, the conversation gets misunderstood. Indeed so. Indeed so.
Yeah, hence the clarity. Hence why I asked clarifying questions.
Like, if you're truly, yeah, I know, Nico, fucking, there's some things in life, like, I can't provide the facts and evidence and research papers for. It's just like a known thing about reality. Like there is a human soul. And if you're like, no, there isn't, show me the fucking quantifiable evidence. Sorry, I'm talking to a robot.
Well, if you have no how, you know it. Do you know it at all?
There is a little thing called faith echoplex. You would believe such thing because of faith.
If faith had good reason, it would graduate to knowledge. It would be promoted.
Faith is one of the best things you can have as a person. And I don't care what your faith is. I might disagree with it, sure, but it's good to have faith, whether it's religious faith or faith in you're in a race, right? And you have faith that you're going to win the race. That is going to take you a lot farther than doing all the mathematical statistics and the chances of you fucking losing the race. Like, having a good mindset is key to a lot of things in life, guys. And
so holding something to be true for no good reason is the key to a good mindset.
Yeah, faith is pretty illogical. It's like if you're on the Millennium Falcon with C-3PO, you're Han Solo, and C-3PO's like, Han Solo, don't go through the asteroid field because the odds of survival are fucking 0.111. And Han Solo's like, nah, fuck you, odds. I'm gonna do it anyway. And he fucking survives, goes through the asteroid field. Like, that is the concept of faith right there. It's believing in yourself.
Chosen from an example of fiction to reflect on how you should behave in reality?
Dude, sorry, if you don't have faith, I don't know what to tell you. But you gotta have some fucking self-confidence, and that requires faith.
No, it doesn't.
Alright. I guess you never played sports as a kid.
What do you think practice is?
If you go up to the free, what sport did you play as a kid?
I played a bunch of sports.
Like, what sport?
I played soccer, for example.
All right, soccer. When you're shooting the ball in the net, what are you thinking? Oh, are you thinking, I'm going to make this, I'm going to make this, I'm going to make this? Or are you thinking, well, the odds of me making this, given the scenario, is the 0.01 odds of me making it? No, you aren't thinking that. You're thinking, I'm going to make this fucking shot because you have faith.
No, I think I'm going to make this shot because I've practiced it a bunch.
You dick at soccer, then. You're probably on the fucking bench if you didn't have confidence in your striking.
I can have confidence from past performance. I could strike a bunch. People who are world class practice a shitload. That's where they get their confidence from. Performance.
I said the human soul is real, and you hit me with "show me your evidence." Like, get out of here. Like, I am talking to a robot.
It just sounds like it's not required. The belief in something for no good reason.
That's literally faith, brother.
Yeah, it's not required.
You don't need reasoning for faith.
Yeah, you abandon reasoning for faith, but the point is that you can exist and you can perform just fine without the faith part.
Actually,
You're
not
saying
well.
the faith part is required.
Not well at all. Your performance goes down and your survival goes down astronomically if you have less faith in life in general. If you're in a plane and the plane just crashed, you crash in the water, and you have to swim fucking 10 miles to shore and you've never swam in your fucking life, but you have faith you're going to make it to the island, your chances of survival and swimming there are a lot higher than the guy that's already given up and says, I've never swam before, the odds of me making it are slim to none, I'm just going to die.
We would not have the technology we have today if we only did it on faith.
We wouldn't be alive if it weren't for faith. For jumping over a fucking cliff, for attacking a fucking woolly mammoth that looked scary, for conquering the fucking jungle, exploring new lands, crossing the 7 seas. It's the faith and the human mind behind the fucking ship crossing the ocean that got us there. It's not the fucking ship itself.
We can perform just fine without beliefs in things for no good reason. We can have good reasons for the things we believe in.
They've already tested this with rats. With rats in a pool.
How would you assess whether a rat has good reasons for what it believes?
Because, so they did a test. They threw a rat in a pool to see how long he'd swim before he'd drown. The rat lasted like 4 or 5 minutes. Very short. Another rat they put in the water, made him swim around till he couldn't no more. Then they picked him up out of the water and gave him food. Then they did it again. Put him in the water, make him swim till he can't no more, pull him out, give him food. On the 3rd trial, they put that rat in the water, made him swim around till he can't no more. That rat swam for multiple fucking hours because he had faith that he would fucking live and get food.
It sounds like he had. It sounds like the rat
allows you to survive.
Okay, firstly, I don't think that indicates whether what reasons the rat had for doing it specifically.
Because the rat has faith that he will get rescued and saved one day. Maybe it's by a human hand and not God, but that rat had faith that he would get saved if he dropped in that fucking water.
You could easily imagine that the past performance
died in 4 or 5 minutes.
But it's like, I think that could easily be justified with the past performance of getting fed, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be good reason? And if it's good reason, it would stop becoming faith, it would become knowledge.
No, I don't confuse faith with knowledge, physical ability, or experience. Regardless of those things, if you have faith, that'll carry you astronomically in this world.
Well, I think in that example, you showed knowledge, not faith.
Rats don't have knowledge.
Why not? Why can't they know things?
That rat had motherfucking faith.
How do you know that?
Alright, I guess, okay. Mr. Robot.
Wow, this is a marathon here, Mogi and Bandy. You know, all go on. Marathon debate.
Like, there's no way you said, show me your facts and evidence that I have a soul. Like,
Hold on. You
what do
guys
you
still on
mean
you guys still on this whole thing? You still on this whole thing?
Like, you should just be born knowing that you have a fucking soul if you're a fucking... That's literally, like, how it works.
When you say no, you mean belief in something for good reason. Which good reason is that?
No, you don't need reason with faith.
Then it's not. Then you don't know. You just believe it with faith.
Yeah, that's what faith is.
Yeah, so that's not knowledge at all. You don't know it at all. You just believe it.
Yeah, that's faith.
That's faith.
Yeah. So then don't say you know it. Say you just believe it on faith.
Well, you know with your faith is a whole different type of knowledge.
See, this guy gets it.
You know, faith is different. That's why I always tell like flat earthers that you need to separate religion from what you can physically know, right? I mean, faith is a whole different level of understanding. It's not the regular brain and microns in your brain or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody understands that, or for most people understand that they have a soul. And if you don't understand that, you probably lack a lot of faith in your life.
It's a choice. The thing about faith is choice. You know, the Bible talks about it. You know, God wants you to choose Him. That's it. It's a choice you have made. It's subconscious choice. He wants you to do that, right? Or when it comes to science is more of an objective thing, right? You want to test something, you know it. That's it. God doesn't want you to go test Him to know Him. He doesn't want that. You know, that's because now you're not going to choose Him. You're just going to choose Him because you know He's there. And is your choice going to be genuine?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. This guy fucking gets it. Well said, iStar. But iStar.
It's kind of like, you know the story, the book of Matthew, doubting Thomas, right? You see, Thomas believed because he saw Jesus's scars. You see that? That is myopic. And so Jesus said, "Blessed are those who believe, who have not seen." Oh my God!
But iStar, you're gonna have to show me the facts and evidence and the quantifiable data for the human soul. Otherwise, it doesn't exist.
Well, all you've got is a book saying, "Believe this book." You're not really in a stronger position, are you?
Who are you talking to?
You.
What? Oh, what'd you say?
You're quoting the Bible. All you've got is a book telling you to believe this book.
No, I'm not quoting the Bible.
What iStar was.
Yeah, you should be talking to him.
Fair enough. If a creator exists, he doesn't give a shit what you think about yourself. Why would he?
That's why I laugh at flat earthers when they say, "Oh, you guys have a religion, a globe religion." I laugh at them. I'm like, globe is so far from religion. It's incredible. But flat Earth, check this out. You have never seen a photograph of the entire flat Earth. You have never seen the dome. You think that there are pillars holding it up. You don't feel it moving. you all of that is a religious mindset. That's religious. So I laugh at them all the time.
All right, let's look inside chat and read what Echoplex has to say. He says, the idea of a soul is just superstition. It's the human mind wanting to believe in something after death because we all know that we all will die one day. And to make that tragedy seem less traumatic, humans have developed the superstition that we have a soul that lives on forever after we die. It's completely unfounded, but I understand that some humans choose to believe it because it dulls the sting of death that looms over us all. Now, that couldn't be farther from the fucking truth.
And how would you discern that?
I would say that his fear of death is being heavily projected upon us in that statement.
Okay, so there is a fear of death innate in humans, and it manifests itself in a superstitious contrivance. So how can that? You agree that human beings, particularly those who aren't particularly enlightened, petrified of death? So where's your substance that says this is the opposite of the truth? Because it isn't, is it? People are petrified of death.
It's ingrained in people to survive.
The entire existence of the study of alchemy.
Yeah, the like you say, it's ingrained in people to survive is exactly the same as saying petrified of perishing.
But this whole religion thing, or the soul, is not a coping mechanism for death. It's just a fact of reality.
I know it's not a fact of reality. You can't point to any empirical information that tells me that
That
a soul.
doesn't matter. It's not about the empirical information and the quantifiable data that proves the human soul.
Well, it is.
So the soul exists because the soul exists?
It's the sheer capacity for a human to hold faith within him is what proves or helps show that the soul exists. It's one of many attributes of the human soul.
That's just rhetoric. That's not actually. That's not factoids. That's just rhetoric. You're saying, oh, a soul must exist because something happens.
I bet you guys don't believe in free will and everything is a mathematical fucking response to environment.
So, if I'm understanding it correctly, our ability to hold things to be true for no good reason is the soul. That it's our ability to do that.
Bull Knight says the human soul would necessarily violate the laws of thermodynamics and result in additional heat that could detect in the human body. Now,
that's a good question. I was still curious about the energy of the soul. What does the energy of the soul have to do with that?
That is completely false, Bull Knight, because to assume that the human soul would expel itself from the human body through a physical form of energy such as heat is a giant claim to make. And
that's not what I mean. I can clarify if you like.
What do you mean?
I mean, I am making the assumption that that many people believe the soul is effectively like driving the body. Like your free will comes from the soul. Your choices are soul driven effectively, but maybe that's not your view. So you think like when you're thinking thoughts and planning plans, is your soul actively involved in doing that?
No, your thoughts are just a receiver.
Well, so a receiver, that's what I mean. So the receiver, if it's receiving things from the soul, that's at some point becomes a physical interaction.
No, you don't get it.
You said receiver. I mean,
your mind acts as a receiver, and the thoughts are just transmissions. That's
right. Received transmissions require an exchange of energy. Like that's just the law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, but we aren't talking about the soul. We're just talking how the mind is acting as a fucking antenna, essentially. But yeah, to claim that the human soul would violate laws of physics because you're claiming that when we die, the human soul gets expelled from the body with additional heat that we would be able to detect is completely asinine. And that's a giant claim to make, to say that the form of energy that we can't see or detect to begin with would have to be detectable.
I didn't mean it.
Still don't understand what energy is in this respect. The energy of the soul. What is that supposed to meaningfully be? What are you referring to?
It's probably given to you by a creator if you believe in that type of thing.
Well, you're talking about it, but what is it?
Your soul is when you say you, it's not your body, it's not your mind, it's what some people say is the heart. It's who you actually are. It's your divine energy that's connected with God. That's what your soul is. It's something you can't really quantify. So if I try to ascribe attributes to it, you're just going to want reasons as to how that's quantifiable, but that's not how.
Well, I'm just curious about whether, like, you holding faith does that spend energy? Is that?
That's an attribute of the soul, carrying immense amounts of faith.
Does that consume energy?
Yeah, every action that you make is an action. So yeah, energy.
Well, I was asking if it consumes it.
What?
So I guess there's in order for something to operate, it spends energy, right?
No, not necessarily true.
What do you have in mind that's counter to that?
Well, energy can be transmissed, right? Energy transmission can happen without a fucking loss of energy, without entropy. And there are certain scenarios that back this claim up. If you want to go the scientific route, you start talking about like 0 point energy and shit. But if you want to talk like a different route other than science, start dabbling into religion and the concept of the soul or perhaps consciousness, shit like that.
Yeah, but it's like if you're converting something, you're giving it energy and then you don't have it anymore. It's been converted to something. It's going somewhere else. It's not, you no longer got it, so it's expending it, so to speak.
Like the story of Jesus dying and then coming back 3 days later, like, show me the quantifiable evidence for that. Like, you can't, but it happened.
Oh, that like the breaking. Yeah, I don't understand how like the bread breaking works, right? It's like we have one loaf of bread and then we have 30 people. It's like a loaf of bread is how many calories? How does that work?
I don't eat bread.
That's something from nothing, if my math is right.
So you obviously don't believe in the Big Bang.
What Big Bang is saying something from nothing? Is there a Big Bang paper that indicates that?
Yeah, because then you would have to say, oh, something had to be there before the Big Bang, and then where did that come from, and so forth.
What scientific paper, what Big Bang paper is talking about this?
Well, that's why no one believes in the Big Bang Theory anymore. It's just a bunch of bullshit. It was a theory that basically said something came from nothing, and that's not true.
Which Big Bang paper presented that?
That's just how it works. The Big Bang, apparently,
I don't think any Big Bang papers represented this ever.
Before there was the universe or space itself, there was just a small little speck of energy, super dense, and then it just exploded. But where did that small fucking little thing of energy come from? That's where the Big Bang theory fell short, because no one had an answer. And the best answer was nothing, but that didn't make any sense. So that's why no one believes the Big Bang theory.
Have you read a single Big Bang paper?
Fuck no.
All right, I think that illustrates why you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so where did the Big Bang come from?
Would you like a Big Bang paper? Would you like me to cite one?
No, I'm just asking you personally as a question. If you don't know it, that's fine. Just continue the conversation.
This is another one of those instances where I think you've asked an inappropriate question due to a lack of understanding.
So, do you think something came from nothing? No.
Well, I am offering you a resource related to this.
And I'm just trying to conversate.
Yeah, so you're denying that. So I don't want to engage further. I just want to offer you the resource, and then if you want to talk about something else, you can go on.
Yeah, so here's what I want to talk about. Like, do you believe in the Big Bang theory, or like, what's your theory for like?
So this would be not moving on, and then also actively choosing the ignorance route.
Or it's just I'm asking you a question.
And do you remember what my response to that was?
Like, it's not that deep. Like, do you believe in the Big Bang theory or not?
Do you remember my response?
No, you didn't have a response.
Yeah, I think he said something like it's not the one that you're talking about.
Yeah, I would like to know. That's why I'm asking.
And I've offered you resources.
Yeah, but I don't want the resources. I just want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I don't want to learn. I don't want to know the truth of the matter. I just want to continue going down this track without actually enriching myself or getting a better understanding. That's what I'm hearing from you right now.
No, I just want, like, if you can't answer.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with the charity, to be honest. Like, you've called me slave worthy. I'm really not interested in giving you more.
All right. Well, you said that an hour ago, and we've been talking for 2 hours now, so I don't know whether or not to believe that.
Well, I've offered you resources.
Yeah, and I said I'm not interested. I politely decline with your research papers.
Yeah, and so I politely decline your ignorant question.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Can't argue with that one. Let's see what Echoplex has to say inside chat. He's typing. Echoplex said it might help to read relevant material about a topic before claiming about it. Nah, fuck that. That won't help. Why should someone talk to you if you don't know the topic you are trying to discuss? Because I asked a question about a topic.
Yeah, what are your Brandy? What's your position? Do you believe in the Hergelfladen-Stirnbladen?
What was that last part?
Do you believe what's your position? Do you believe in the Hergelfladen-Stirnbladen?
Yeah, something along those lines.
Okay.
But I'm open to learning, though. I just have questions.
What's your position? Do you believe it or not? I mean,
Literally not open to learning.
No, I'm
in the face of it. You've done that.
I'm open to Schluppenschlop theory, but I'm gonna have questions about it, and I have a job and shit, you know, so I'm not going to spend too much time looking at research papers. Just a quick little response from the guy that I'm talking to would work wonders.
Yeah. That didn't work, man. We tried that route.
All right, well, guess I'm done here. Being who was the philosopher that all he did was ask questions, and he would like piss people off?
Socrates.
Yeah, Socrates. I feel like I've been Socratesing the VC.
Well, Socrates would use his tactic in order to illustrate a profound point. Unfortunately, there's no profound point to be had here. I don't have a good takeaway.
Well, why does
I actually took notes.
Why does energy exist?
So the takeaway is the circular argument, existence exists because it exists, is circular. And no one presented that. The other one you tried to provide as an example is it is what it is. That's what I wrote down here. As a substantive takeaway.
That's what you believed.
Yeah, and these are not the things that I like, aside from the law of identity, which is not a circular argument. I wasn't presenting anything like that.
So, yeah, why does energy exist then? I've been asking you.
Right, and so there's no intent that has been demonstrated for me to engage with that question. I'm not going to explain something for a phenomenon I don't recognize.
Well, I'm sorry that you're autistic. I'm sorry, man.
Do you acknowledge that some questions are invalid?
Do you find it hard to conversate with people?
No, not particularly, actually.
I think you do.
I just think in this case, you have an overinflated value for your feelings.
I think in this case, you don't know how to talk to people.
Well, what are you proposing in this circumstance?
I'm proposing you just answer personally what you think for why does energy exist. I've been asking you for 2 hours.
I don't hold a worldview where intent is required for something to exist.
So, circular reason.
No, this would be denying the question you're begging.
So there is no why for the existence of energy.
There's no demonstrated why for the existence of something, yeah.
So therefore you conclude that there is no reason and energy just exists because it exists?
No, not because. Energy simply exists.
And that's it. Just it exists, period.
We observe it. It's in your face, real time.
All right. Wow. If you were a caveman, you would starve, bro. Like, okay, so caveman finds cow when he's super hungry, and caveman only tells himself cow exists. Does no further thinking about the cow and how he could, what is the cow?
You asked an interesting question. How?
If the caveman just asked himself, what is the cow? Maybe he'd know that it's
How
food.
is a great question, good sir. But you didn't ask how.
What is the cow? What is energy?
In some references, it is the capacity to do work.
I'm telling you, like, Nikola Tesla wouldn't have created or discovered alternating current if he didn't ask questions about what is energy, where does it come from. If he just took shit at face value and had circular reasoning, Nikola Tesla probably would have been a sweatshop worker. Fucking China, for all we know. He would have been doing
Tesla asked
the
better
distinction.
questions.
Yeah, there's a distinction in what you're calling energy and what, like I see as energy, the ability to do work. The ability to do work as something useful, I can use it. And then you're referring to spirits as energy, and there's no work I can do with that, so I have no use for that.
That's not true. It's not true. Just because something appears to be conceptual does not mean that you could practically do something with that concept.
Yeah, that's the criticism.
There's many conceptual things that you can practically put into reality.
And there are some things that are not.
So, like the human soul, obviously, that's practical in reality, yet we can't measure it or detect it.
In what way?
Faith.
Right, because your definition of spirit is the capacity to hold things for no good reason, hold things to be true for no good reason.
That's
the capacity to do that.
That's just an example. That's just an example of what the spirit or the soul of man can do. It could hold faith for no good reason.
Because reasoning is like human reasoning is special. You think it's special.
No, reasoning's not special.
So, yeah, like you brought up an example of a rat. Does a rat have a soul?
I don't think so. Last time I checked.
Yeah, but you think a human is special, even though you used it as an example for.
Yeah, I think we're all
soul decisions.
We're all a little bit special, and we should value ourselves.
No, but special in the characteristic that humans have souls and other things don't. Or like they're special animals.
I'm pretty sure my shoes have souls.
We're special creatures.
They do. That was the first good comedic thing I've heard. All conversation.
Or magic.
All right, I'm getting
We can
tired.
cast, like animals can't cast spells, but we can cast spells. Humans can cast a magical spell sticks into snakes.
Yeah. Keep listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson. It'll take you far.
No, that's the Bible. It's true because it's true, man. So true, bro.
What was the issue with souls? The question was whether or not.
Well, I wanted to know where the soul energy component came in.
Well,
I want some of that juice. I want some soul juice. I want 3 cc's of soul juice.
I've heard of soul food, soul music, but I don't know about soul juice.
Raw, unrefined, fair trade soul juice.
redheads have souls? Do furries have souls? And then do people who cheat at Wordle have souls?
It's a good Dawkins impression.
Dawkins who?
The ontological primary necessary groundation of all things, Dawkins.
Oh, that Dawkins. Are you familiar with the sexual fetish for docking? It's between two men whom are uncircumcised.
I believe I have heard of this phenomenon.
Moji, are you the next to agree?
Agree to what?
Well, usually someone has to ask me a question, and then you got a question for me? Like, what's a word that's 5 letters long? It means to abruptly leave the theater as the fire alarm went off.
Fleed?
Panic. Panic.
You hear about they made a church organ pipe with a resonant frequency of 1 hertz.
Really? Does this blow everyone's socks off?
When they tried it, the entire building was in a panic because they thought they were in an earthquake, and then like some people died from the trampling.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So they stopped that pretty quick.
It's too low, Harold. Talk about rocking your socks off. Fun fact, how many people die annually in a church?
I don't even know.
I don't know.
I have no idea. And what the fuck, this Wordle's hard. Maybe I started my guesses badly.
Well, now you just need to cheat, and you will confirm yourself soulless.
That's no fun.
All right, well, stick around. I'm gonna smoke a bunch of.
I'm a few steps ahead of you.
And my matches keep breaking.
Going old school, huh?
Yeah, when you're smoking some revs out the pipe, you know, you got to get that big flame.
I've always been more of a hempwood kind of guy.
Do you supplement with nicotine?
Nope.
Do you know how many milligrams of caffeine you had today?
30 maybe? I had a pot of green tea. I don't know what that counts for. It's probably roughly 30. Maybe between 20 and 30.
Have you ever had like good green tea without having to add honey and sugar to it?
Yeah, that would be most of the green tea I drink.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, green tea's good for you. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna choke down some green tea. But sun tea, when you make it in some Phoenix, Arizona sun, it's fucking phenomenal. You don't need to add lemon or sugar to your tea when nature makes it.
I'll do lemon honey if I'm like sick or something.
Oh, will honey help your sick mind?
Well, it's got like antibodies in it. I don't know what that counts for. I don't know, it tastes good. A little sugar. Calories for your body to just do its thing.
You go, lady. Did you successfully cheat at Wordle yet?
No, I'm just gonna have to stew on this one. I think I screwed myself with some of the initial guesses.
So how do you play Wordle?
I have like a couple bullet point tactics. Like E is the most common letter in the English alphabet. Like, so I'll start off with an E.
That's how you cheat, huh?
Then I'll Then I'll do all the consonants. I'll try to get a bunch of the consonants out of the way. Sometimes you can like strategize it where it's like if you really have nothing, you can try picking an entirely like different word just to make sure you don't have none of the edge cases. Even if it's like
So
not
by
even close to your guess.
How many continents are there? What, A, you got Africa, South America, North America.
I don't know if they do proper nouns all that much.
Oh, you said you're getting all the continents out of the way?
I don't think there would be a continent in the whole
Are you in continent?
Group. Are you asking me what continent I'm on?
Are you in continents?
I'm continent enough.
You don't have to wear diapers?
Not there yet. I'll have my fun, I'm sure.
Yeah. Eat healthy. You know, what's a life where
I don't think eating healthy is gonna help you much when your organs just stop. Your shit's got a shelf life.
Mr. Retard is back?
Oh, I'll do that name change. Thought that was pretty fun.
Yo.
Bacon.
Yo. Who's that?
Are you ready, moons of Jupiter?
Yo.
Has everyone in here played Wordle today? I'm playing it right now to see if I can do it.
Dude, I'm struggling. I don't even know what to guess right now. Box myself in the corner. I'm gonna hate myself when I like find out what it is though. What gets me is that in Wordle you can have the duplicate letters. That I despise.
Dun dun dun.
Yo.
Hey, dude.
Yeah, I'm trying to think I might be able to beat the challenge.
Wow. I always believed in you, bro.
But I'm not gonna use that word salad though. Azimuth or grid of vision, perspective, curved visual space stuff. I don't think I need that. The thing is, what he says is that I cannot use like unknown light behavior, and I'm not using. If you'd have to work out the path of light from the observer to the star, it would have to be a very like magical one, but I'm not using it. So the challenge says I cannot use it, and I'm not using it. Of course, my method implies that's the case, but I'm not making use of that, so I don't think that's an issue. Or maybe it is. I don't know. You also have to. I don't know. He might complain about the formula that I'm using because it comes from a globe projection. But in the submission, I'm just saying that I got that from trial and error. And
Okay.
it says I cannot use anything derived from a globe, so I can say that I didn't derive from a globe. I just tried different versions, and that was the one that worked out. So I didn't derive it from a globe. Maybe that works. I don't know. Let's see. Now I'm starting to feel like the 10K is actually achievable.
That's
Maybe
why
he
it
didn't-
wasn't for 100K.
Yeah. If
That's
he
really
had
interesting what you're saying, though.
Yeah, if he had any rule, like for example, the model used, the implications of the model used, cannot like violate known behavior of light, then I would be screwed. But he says I cannot use known behavior of light, and I'm not using, so maybe I can get around.
You can't use what of light?
Unknown light behavior. Yeah, I'm trying to win the 10K. You know
is a radio signal is radio signal latency unknown light behavior?
Probably not.
So I could take a location. So I could go somewhere and then I could ping. I could like radio ping a thing, and then it has some time before it gives me a response. And I can measure that.
Yeah.
Okay. So I say do that, and then do like
Why would I do that?
what is it? Star apex measurement, and then I feel like you could go like.
What are you talking about?
You could go like 20-kilometer distances, and you could get yourself the shape of the globe.
I'm not trying to get the shape of the globe. I'm trying to win a $10,000.
What's the challenge?
To do celestial navigation using only a flat Earth assumption.
Well, you can do it using the same tactic.
Doing what?
If and when it's done, are you?
You need celestial. Wait, you can only use the stars. Is that the question?
If and when.
There's no question. I'm just commenting what I'm doing. Like I'm working out a solution for the MC Tunes challenge. If it works out, then I get $10,000.
Celestial navigation without.
I'll drop the challenge, so you can read if you want.
Okay.
It's not that big of a challenge. The description is not that big. There it is.
I figured out the word at the last word. If anyone wants a hint, I'll give it to him.
Last word? Oh, the game. Okay, never mind.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Let's just. Oh, I want to give you guys a hint. Stupid alpacas.
So you're saying that, you don't have to make the light behave unusually? You're saying that you could treat the light rays as, straight?
No, I can't. I can't treat the light rays as straight. What I can argue is that, like, I'm not deriving anything from the path of light. I'm just being agnostic to the path of light. Like, it's not part of the solution. My solution doesn't work out what the path of light is. So maybe that's a good enough of an excuse to get past that specific rule.
Wow. I understand.
I hope. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I see where he's going with this.
Yeah,
I don't think this is this would be paradoxical, unfortunately.
What do you mean? Well, there's no rule that says it can't be
There's a set of
paradoxical.
assertions here that I feel like you can't resolve.
Like what?
Like the like taking an angular measurement of a star and at a location that you're at, then going to another location and getting another such angular measurement, and then also holding at the same time the geometry of the Earth being flat.
I can. I already did.
Because,
I already have the solution worked out.
Because the elevation of said star, because if you already have the premise that the Earth is flat and you have those two measurements, you should have, I guess, vertical distance figured out for where the star is above the plane.
Well, that's just if I assume. Like, that's just if I assume that the star is has a physical position in the direction that I see it. Then yeah, but if I assume that, then I cannot solve this challenge. So I'm not making that assumption. I'm being completely agnostic on what the stars are and how light behaves from the stars to the observer.
But the location of the light would be determined if you already assume the shape of the Earth.
Only if you assume light takes a straight path and stars are things with physical positions in space.
Well, light has a straight path within a consistent medium.
Right, but
so even with you, I mean, you can take the error of refraction into account, and it would still have said distance, vertical distance.
Right, but I don't know what the stars are. They could be something like a rainbow. Like, you cannot, like, if you do what you're saying with the rainbow, you're gonna get inconsistent positions for the rainbow. So you're gonna get contradicted by trying to do that.
No, you would have a range of positions for it.
Yes, but the rainbow can't be
so the range would need to be consistent between observations on the planet, I think. And so those would not overlap is the problem.
Now, if you try to triangulate a rainbow, you would work out that it's infinitely far. That's not where the rainbow is. Like, it's a bad assumption that when you point to a rainbow, you're seeing something that has a physical position and it's in the direction that you're seeing. So I'm not going to take those assumptions for the stars. I'm just going to be completely agnostic to where they are and what they are.
Well, there's you're still getting a consistent source of light.
Okay. Same as the rainbow.
Well, kind of. You're looking at different sources of light depending on which angle you're looking at the rainbow.
Yeah, but I'm being agnostic to what the stars are, why we see stars, why we see in the direction that we see. I'm just being completely agnostic on that.
I'm curious to see your math on that.
Sure. Yeah, as soon as I submit it to MCTune, then I don't care about sharing it with anyone else. Because that might cost me $10,000 if someone submits the same challenge before me.
Well, you're going to have to put up your own $10,000 in escrow.
No, I don't. This is not a bad challenge.
Yeah, my bad, dude. What'd I miss? Probably destroying it. Bacon's over here freaking on fire, man, like NBA Jam.
Do I have to put a 10K in escrow? I don't think so. I think that's just for the 100K challenge.
Yeah, I don't know if you have to submit anything like a fee to enter. I'm not sure.
Right.
Like you got to pay for the application or something. That would be weird.
Okay, should an entry be submitted but rejected by the judge? No, this is something else. Let's see.
You know, Bacon, I don't know if you consider yourself religious at all, but something that's been striking me as interesting lately, in the Bible, it describes the sky as a tent. And if you think about a tent, it's like, sagging, it's drooping, like hanging on sticks. Right. So if there is a model for the sky, maybe something gets uncovered by like some kind of drooping sky. I've thought about that. And then there's also the idea that the lights in the sky are created by the ground. And lights from the ground are projecting up. So the closer you get to something, you're actually seeing it projected onto a surface. If there is a way to explain, how the light appears the way it does, you gotta think hard outside the box.
Right.
Yeah, I made the mistake.
It's just a mental exercise. Like those might not be the real, causes for these things, but if you could think outside the box, I think that helps.
You're inside the box. You're still on the ground.
Yeah, I'm definitely not asking you about it. Yeah,
Get
you have
off the ground.
Yeah, you're just going to ruin the conversation, honestly.
Get off the
There's
ground.
no reason to talk to you about this.
Get off the ground. There's no reason to talk to you because you're still in the box.
Yeah, you're very one track.
Get off of the ground.
There's no reason to talk to you about
this. Get out of the ground, big man.
I'm going to turn you down.
Listen, the default.
Okay, that's better.
Like the point of the conversation is there is only one way to do this. Like this is not a one-track minded type of conversation.
I think the sun is outside of the
atmosphere. He was speaking while muted for the whole time.
Right, well, no, understand. Flat Earth,
I have him turned down. There's no reason to listen to that.
It's Flat Earth does want to. Then if he has me turned
anyway,
down,
Bacon, I guess they're just gonna let that happen. So
I'm gonna speak.
We'll talk about this in the future.
I am going to speak because it's unfair. This is a free server. He cannot turn people down and then just, you know what I mean? This garbage, right? You see, Flat Earthers want to sell. Standing on the ground, staying on the ground is outside of the box. How? How can you sell that? How can you sell that to a 5-year-old? Hey, let's stay right here and just think that everything around us has an explanation of being around us, close by, right? The sun is close, clouds are close, the moon is close. The stars are actually paintings on some kind of a dome. That is literally telling yourself to not think outside the box. Literally. But and then they want to do the whole thing about critical thinking. They're doing the same thing about critical thinking. We are not the ones that are critical thinking people. That's what they want to say. Dude, you are the one that's not critical thinking. Why things go to the ground? I always use that. Why did the apple go to the ground? For tens of thousands of years, people never gave it a thought until one guy came along and said, we can't just say this. This is odd. Let's think. I wonder if there's a physical reason why this occurs. Right? And that is literally the foundation of rocket propulsion. That's literally the foundation of aircraft flying, roller coasters, orbiting planets, dude. Because one
I
guy,
love roller coasters.
one guy came and thought outside the box. Flipping flat earthers, dude. Jesus, man.
Amen.
I'm sorry, you know, they just man, it's an abuse of the freedom of speech. That's what flat earth is. It's people abusing their God-given right. You know what I mean? It's an abuse.
Well, I think that's only in America. I think it's a first world problem to only be able to complain about or debate about what's Earth's shape. Star, what was your biggest first world problem today?
All right. Yeah, I don't know what to do about certain Globers, man. Like, I just don't understand.
Which ones? Which Globers? They don't understand what.
Oh, I try to get through to iStar. Rob.
Oh, that's impossible.
I know, dude. It's kind of sad.
He's spiraling. I don't know what time it is where he is, but he needs to go the fuck to sleep. Were you talking about the adverse effects of man-made climate change?
Me? No.
Do you believe it exists?
I'm all about, like, when I jump in these discords, I like thinking about, whatever.
Boats and hoes?
Everybody got their own interests and preferences about what to talk about. I think what's apparent is people are considering that, maybe there is a way to make celestial navigation work on anything besides a globe. And considering this is interesting topic to me. So when Globers come through and they're just like, you're wrong, you're stupid, you're on drugs, it has to be this way, I'm just like, that's not why I'm here, bro.
Nothing has to be anyway.
I live with the trolls, D-Mock.
I know. We all do. Everybody guarantees a lot of things, man. But at the end of the day, who can put their money where their mouth is? In actuality, sorry about that motorcycle. Like, who can put their money where, like, who can actually produce their thing, right?
I have a theory. So I think I can produce some evidence of something. Like, if certain stars are specific distances away, I wonder if that 1 degree per 60 nautical miles really works in the south for every star. If I were to actually measure my distance as I travel.
I don't think it works at all. I don't
You
think
might
it
be
works at
right.
all.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Because, and here's the thing, the McToon challenge, it's always been so simple. Do only flat Earth to figure out where the object is, right? You go where the object is, then you leave it, calculate your distance exactly the whole way to the point B, and then you turn around, and then point B becomes point